Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Introducing ZBrush Core Mini. ZBrush Core Mini is a free mini version of ZBrush Core designed to give artists young and old the ability to experience ZBrush's powerful digital sculpting. ZBrush Core Mini contains a mini set of tools, allowing for the focus to be on artistic creation rather than complex toolsets. Starting from either a sphere or a stone block, you can sculpt from your imagination using 8 of the most popular ZBrush sculpting brushes. Experimentation is the key when using ZBrush Core Mini. Add to the surface of the model, or cut into it using brushes such as clay buildup. Smooth out areas that are rough by simply holding Shift, or even use the snake hook brush to quickly pull out arms, legs, or even hair. After sculpting, you may want to share your design to the world, or even export it for 3D printing. Choose a different material and color to give your model a different look, then click the Export Image button to export out a 2D image in various formats. For 3D printing, simply click the Export for 3D Printing button to export out a OBJ version of the mesh. After this is exported, you can open the file in your favorite slicer and print away. Now, in addition to the items already mentioned, ZBrush Core Mini adds a new way to share your creations with others around the world. When clicking the Save As button, you'll be able to save your model as an Image 3D. The Image 3D GIF and Image 3D PNG formats allow you to save your files as standard GIF and PNG images. When these images are viewed in other applications, they will just be displayed as a 2D image. However, if you open these images inside of ZBrush Core Mini, model data will be extracted and the mesh will be loaded into the software. With this technology, you can now simply save out an Image 3D file and post it on your favorite website or social media account. Other users of ZBrush Core Mini can now simply download the image and have access to the model. ZBrush Core Mini is not graphic card dependent. It's free to download, and it's available for Windows and Mac OS. Download ZBrush Core Mini today and join the digital sculpting creation experience that is ZBrush.
Hey guys!
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome to the stream. Good evening.
Hello, everyone.
What is up, man? How you doing, brother?
How's everybody doing?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, ZBrush friends?
こんばんは、どうも、ストロジ君のるかです。
皆さんおはようございます。
Привет, привет всем.
Hola.
Hello from China. What's up?
Saudi Arabia. All right. Awesome.
I see we have new people.
Good to have you guys in here.
Today we're going to be doing...
Without much ado, let's begin.
Yes!
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
The Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.
Introducing ZBrush Core Mini. ZBrush Core Mini is a free mini version of ZBrush Core designed to give artists young and old the ability to experience ZBrush's powerful digital sculpting. ZBrush Core Mini contains a mini set of tools, allowing for the focus to be on artistic creation rather than complex toolsets. Starting from either a sphere or a stone block, you can sculpt from your imagination using 8 of the most popular ZBrush sculpting brushes. Experimentation is the key when using ZBrush Core Mini. Add to the surface of the model, or cut into it using brushes such as clay buildup. Smooth out areas that are rough by simply holding Shift, or even use the snake hook brush to quickly pull out arms, legs, or even hair. After sculpting, you may want to share your design to the world, or even export it for 3D printing. Choose a different material and color to give your model a different look, then click the Export Image button to export out a 2D image in various formats. For 3D printing, simply click the Export for 3D Printing button to export out a OBJ version of the mesh. After this is exported, you can open the file in your favorite slicer and print away. Now, in addition to the items already mentioned, ZBrush Core Mini adds a new way to share your creations with others around the world. When clicking the Save As button, you'll be able to save your model as an Image 3D. The Image 3D GIF and Image 3D PNG formats allow you to save your files as standard GIF and PNG images. When these images are viewed in other applications, they will just be displayed as a 2D image. However, if you open these images inside of ZBrush Core Mini, model data will be extracted and the mesh will be loaded into the software. With this technology, you can now simply save out an Image 3D file and post it on your favorite website or social media account. Other users of ZBrush Core Mini can now simply download the image and have access to the model. ZBrush Core Mini is not graphic card dependent. It's free to download, and it's available for Windows and Mac OS. Download ZBrush Core Mini today and join the digital sculpting creation experience that is ZBrush.
Hey guys!
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello and welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello everyone.
What is up, man? How you doing, brother?
How's everybody doing?
Hello, everybody.
What's up, ZBrush friends?
こんばんは、どうも、ピクセロジックの成川です。
皆さんおはようございます。
Привет, привет всем. Hola.
Hello from China. What's up?
Saudi Arabia. All right. Awesome.
I see we have new people.
To have you guys in here.
Today we're going to be doing...
Without much ado, let's begin.
Yes!
good sculpt off. But
It is going to be a good sculpt.
fabulous prizes and it's only going to be one and top dog winners.
Sculpt off!
Hello, 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 hello. Paul may be muted still. But you can see we had some questions about how hyped was Paul today. He's got the helmet on. That is how hyped he is today.
You're not going to be able to hear me very well all day.
All right, let me do the official clock here, right? Because I saw that already coming out. No time added. Let's start ticking down this stream.
Now, how many time did you add time yesterday?
I don't know. What did we add it like 3 times?
I don't know. We added a lot. We just kept going.
We added 2 hours to that stream for sure. I know I see everyone's got their coffees ready to go. Guys, you and your coffees. Yeah, is that your coffee?
That is my coffee.
I'm on the power of H2O. That's what I'm on the power of right here. Prime picking. Filtered H2O, people. That's
not
what I'm
H2O2? You want to make sure you're not on H2O2.
No, I will never, ever drink coffee. It's never going to happen. Too old now anyways to start diving in. It'd probably give me the shakes. I'd probably be like...
Probably would. I don't think you could take it. I think you'd be done.
No.
You may start flying, though.
I might start flying? What?
Super Paul. You may start flying.
That's true. That's true. Okay.
All right, so I did have one thing before we get into important stuff. So people asked yesterday to see the bear's head tooth. So I extracted some from the tree, and this is what it looks like. So like thinking about like things in nature that you can sculpt, like this one was crazy. You could easily turn this like one of these little pieces into a VDM brush and then like draw it out of your model. It has like all these like weird stringy stuff, and then it has these nice like clefts on top of it. So always cool stuff in nature to find for inspiration. And as a side tangent, or not even a side tangent, just I guess what do they call it in movies when there's like a plot twist? That came from my front yard.
You're foreshadowing.
It came from my front yard, not my backyard.
Front yard now. We're opening up Joseph's whole world now. Well, with photogrammetry, you can photogrammetry that, right? And bring it in and then put it on a plane. Yeah, you can make it a video.
100%, yeah.
You did a whole scene in 4R7. It was all photographed.
Yeah, a lot of scanned bark and pine needles.
With the nano meshing. The nano meshing, right? It was pretty much all nano mesh. Man. That'd be good times. Guys,
so everybody awake. This is a late one today.
This is all the stream's going to be, just me and Joseph. You thought you guys we were showing something. Now it's just going to be me and Joseph talking like this. No, nothing. That's all you're going to see is our faces. Okay, that's what.
Look, I even got the gold T-shirt on today. We were talking about different shirts. Look, I wear the gold today. Look, it's got some sheen to it.
Yeah.
I don't remember, when was this shirt? Which summit was this shirt?
I want to say it was 3 years ago.
Was it 3 years ago?
Kyle's the shirt master, so he would probably know, since he's the one that does them all and designs them all and puts them all together. This one was probably about 5 years ago.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those too. But this one, I only had one gold. This was the only gold one I had.
Yeah. Well, today, people, obviously today is the last day of the ZBrush Summit, okay? There's a lot of things you want to be taking advantage of, especially the show special, right? Don't be missing out on that 20% off for perpetual license of ZBrush, a perpetual license for ZBrush Core, and we're also giving you a 20% off your first payments for ZBrush subscription 6 month and month to month on the first payment. Now, for all of you that are also going to be purchasing that, let's say if you've already done it this weekend, the next version of ZBrush is also a free upgrade for you. Okay, so we've been giving free upgrades since Joseph was about about this tall. Right?
I'm still about that tall. What are you talking about?
That's exactly what I was doing. You're right. I wasn't saying a child. I was saying however tall you are right now, that's how long we've been doing it. Because, you haven't grown much like me. I haven't grown. I probably shrunk a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
And when does this end? Because this is a limited time thing.
Yeah, so this is going to end tonight at 11:59 Pacific Standard Time, Los Angeles time. We're going to go through it some more. Don't worry. We're going to have some stuff. And then again, obviously, our big things today are revealing who won this sculpt off from 14 months ago, as it feels like, but it was actually only 4 nights ago. right? All of you participating. Who participated? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're participating.
I didn't participate. You didn't participate either. No hand raising for you.
We participated in the sense we were there. We were there. Okay. But any competitors, thank you for being a part of that. That was a lot of fun. That was really cool. We've never done anything like that where you're all live, sculpting live, right? So that was really cool.
How many entries did we end up with?
I said 130 plus or 120 plus.
I think it was 120 plus.
120 plus final images.
That's a lot of entries.
That's a lot of entries.
That's crazy.
Yeah, which is outstanding. Outstanding. So, of course, we're going to be starting off today with revealing who our winners are for that. And we've had enough prizes. I know you guys love your prizes. You love them. You love them. 5 people are going to win stuff. 5. Okay, so we've got enough to give away to 5 people. All those prizes total over $17,000 from our amazing sponsors that were willing to give us some stuff for it. Well, what you got there? You got a little.
I tried to get it really slow. I'm still haven't perfected this yet. I keep trying.
That's not one.
Like I just want it to like float by.
Okay.
It's difficult because the camera, I have to turn it.
Switch
I need
hands.
an assistant. I need an assistant.
It's never enough for dress people. It's never enough for them. It's got to have an assistant now. Okay. All right. And then, of course, after that, we're going to be going into me and Joseph doing a special stream, right? Special presentation for you all. And
we hinted at some of the stuff during the last few days. We've hinted at some of the things that we may be showing.
We have. And then we've got the full-on tips and tricks and everything for you guys after that. I'm really just dragging this on because you guys want to see everything right now. I'm just being mean right now. But I also want to make sure, I know it's for some people that are in Europe, it's really early in the morning. Hats off to you. And thank you for joining us. I know it's really early in the morning for you all. We also, don't forget, we have Will Huff does some, guys, if you ever want to do like full motion stuff, he's doing everything in ZBrush.
He's got the blue milk robot. The blue milk robot.
Hopefully that's the one he shows. I don't know which one he's going to show us. He's going to show some of them on screen. And then we've got another toy presentation from Jack's Toys with Ellie Carmelli, right? So we got another full day, okay, of just some fun stuff. Or let's not call it a day anymore. Let's call it an evening.
It's an evening.
Into the night. The heat.
There's no sun out over here. It's done. It went to bed already.
Well, the sun's on its way down here too, for sure. All right. So we are going to start with the sculpt off. Okay. So we want to reveal who are our winners. So let's see what we got for these people. Okay. And again, this is a lot of work by all of you that were competing. By no means, right, that we're just, letting everyone should be getting into this and getting involved, right?
Should we explain how the sculpt off was judged too?
Go ahead. I'll let you have this one.
So all of you submitted your images. The contest this year was all done live stream. So the contestants, when you all entered, you had to, stream it live during the time that we had allocated. And then you had to put your final image up on ZBrush Central in this massive thread. And that's where the 120 plus entries came into play. And then after all that was done, we had a panel of 3 judges that came in, and they reviewed all the images and whittled it down to the 5 winners. So that was a big job for them to do. I mean, that's a lot of entries to go through, and then to get down to the top 5. So really, and some of the entries y'all had was just amazing. So tons of great stuff. And just the amount of people we had participate, and then we even saw some core mini users was insane. And then, just all the talent. So you all killed it. So thank you for participating in the event.
Right. I mean, physically raise your hand. Let's just visually raise your hand. You're the only one that's going to know it, but whatever. At least I know you're raising your hand. All right. So what do you say? Should we get going on this and reveal?
Let's get to it. I see Jessica's in here.
Some of our winners. Is she in here?
Yeah, she returned. Thank you, Jessica, for helping us on the sculpt off too. The wonderful Jessica Drew.
Oh, there she is. There she is. I see it. Nice. Yes, our sidekick, our person of power, Jessica Drew. Right? All right, let's show my screen. Let's do this. Let's show a little bit about what we've got going on. 2020 live ZBrush sculpt off. We've never done a full live one in this sense. It's always live in the sense the artists are working and Joseph and Jessica are always commenting and talking. But this is the first time we've ever done something like this, where not only are we live, but you are all live as well. And it was really a lot of fun, honestly. It was a lot of fun bouncing around to so many people's works, okay? So let's get going here. Let me find my mouse. Okay, so again, I want to thank the sponsors for this particular segment. We've got Keyshot, we've got Formlabs, Gnomon Workshop, and Wacom. So this is where the prizes come from. These 4 companies that have teamed up with us to say, all right, we are going to give you guys some stuff to give some amazing artists doing some really cool work. Let's do this, right? So again, we're going to have 1st through 5th place, okay, tonight. And we're going to start with obviously 5th place and work our way up to 1st because we got to keep that suspense going. Yes, that suspense.
You got to keep the suspense.
Alive, right? Got to keep it alive. So let's move on to what 5th place is actually.
Wait, hold on. Before you hit the button. So we had a question. How long did the contestants have? They had 3 hours, and that was for everything. They had to get that image posted in that time.
Right. They had to do everything. They had to do the sculpt, the render, and the post.
And it was, and all ZBrush, 100% ZBrush. There was no Photoshop usage. There was no third-party application usage. No. It was just ZBrush.
We're making some of them nervous. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're dragging it out here. Right. So again, we're going to highlight now what the people are winning. So 5th place is going to win Keyshot Pro, which is the full version of Keyshot, the $2,000 version of Keyshot, with also the bridge. And they're also going to win a medium Pro Intuos Pro tablet, right? So that's, ballparky. I'm going to give you a range around. That's about worth $2,500, that whole package together, right? So that's a pretty good, nice prize, if not more, right? So that's not bad at all. So there you go. That's amazing. So should we see who our 5th place person is? The power I have and how much I stop right now.
You're just dragging it out again.
Dragging it out. I'm doing my best because I hate when they do that in shows, but I'm just trying to have fun with it. All right. Our 5th place winner is, there's the image, and our artists, for those that didn't watch or didn't know, here's who 5th place is. Michael Olivier. Probably butchered it, Michael, if you're here. He's won before when he's been here at the summit, right? He won the Michelangelo challenge, right?
I think so. Yes, he had the turtle. Yes, he had a turtle. Yep.
Yeah, and he won an Ultimaker printer at that one. That's when we had him. People, that's what we also have going on when we do the summits. We have stuff going on here physically. For those of you watching for the first time digitally, if we are able to do this in person sometime again, don't miss out on the in-person ones. Man, look at all the congratulations coming through. All right. This is a really nice piece, Michael.
Yeah, excellent work.
Thank you. I don't know if
3 hours. 3 hours.
Is he in here? Is he in here?
I don't think he's in here.
Yeah, it's late. It's late.
It's late. We're
really late.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. All right. So there is your 5th place winner. And there's the piece that he did, all in ZBrush again. And you guys can go and rewatch this. I'm going to show you guys where you can actually go rewatch these. Okay. And you're going to be able to go watch any of the videos that anybody's done, right? Because there's so many entries. Very cool piece. Michael, thank you for your participation. We'll be reaching out to you to get you your prizes. All right. So that also goes, by the way, for everyone that's doing the prizes also that we're just doing randomly, guys, we'll reach out to you after the summit. Give us a little breathing to get you guys connected to all of you. All right. Well done, Michael. All right. So moving on to 4th. Okay, so 4th is going to win the same thing, right? So these are 4th place is going to win again Intuos Pro Medium and a full version of Keyshot Pro with the bridge. Okay, and keep in mind, also, we've made announcements. The Keyshot bridge now that you're going from ZBrush to Keyshot is cross-platform now. So when you have this one serial number, you guys are going to be able to install one on a Mac system and a Windows system, or 2 Windows systems or 2 Mac systems. Whatever you want to do. If you're Joseph Druss with 15 computers, you need this. Okay, you gotta have the ability.
Most of them are just those Core 2 Duos, real powerhouse machines.
You still do have one of those, I know. Right?
I do.
Yeah, I'd still say the computer in the old boss's office is the fun. He's still got a Pentium 4. Okay, I don't even think it's an HT.
I may have one. I may have one of those. I don't know what. I have one of my machines that I haven't turned that one on in a while. That one may actually have a Pentium in it.
All right, let's go. Fourth place. Fourth place.
With a Voodoo 2. Those were the days.
Fourth place. Here we go. Fourth place. There we go. There's our winning image for fourth place. Fourth place. Artist, Bernardo Pascal. Probably not saying it right, but I'm here for you. Let me give you one of those too, man.
And this one was awesome too. Just the amount of work that went into this piece. Really, really nice.
Yeah.
And definitely like 3 hours. Crazy.
Yeah, you got to look at his piece too. I like what he did. Bernardo, you did a good trick. I think people should go back and rewatch your stream. He took for his back, his background, he took a cube right away, early, and he put it back there and he painted on there and used that already to start framing up. He used a cube in essence to frame up his model a little bit. It was a great idea. And he did a lot of cool tricks in his stream. You guys should also check him out. Like, this is the beauty of this. You guys can go back and rewatch all these individually, right? So this is a very cool part about this whole competition, I think. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Okay, I definitely recommend. Again, I'm going to show you guys where you guys can go rewatch these streams and get links to them if you want to. After we're done here, congratulating everyone. Was Bernardo in here? Is he in here?
I think so. He might be.
Was he?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's going real fast. Everyone's doing. You guys are
awesome. There's so many things in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of people congratulating him, which is awesome, which is great. There he is.
There he is.
There he is, Bernardo. Good job, my man. Good job. Beautiful piece. I really enjoyed actually watching you put the piece together as well. Right? Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Third place. Third place. Now, third place is winning Keyshot Pro with the bridge, with a medium Pro Intuos, and a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshops. So you're getting now 3 items for third place, right? So you got a 1-year subscription for Gnomon Workshops, which is great. They've got a ton of videos, just so many videos on there. We've got the Medium Pro Intuos, and you got Keyshot as well, right? So really, really some more good prizes. Now you're getting up there past the $3,000 range for what's in this package. Okay, so again, 1-year subscription in Gnomon Workshop, Medium Wacom tablet, Keyshot Pro with the bridge. Very exciting. And our third place.
Third place.
This is where I need drum rolls now, too. There's your third place winner. There we have it. The girl in blue, Jessica. I know you love the hair. Karen McCarthy. Come on down, Karen. Accept your prizes. Come on down. Okay, she can't really come down because we're in the world. But this is a good one. I know you had some things you really liked about what she did in this as well.
Yeah,
right?
and it was similar to what you were going on with the last one, just the use of the backdrops in there, the use of things that me and Paul, we do a lot of, showing people ZBrush, and we can get a lot of wows when we show some stuff. And these entries into the contest here, they wouldn't have been wowed by our tricks. Like they already knew them. So they did some really awesome stuff. Just her use, we went back and rewatched all the ones that the judges have picked. So we were able to, see their whole workflows. And so there was a lot of really nice things she did with IMM brushes and then the backdrop as well. And then even tweaking the image inside of ZBrush before it is exported out. So if you ever export out as a JPEG image, there's these little sliders on the side that most people just ignore. And Karen was in there changing those sliders and enhancing the contrast and all that stuff. It was really nicely done.
Yeah, and I even some of the judges were like, wait, that was all done in ZBrush? Like, wait, there was no after work with that? I'm like, no, it was all ZBrush. They were just also really taken back by how well it was composition and the colors and the background and everything worked. They really thought she did more tweaking outside of ZBrush, and she didn't. She just tweaked inside of ZBrush with some of the stuff that Joseph's talking about, which was really great.
All the materials, like she was starting using materials like early on. As soon as she started the sculpt, she was already using materials. So
yeah, I think that was in common right now of all the ones we revealed. Bernardo was doing the same thing. He was starting with color and materials early. Michael was doing the same thing. He started playing with some materials and some color a little bit earlier than what he was doing. So, yeah. Okay. So there you go. Karen, I don't know if she was here, but congratulations, Karen, on winning third place in the first ever fully on live. Okay. Right? So congratulations. Look at Daisuke. He's on it, getting Karen's stuff.
He is. He's in here. God, what time is it in Japan right now? What time is it in Japan?
It's in the morning. It's in the afternoon. It's in
the afternoon.
That's why we're doing the stream at this time, Joseph. So we're a good time for in Russia, Asia, New Zealand, Australia. This is why we did different times for everybody. I know
9:20 in Japan. There we go.
There you go. 9:20 in the morning. Boom.
Perfect time for some cereal. Perfect.
You're right.
Time for
I don't need cereal. What is your favorite cereal again?
I don't know. I like them all, honestly.
Yeah.
Right now, I think this morning I ate some honeycombs and some golden grams.
Okay.
And then I've got some Special K.
Hold on. You had 3 bowls of cereal today already?
Hey, I needed the carbs to make it through.
So wait a minute. You had honeycomb?
You know cereal's my go-to food.
It is your only food, I feel like.
It often is.
That's a lot.
And this is the thing, when you get to be old, when you get to grow up, you can eat whatever cereal you want, and it's great. No one's telling me I can't have the Honey Smacks. No one's telling me that. I can go in there, I can get those Honey Smacks, and I can make the biggest bowl of cereal I want, and I can eat them.
Oh God, this is hysterical. This is great. Honestly, you know what's funny is I'm a cereal guy too. I love my cereal in the morning, and a Trader Joe's for here in the United States has the best cereal. Period. It's not as expensive as the name brand stuff, but they make good cereal. There is one particular that I have with my daughter a lot. Well, now she's on the honey nut cereal. Is the strawberry ones. Never mind. No one cares. No one cares. Let's move on. No one cares about our cereals. All right. So
Jessica's also mentioning that cookies are also good for breakfast. And I tell you, if I go out and eat breakfast and there's cookies there, I'm gonna eat a cookie before I eat those eggs. Guarantee it.
Oh man. Mm-hmm. All right. So Karen, congratulations again. Really, really, really great work, man. So good to see you in the competition as well. Okay. Second place. We're getting up. We're up in the stuff here again as we keep going up. Now it's a 16-inch Cintiq, a KeyShop Pro with the bridge, and a 1-year subscription to Noman. So now the package is now closer, getting up there in the bundle size, so closer around that. I would say if I do the math real quick in my head, over $4,000 if I did this, or let me do this in my head real quick. I'm trying to do math real fast, okay, people. Yeah, it's a little over $4,000 looking at this right here for this package. So I know a lot of people are using a Cintiq 16 for like traveling sometimes with their notebooks. So this might be good for this artist. This artist might like this. I think it might be something that they might enjoy, right? So second place. We got ourselves a spider. Ashley Adams. I know you're in
Ashley Adams.
Ashley Adams, congratulations. You have just won your Cintiq 16-inch KeyShop Pro with the bridge. Remember, that's the full version of KeyShop Pro, the $2,000 version, and a 1-year subscription to Noman Workshops.
And if you haven't looked at this image, I recommend. Paul's gonna put the links up after this. You can go check them out. Zoom in onto this spider. It's crazy how much stuff Ashley put into the spider.
Yeah, and you guys called it right when we saw it, right? You and Jessica said it's a spider. It's a spider. You guys were on it. I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet, but I can see where you're going. I can see where you're going with this. All right. So, Ashley, I know you're in here. Congratulations. Everyone can see your congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Man, this community, you guys are great as a community. All these congratulations coming through. It's like a fire of congratulations. Triple A, right? What's A
cubed? A cubed?
A cubed.
A cubed.
Right? What a name. That's a logo right there, Ashley. You got the best one. Forget Crease Paul Gabriel. That's nothing. I got nothing on that. All right. So moment of truth. First place. They win a Form 3, people. A Form 3 printer. All right. Whoever wins this, I want to see prints immediately.
Prints everywhere.
Immediately on your feed. I don't go on social media, but I'll join your feed for this, okay? Let's print some stuff out, okay? You're getting a Form 3. You're getting a 22-inch Cintiq. Already, those are good stuff right there. A Form 3, a 22-inch Cintiq. You're also getting the KeyShop Pro with the bridge. This package just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing, right? It doesn't stop there. You too get a 1-year subscription, right? So that's 4 things already. You're getting a Form 3, a 22-inch Cintiq, 1-year subscription to Noman Workshop, and you're also, don't forget, getting the KeyShop Pro full version with the bridge because we all need it, okay? I would love to become a voice actor. I'll be honest with you. Live from the studios of Pixelogic. Right? I've always wanted to be able to do that. All right. First place. Here we go. Can you give me a help with a little drum roll, Trust? And everybody else.
I got like too much stuff on this.
Everyone else drum roll with me. This is like, because Christmas is coming up, right? Vacation.
So my brother actually is a drummer.
What?
My brother is a drummer.
Oh,
I can't drum to save my life, but my brother.
You can just do Christmas Vacation. Okay, Clark Griswold it. And our winner is Sadan Bagel. You have just won. All that package was totals. Close.
Ring the bell, Paul. You got the bell in there?
Grand. There you go. There's our winner of this year's 2020 ZBrush Sculpt Off. Guys, this was, again, all done
3 hours.
in ZBrush.
Yeah, all in ZBrush, 3 hours.
Is Sadan up? Because I know it's early in the morning. It's early for him. Daisuke's already on the art station, putting it up there for him. I love it. This is going so fast. I can't see. I can't even see it. I can't see if he's in here again. Right. So again, here are our winners for the 2020 live ZBrush Sculpt Off. Everyone, I can't thank you all enough. Even if you weren't one of these winners here, these 5. There was a lot to pick from. It was tough. It was tough.
The judges had a tough time going through and selecting the top ones here.
It was not an easy task. They've said multiple times, like, this is really tough. This is hard, right? And they are all past contestants. So now they got to see behind the door what's happening behind the door, right? So again, I want to congratulate Michael, Bernardo, Karen, Ashley, and Sadan for doing.
Sadan's here. He's
here.
There
you go, Sadan. Do you have any idea what you won? It's okay. It'll all ship to Joseph's house anyways. Okay, it's all good. He doesn't need it. Sadan, you know what you won, right? Since you probably were in here, you got it. Congratulations, everybody.
Yes, congratulations.
Do we want to do it again? Do we want to do this again? Everyone say yeah. And maybe more people even compete than we even had this year. Did you guys like doing it? Especially I would want to know from the people competing.
Yeah.
I know it's stressful. Lots of yeses. I'm looking for the no. I'm looking for
You're looking for the no.
For the no. Well, I saw something about next year. Okay, definitely try next year. If you didn't do this, try. You'll be surprised what you can make. Okay? Right? And then, you never know. We might throw in a dinner with Joseph. It could happen. Okay?
I'm a sloppy eater, though. I mean, you could have food all over the place.
Trust,
it's all going to be cereal, too. So just
exactly.
Be ready.
We've established you're eating nothing but cereal. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Cereal and coffee.
Oh, my God. You're killing me, Smalls. Again, I can't thank enough Lakshian, Keyshot, Forum Labs, Noman Workshop, Wacom, right, for giving us these prizes to be able to give to you top 5 people. Thank you so much for being involved in this Sculpt Off segment. And then, of course, we're continuing giving away prizes all day today as we go through here. But I especially wanted, again, thanks to these 4 companies that we got for the Sculpt Off, all right? So, again, where you guys can go, all right, there is the Sculpt Off page, number 1 on ZBrush Central, right? So I'm gonna
what was the total prize for the winner? Do you remember the value on that?
It was close.
You're doing math in your head?
Yeah, the math in my head is about close to 10 grand.
Wow.
Yeah, if I do the math in my head real fast, because I'm a human calculator, right? You guys didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, huh? Right, so yeah, it's close about 10 grand for what Sadan just took home. Right, and again, for those 5 winners, please give us time. We got to be able to reach out to the companies, so they got to reach out to you to get your prizes and all that stuff, right? So we will be in contact with all the winners after the summit is over. And when I mean the summit's over, Joseph needs a day of recovery. I need 4 days of recovery.
After being on stream with Paul, you need that. You definitely need it. I mean, all you are going to need it too.
You're right. You're right there.
4 days of Paul.
You guys,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
What? Go ahead.
It's a lot. It's a lot. 4 days of Paul. That's all I'm saying.
I get it. All right. I get it. I'm fine. I'm cool. I understand. So here are all where people posted their image. So I strongly recommend you guys going through, because there's so much good stuff in here. It's just incredible what all you were able to do. I know I had a lot of fun taking a look at this, right? The other thing here's the page that you guys can go to. All right. So here is the page where you can go look at the streams, and you can see it's already being updated live right now as we're talking who are winners again. So if you guys want to be able to go see those images again, okay, you got the ability here to go see that. And then you can go see all of the other videos as well. But you can go rewatch their streams. you can visit the post on ZBrush Central so you guys can get a closer look of the images as well. Okay, so I just put that in the chat.
Yes, congratulations to all the winners. Excellent.
Man, thank you guys. This was
all the contestants, all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, just completing the sculpt off in 3 hours is a task in itself.
And then learning to stream and in streaming and being on camera and all that. Yeah, that's not easy. It's not, we're not all the same, Me and Joseph, we like being on camera sometimes.
Sometimes.
Not all the time. All right. So there you go. There's our winners for the Sculpt Off. Congratulations again to everybody that participated. Really great job. We are going to move on to something that I think hopefully also you guys are all here for and really excited about. It is a special little show. Like it hasn't been special enough. Okay. All right. That Joseph and I are about to show you guys. So we're going to take a quick couple-minute break here. We're going to get ready. I got to do some stretching.
Your stretches.
Okay, I got to do some stretching. And we're going to come back and give you guys a little something special. So don't go anywhere. Hey, this is the time where you guys should be getting everybody your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your nephews.
Just wake them up. If they're asleep, they don't mind being awake for this.
Just go in. It's fine. Just say Joseph told you to do it. It's
no, don't do that.
It'll be all good. And they'll say, who's Joseph? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's time to get up.
All right, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
It's going to be a good sculpt off. But
it is going to be a good
surprises and right here, 1 and top dog winners.
Sculpt off!
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit! Hi there, Michael again with more 2020 ZBrush highlights. This piece by Olivia Obiora is a 3D recreation of the painting The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse. It's always impressive when an artist takes a 2D reference and faithfully recreates it in 3D. So many things to consider, such as focal length, scaling, and much more. This one turned out great.
I am unmuted. You are
I'm unmuted. Together, we are unmuted.
Oh, we're unmuted kings now. I saw people I got to go put some pizza in the oven quick. Everyone got their pizza and now cereal, right? Got to have your cereal. Got to get it ready. Got it going. All right. So
ice cream's the other one that also, I think it's just stuff that's in bulk. Maybe that's the stuff I eat.
We're more and more like it's really scary because I love ice cream. It really not good because it's passed on to my daughter now, which is not good. I make ice cream with her actually from scratch. It's a lot of fun. Actually, I do enjoy that.
Do you have one of those ice cream balls? They're cool too.
Yeah, I've got
throw it around, roll it all over the place.
The ball. Guys, let's talk about this. Forget about ZBrush right now. You got the white bowl, you got the KitchenAid. Yeah, I do all that. No one's here to look at ZBrush.
They make these frozen things too that you can where you make like a mini Cold Stone. You can put in your freezer and then do like Cold Stone. You're supposed to be able to do yogurt with that and something.
I do sorbet. I do a sorbet as well. Okay. I like pizza and ice cream. There you go. Oh, I love it so much. All right. So we're really excited for this, for you guys, a special presentation. So we're going to share a little bit of some announcements for you guys and continue on with this presentation. Are you ready? Everyone buckle up. Let's go. Yes, PowerPoint. Perfect. What we wanted to see. Guys, I've even gotten it now. We're just dragging this out, giving you guys itching right now, right? It's good times. It's good times to have some power occasionally here. All right. So number one thing, we were just talking about it. I know I've been talking about it all week. And for those of you that have been here every single day, I understand you know now, but not everybody knows this, okay? The KeyShot Bridge is now cross-platform, okay? That's even for all of you that already have the bridge and own it. This is something that doesn't happen all the time. That license now that you have already can now be installed on a Windows machine and a Mac machine, right? So when we first released this, you had to either get a license just for Macintosh side or just for Windows side. Now we've already updated all of you, existing users. You're already updated now. Your bridge will now work on both platforms, okay? And for those of you that have been really enjoying the summit, right, and you now want to get into stuff like this and the KeyShot Bridge with the KeyShot Pro or KeyShot HD made for ZBrush specifically, you're looking at a $550 package. I'm rounding up by like $1. $550 for KeyShot Pro with the bridge, or $350 with KeyShot HD with the bridge, which is a great deal. Because again, you guys just heard KeyShot Pro is normally $2,000 and KeyShot HD is normally $1,000. And again, I'm rounding up just to make it easy to hear the numbers. Okay, I'm not going into that as much, right? This is the segment, Jimmy. We will be presenting the Space Mouse. Yeah. So again, buckle up, buckle up, buckle up. All right. So that's the first thing we just wanted to make sure everyone is aware of. Oh, look at the animation.
I like the rotation. That's
like
the key right there. Yeah, that's. It's like what was the He-Man character that had multiple heads?
Oh yeah, the heads. I don't remember his name. You were the one I would ask for that.
I know. I don't know why I don't remember it right now.
You're the one I would ask. I did get you a Masters of the Universe T-shirt for Christmas one year for pizza.
I have it. I'm wearing it as the third T-shirt I'm wearing right now.
Okay, good. You're wearing three.
Many faces.
You guys are learning a lot about Joseph tonight.
Hey, you get me at the late time. This is what happens.
All right. So again, to reiterate, okay, because this is really important for those of you, right, even that don't own ZBrush yet, take advantage of the Summit Special. Because if you take advantage of the Summit Special right now, that ends tonight, people. Today is the last night. You can get 20% off the perpetual license of ZBrush and or the perpetual license of ZBrush Core. Okay, we do not put ZBrush on sale very often at all. It's usually even maybe when we at the summit, and that's about it. We don't do that because we've given free upgrades for about 21 years. And even right now, if you guys go and purchase ZBrush right now, we are going to give you a free upgrade, right? So you just get it. If you don't have it, I don't know.
There's no need to wait. So basically, yeah, the version we're showing you now, you'll get it if you own the license.
Why you gotta steal all the thunder? Why you gotta steal all the thunder? Okay. All right.
I'm just recapping. Right. Just recap.
I like it. So of course, there's many ways to get into the world of ZBrush. Okay, and one way is through subscriptions. So you guys can also get a show special on your first payment on either a month-to-month subscription or a 6-month subscription to ZBrush. Those are the coupon codes that you will need when you go to our cart, which is just, as you can see, the link, store@pixelogic.com. Again, the sale is ending tonight, Los Angeles time, 11:59 p.m. All right, so you got to do it tonight. Unfortunately, don't come like a week later and say, hey, can I get the deal? Unfortunately, no. It's happening. It's done tonight, right? So subscription for full ZBrush, right? The father, if you will. I am your father, right? Is 1 month. There's your coupon code, ZS2020 monthly, 6 month, every 6 month, ZS2020 6 months, right? And it's going to be 20% off your first payment. And after that, it'll go back to regular payment schedule time. Okay, so there you go. Again, get it. And those people obviously also get the free upgrade. So the next version, you guys get it for free too, because your subscription, you always get the most recent version. That's how it works. You guys know how subscriptions work. You don't need me anymore. I'm just here. I'm just loud and obnoxious. All right. Again,
I got to press the button to change the slide, Paul.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I do nowadays. Right. So again, everybody, get those giveaways. Now's the time where you guys can actually register for giveaways. I know Daisuke is probably going to be on in here in a second because he's like blazing fast with the links. So we still have things to give away from many of our sponsors. So I want to just thank again to our 11 sponsors here that we have: Keyshot, XMD Academy, Gnomon Workshop, Formlab, 3D Connection. Mine's working right now, up and running. Gnomon, the school, Monster City. We got also ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. We got Wacom. We got 3D Concept Artists, and we got 3D Character Workshops, right? So for all of you that are part of our sponsoring group that are in this right now, thank you so much. I can't say that enough. It makes the summit even more fun for everybody. Not only do they get to listen to my amazing hysterical jokes and listen to how me and Joseph survive in the day eating cereal, but they get free stuff too. It wouldn't be the summit without it, right? So thank you so much for being there for us and with us on this adventure. Okay, moving on. So last time we were with you all as a group like this at the last summit, we've done quite a bit since then. I don't know if you guys know, and I want to make sure everyone's aware, since that last summit, we've released ZBrush 2020. We did an update to also ZBrush Core, made that 2020. We also updated our trial to version 2020. We did a bunch of developer streams since then as well, where myself, Joseph, Daisuke are in streams all the time, helping you guys out. Pretty much what we've been doing with that tips and tricks is pretty much what we're doing in the streams a lot of the time. So you guys are watching us right now. Get on this channel, bookmark it. We're always on here. The other thing,
ZBrushLive.com. Yep.
What? Yeah, ZBrushLive.com. Our ZBrush Masters as well is a great location to go and rewatch those. It's a lot like, obviously, those videos we're playing that we're going to be getting into again today. A lot of those are ZBrush Masters sharing some great tips and feedback, and you got to get engaged. So keep an eye on this stuff. We also launched a free version of ZBrush, which is ZBrush Core Mini. So anybody can jump into the world, the atmosphere of ZBrush, the community, the environment of ZBrush. Get in there, right? Get in that free version. And then, of course, we released another update to ZBrush 2021. Guys, we've done 2 updates to just ZBrush alone since the last summit, right? We don't stop. We keep going. We get excited about what we're doing. I don't know what else to say. I'm excited. I know Joseph's excited. I know the rest of the team is very excited to share with you guys. We are going to show you guys now a development update, which is going to be ZBrush 2021.5. Okay? This is going to be an update that's going to get to you guys, right, as soon as we can. But we know we want to show you guys what you're going to start getting to get you excited. And really, I just want to make everyone jealous because I have it. That's really where it's all coming from right
It's
now.
really all that matters.
That's really all that's going to matter here. All right, in a second. So again, we are now going to show you guys where we are with the development, and our goal is to be able to get you guys this as soon as we can. So we're going to come back here and we're going to see Joseph and myself inside ZBrush 2021.5 and showing you guys what we've been up to and what we've been doing since the release of 2021, which was only like 4 months ago. I don't even remember anymore, right? So here we go, people. This is going to be a lot of fun. Ready for it? I can't even tell you. Buckle up.
I think so. Maybe.
Click, click. Oh,
all right.
All right.
So by popular demand, what we've done is we've removed all materials except for red wax. That's it. That's all you have now in ZBrush. Just
what you
red
get.
wax.
That's what you get.
That's it. That's it. I hope you're all happy.
It's the default again.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I know we have a lot of red wax fans out there. We got them out there. I had to show it just for you all. All the ones that really, really embrace the red wax. That's for you. Just remember, don't say I never gave you anything. All right. So as Paul mentioned, it's been a crazy year for us in terms of releases. Also want to hit on with the current version of ZBrush is out there. If you have not upgraded the latest version, which is 2021.1.2, do so. So if you have a registered license of ZBrush, go and get that upgrade. We fixed a lot of stuff. We added some stuff. So go and get that and make sure you have it. We've also, some of the Mac stuff we had with fans, make sure you get that latest version. So just putting that out there because we've seen a few of our, people we had that we were demoing with and showing during the event this year. Some of them weren't fully upgraded. So just remember there is an upgrade and ZBrush will tell you when you launch. There's a big box that comes up and it says, hey, there's a new version. Do you want it? And you just click OK. That's all you need to do. Just click OK. All right. So we just released, 2021, and it had all this dynamic stuff in there. So as we were messing with this, we started thinking about, well, what else can we do to add to these dynamics? And also thinking about just the sculptural part inside of ZBrush and, what can you do with clay that we can do in the real world and how can we get this into ZBrush? And one of the things that I really enjoy with just traditional clay sculpting, like using an oil-based clay, such as Monster Clay, maybe Roma, maybe Chavant, is if you take that clay and you heat it up, you can take a torch to it, you can take one of those little alcohol burners to it. It has this like fun thing that it does that where it will melt just the surface enough, where it heats up just the surface so much into the model. And then you can take your finger, if it's not too hot, or any of your tools, and it creates this sliding effect. So you can actually slide these detail around on your model. So we've created a new feature that is inside of ZBrush now, and we're calling this thick skin. And what thick skin is going to do, it's going to mimic this effect that you can get if you take those oil-based clays and heat them up and slide your stuff around the surface. So as an example of this, here we just have a quick airbender sculpt that I was messing with. So I do a lot of these little sculpts when Paul's talking. It just keeps me entertained.
You ignore it. The way to ignore it. The way to ignore it. I get it.
And so one nice thing that we've done is we can activate this thick skin and it's going to add this layer of this clay on top of our model. So this will work with any brushes. And so as an example here, I'm just going to grab one of the dynamic brushes. So I'm going to grab this cloth hook brush. Now, right now I have this thick skin option disabled. So if I take the cloth hook brush here, I can come across my model, and if I click and drag, I can start using this with that cloth surface. So this was really awesome with the release of 2021. And you come to and you can start pulling this around. You can generate fabric on characters. You can generate all this kind of dynamic effects. And a lot of stuff that I've been doing recently doesn't even relate to characters. It's just getting this nice surface detail using these dynamics. Now, with this, you'll see when I use this, I can start pulling this off the surface, right? So if I come over here and grab it, you can see I can start extending the bounds off the surface of the model. Well, with this thick skin mode, if I come over here to the tool palette, we have this little option here, and I can just enable this. And this is just going to toggle this mode on. Now, when this mode is enabled, now I can come across the model, and if I click and drag, it's going to function and feel like it would if this model was made out of that oil-based clay and you heated it up. So I'm sliding the details on the surface. And you can do this all over the place to get some really cool stuff. So if I undo this and turn on, say, symmetry here, you can start getting like wrinkled effects really easy. And this is just sliding the surface of the model. And it's just sliding it around like it is heated up as that oil-based clay. And we've been having a lot of fun with this, and it works excellent with the dynamics, and it gives this ability to add another level of detail to your sculpt. So it can take something that's, very kind of smooth and shiny, and you can actually start playing with it a little more and get more expression out of it, get more detailing, and have a lot of fun. Now, in addition to just using this with the dynamics, you can go through and use this with any of the sculpting brushes, as I mentioned earlier. So I've been using this a lot with models that are just Dynameshes. So that model was set up to use dynamics, so it was a little bit lower. It had some dynamic subdivision on it, and I could move it around, and it's going to interact like that cloth surface did. But this model here is a Dynamesh model. So if I turn this on, you can see how dense this is. And then if I come down here, you can see I already have.
Hold the density a little bit. Like, you got to remember, you're streaming, kid.
I am streaming here.
Give him
it's
a minute.
Dense. It's dense.
You've been with me for too long.
It's true.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a Dynamesh. It's a dense model. Just remember that. And so with this, you can now take any sort of brush you want. So let's go and grab, say, the clay brush here, and then come across the surface. And as I'm doing this, you can see it's building up this skin on the model. So you can see it's adding the skin, and then if I have RGB off, I can remove the skin, and I can start blending these together to get this different effect on my mesh. Now, I've gone through and kind of taken a bunch of these brushes, ones that have already been inside of ZBrush, and just modified them and played with them. And one brush that I modified was this Groom Turbulence brush right here. And this one's crazy. Like, it's used for fibers. Take fiber mesh and you go through and just go nuts with it. Well, I took this and I just made a thick skin brush out of it. So it's just basically that Groom brush there, and then I've just applied an alpha to it, and I have my model with this thick skin active. Now, when I take this and drag it across the surface, you can now see I'm getting this clay-like effect. And as I brush this, I'm getting this now clay surface appearing on my model. And this is really, really nice. Like, it feels absolutely amazing, and it's so quick. So I can come through and just with a few strokes here, I can start getting this model to feel completely different. And I just trace contours.
Real time, people, real time.
Move it around. And now I just have a totally different look. So I've taken this really quick airbender model here, and now I've added more of this intricate details with it. And the nice thing about this is that it'll work with any alphas. So I just have this mode enabled. I have just a brush, and then I can change how this is going to look and function entirely by just changing the alpha. So as an example, let me say I come through here, and let's get the alpha 27 now. And since this is like a skin, if I wipe it really hard, I can come through and I can actually get back to that original sculpt there. So you can see it's not, expanding off the model. It's keeping it to that skin level. So it's what you would get if you were sliding that stuff around on that oil-based clay. And you can go in and out with this and just start building up forms, and they can actually come across and reapply it to certain areas. And if you go crazy like this, you can see just the difference in the detailing you get out of this. And so I've been having tons and tons of fun. I don't know how many models I think I did in testing on this, but it was just like every day I was like, I can do this.
Yeah,
I can do this. I can do this.
You did a lot.
And so let's get another alpha, because it's really, all I'm doing here is changing the alphas. There's nothing complex about this. This alpha 30 gives some cool stuff too. So you can definitely get more heightened surfaces off of this. So now I can get some of this bumping stuff in through here. So if you need to do a rougher kind of surface on your mesh, I can also go even to say alpha. Let's do another one here. Let's go for like 60 for that rake tool. And you can actually come through and use that. And if you keep doing it, it's going to kind of build up, right? So I can build it up to a certain level, and then I can scrape it back down and build it up again to a certain level and scrape it back down. And it's just really, really nice. And then I come back in with, say, that other alpha, one of my original ones, and kind of bleed stuff out. So maybe I want some rough areas, around the chin, but then maybe on the eyes, I want them to be have more clarity to that. So I can, brush that thick skin around and get that to clear up there. Now I have another example of this, more kind of a finished piece, and this was one that playing a lot of with this thick skin, and this was something that I couldn't do before inside of ZBrush. It would have taken me forever, right? So I started doing these little maquettes, kind of the similar style that James Cain is using, where I'd take like a random mannequin, start posing the arms in different places, cut them all up, and then go in and start sculpting on it. So this is just a quick female model here. And the one part I want to hit on is this kind of dress through here. So this was done with some of the dynamics inside of ZBrush and then some traditional sculpting. And what I've done is you're seeing the finished version of it here. But let's go through and let's take this thick skin brush and let's just scrub this off. So I'm just going to get it a large brush here and just wipe it. So you can see this is what it looked like originally, right? So this is what I had. So if I just scrub across it with a large brush, it's going to take that thick skin, and it's kind of like you're taking your hand and just smearing those details out. Like you just smeared it across. And now if I come back in with this and come in, and all I've done through this was just get a brush size here that was pretty small. And if I sculpt one way, I'm getting this nice effect through here. hit that right click army navigation there for a second. And I can go up and down. You can see this is giving me just more details to the sculpt here. And this was what I found was like, it took it to another level. And so I have like all these prints here. I'm gonna show you guys these two, guys and gals, because I was doing them. After I did this, I was like, yep, this is what I'm looking for here. And it's getting you that fine art kind of level of stuff. And it's not hard, folks. It's not hard. Just moving the brush.
Did you just
so here
yells them? That's great.
Hey, I'd like to say you all a lot. I'm trying to break it.
You should.
All right, so Kyle, can you give me a little full screen here for a second?
Give them full webcam.
So I did a lot of test prints on these too. I was doing it, and so I think eventually I'm probably gonna get these large. But you can see I have a few of these that I've been doing, and this is all that same process. And these models, in my opinion, would have been really boring. I probably wouldn't have done them until we got this feature in. And then once I got this feature in, this is actually also using some of the dynamics through there. Because you can just take an object and use the dynamics and squeeze it with that transpose brush. And you get these nice kind of wrinkles and ripples. And so I've been doing all these little more artistic, gallery style stuff. Yeah, fine art. And they all have that clay look on them. Now, of course, these are in white. That's all the PLA I had currently before I printed these for the show here. So I'll probably shadow them some. But they're processed the same way. So I did just a quick rough sculpt, and then you go in with this thick skin and build up your forms. You can build up your muscle structures. You can get it to where it looks like clay cutting in and out of the surface. And it's been amazing. Really, really amazing. So this is one of my, I told Paul he couldn't have this feature to show. I told him it was mine.
No way, man. No way.
But you're going to recap on it some.
Yeah, 100%. I got other ways to show this too. I see all the questions coming through. People.
Yeah, and it will work with one other thing too, just before we give it to Paul here, is it'll work with any like your drag rectangle strokes too. And so if I take this and say grab, like an alpha like this, I can start dragging this out. Oh, I broke I need to go back to my standard brush. Hold on, wait for it. And it'll do this too. So you can definitely apply it with alphas and different surfaces too. It'll also work with color. And it does this really nice effect. What you see now, it's keeping those alphas in that thick area there. So you can go through and you can detail patterns and designs out like this too. And it's going to constrain just to that thick skin level. And that's another real nice way to get, different kind of topology applied on your mesh. And you can also add color to it and gets all sorts of different things. So it's a really, really nice way to add this surface detail on your models. All right, Paul.
Okay.
You can have it.
It's my turn now. I'm going to show you guys some more about thick skin here. I'm going to show you guys a way that I've been using it. So some of you maybe have seen my stream, my gremlin. This is why I haven't been showing my gremlin, people. I've been using the gremlin as a test bed for this version. So you can see all the scaling I did here, right? It's all I'm not done yet, but this is all by hand. I'm I think more the traditional way. I don't like to use alphas as much. I like to have some control, right? To what I'm sculpting and what I'm working on. So I've gone through here and just started using the brushes, right? So you can see, for an example, in this leg here, right, in the area I got here, I'm just switching to clay buildup. You can see right now in thick skin, it's on, and I got a thickness of 3. This is what I really love about this new feature. I'm sitting here and I'm going, okay, I like this. And let's say, I decide, I want some more scales, but I want those scales, instead of being like that, I want them, start building them up and making them be all one, right? And I can start now just going through that process and making them go like that, right? It's a great way to start working like this, right? It's just a way to go, now I can pull back and I can go, did I like that? Did I like that? And you see, I've set my thick skinning to 3. So this is kind of like plateauing the brush. I cannot sculpt past this plateau now. That's what this is doing. This is making it, we are establishing, that's why we're calling it thick skin. It's got like a skinning there, right? To do that, okay? So it's really nice to be able to do this. What I also like, what my next step's going to be for this, right, is switching to something like the inflate, right? Because I know everyone's asking brushes and brushes. Guys, this is going to work for a lot of brushes. Watch, if I start inflating, you can see the inflate stops at a point, right? You can see I am plateauing right there. I cannot push the surface any further past that, right? And it can smooth things back if I want to. It's my world, man. It's my world. It's my world now. Right? So I'm establishing that area of how high do I want that to go. Okay. And the real cool thing about this, I saw some people talking about it, right? If I decide, I'm going to switch back to my clay buildup because all these little parts of these scales that I'm doing was all done with only the clay buildup in this feature. That's it. That's so far all I've done. I'm going to be going through and doing a lot more with this. It's just we were prepping for this show. So, you know, the time got away from me. So I'm going to drop this all the way down to like nothing, right? And I can start sculpting actually it away. All my hard work.
It's all gone.
It's all gone, right? So instead of even using a morph target, what you could do, I'm using the thick skin as my morph target ability because we're establishing what my thickness is, right? So let's look real quick at like a clean leg here, right? So let's just go through the process really quick so you guys get the idea. I know this is a lot to take in. Press a button. Done. There. Done. Right? We now knowing what I want to do with this. What is the height I want? It's 20. I can say 20 is a little extreme. I'm going to go 3 because that's what I like. And then you can see I am plateauing. I cannot go any higher than that. Right? And don't forget, I can sculpt in, and you can see that also is plateauing inward as well. So I've got both. I got both abilities. And what I really like about this system, I'm sure you've all wanted to do this before as well. I go, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's go 6 now. Right? So now I want to go 6. And you can see I sculpt up, and even the part I already sculpted comes and meets the new depth for me. And guys, this is going to work with any sculpting brush that you want to use. No problem. Right? It's really opened up. So like we were saying, we were hinting things like Anna's video that we were hinting at, right? This is what I'm saying is going to even expand her workflow more than what we've been doing already inside of ZBrush. This to me is such a great way to start working and going through this. Now, let's go back to the one that's a little more finished. I'm sure you guys have all had times, and especially me, I'm working on this guy to not only do like I want to print him just like Joseph. He's printing. I want to get in the game. I want to get in the fun. I want to print a couple of these out and put them in my office and have one fishing in the corner. I'm going to do a CNC machine with my team over there at Monster City Studios. I've already been talking to them, right? So I've already been prepping this guy for print, right? So you can see I'm getting ready to print this guy out. So let's go to the arm, okay? And you know we got a lot of people in here. Here's one other thing that I've always wanted to do. Like, guys, I did this, I don't even know now, a week ago, whatever it is. And now I'm looking at it and I'm going, you know what? It's just, there's not enough there. I want more. Okay. And the thick skin's not going to give it to me. It's not going to give me, I'm not going to go and sit there and redraw. I don't even know how many of these little scale attachments I started putting here. It's thousands now, right? I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go to my deformation and we've got a new little slider here, my friends. We've got a new slider. We got a slider called contrast. Watch what this is going to do. I'm going to reposition this arm a little bit. And because I know we're streaming, I want to make sure people see time. I'm just going to start bumping up this, right? This contrast slider. Look what's happening. Look what's happening in my scales. They're all growing. They're all getting bumped out more. I immediately, guys, for those that have 3D print or anything, are you kidding me right now? Do you know how helpful that is? Where you're printing something like, oh man, it's not deep enough. Do you really want to go sit there and resculpt something like this all over again? Heck, nope. No. So you guys got this slider now, right? And I can repeat the active, and I can just keep. Now it's getting ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? So guess what? We didn't stop there. Oh God, hold on. I need a moment to let you guys catch up on what I just did there. Okay. Thank you. Let's go into the brush palette and let's hit that C key because there's a lot of brushes that like using the C key. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody that's watching, whatever Joseph is calling you guys today, what are you calling them today?
I don't know.
Guys and dolls, whatever you're saying. There are now
guys and gals. Guys and gals.
There are 2 brushes. There's now a contrast target and there's a contrast delta. So guess what? You guys can do this by your hand. You don't have to use that slider. So you can say, hey, I just want a certain area on this, and I want a certain area to start bumping up, right? I'm just going to go slow so you guys can kind of see it in the stream. I am choosing now where I want that bumping of my details to happen. Like, are you kidding me right now? Look, and then I can smooth it back even if I want to, and then maybe I'll start contrasting that a little bit, right? So there's two. So I can switch to either the target, or I can go to the delta, and this is the one that's going to be like just insane, where it's got a little bit of a difference to it, and you can see it's just really pushing on the details. I'm really, oh yeah, hammering those out, right? You can see the difference now that I smooth back. The difference in that height I made, that's it. That's all I'm doing, is I'm having now the ability to just brush across and sculpt the details where I need it to pop out more, or I go and use that slider and say, just do the whole thing, go nuts, right? So guys, this is enhancing so many workflows, not just for 3D printing, but I'm sure all of you have done scales like this, or done so many things where you've done maybe a scar or wrinkles, and you just want to bump it out just a little bit more. Now you can, and you don't have to sit there and re-sculpt. I don't know how many times I've messed up a sculpt trying to make it kind of push out a little bit more. I've messed out more than I want to say, right? So my goal for you all is I'm going to finish this gremlin guy, and I'm going to show the finished 3D print of him too, and using these features. That's my goal. My goal will be, hopefully I can have all that done for you guys to see it, so you get a really idea. Again, everything you're seeing here in these scaling I've done, it's all with this. Dude, it's changed my life. These two features are no joke for me, okay? Right? I love what Hawaii said. Just shut up and take my money. All right, I'm not done. I'm still going. All right. So all of you guys here, I'm just going to do a reset of all my brushes. Just let's regroup. Let's regroup, people. Let's regroup here. Okay, I'm going to grab just something that you guys all have, and you guys all have in your ZBrush. You guys can do this yourselves, okay? So many times, and I've said this in many of my streams, Joseph is a different guy. We all work different artistically. When I'm smoothing out a surface, right, and I'm sitting here and I'm smoothing, right? We're smoothing. Great, I'm smoothing, right? Which is great. The problem is when I start to smooth, I like to explain it as like being Superman. When you're smoothing, right, you're pushing on the surface as well. Right, so it's like if I was really Superman, I get to smooth, but I get to push the wall at the same time. By the way, I am Superman. I wish. Right, so you can see the brush. You see it's making that circular ring right now, right? And you guys, this is also when you start. You guys have probably had like Dynameshes or use unified mesh where there's kind of triangulated 5 stars. When you're using the normal smooth brush, that starts to peak. I know you all know what I'm talking about, right? So
and points,
right? My favorite smoothing brush is this one. Look, hand off the keyboard, hand off the keyboard, hand off the keyboard. Look at me. Right? Guys, get used to it. I'm going to do it all day to keep you awake. I got to keep Just awake. It's late. So you see I'm in the same area. I've been going longer now than I was previously. And see there's none of that circle. None of that circle going outside, right? This is a brush that's called the alternate smooth brush, smart brush. This is my go-to smooth brush, okay? To access this, I'm holding the shift key, I'm clicking on the surface, and then I'm letting go of the shift key. That's why I'm doing this crazy, stupid look up here at me. All right, so by popular demand, we have ripped that out and added another smoothing brush. So now you guys can select that brush on its own. This has been a request. Here you go that are using it. You now can say smooth alt, and now this is when I hold the shift key, I'm now doing the other smooth.
No, you can hold that shift key to your heart's content now.
And Russ, let's not forget, if I let go of the shift key now, it switches back to the original smooth. So on a user like me, my default smooth brush now is going to be this brush now. It's going to be the smooth alt. And now I'm going to use the alt key to do the harder smooth. See that? Now I'm letting go, but I'm on the smooth alt. So we ripped that feature out for you and made it its own brush. It's been a request. And let's not forget in the brush palette, people, in the smooth brush modifiers, there's a slider right here that actually controls how that is the strength of that polishing and how that's going to look. Okay? So there you go. You requested it. You're getting it. Right? I want to throw it back to Druss now. He's got more things. We're not done, people. There's still more stuff.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're not done.
All right. So as Paul was saying, those new features have been like amazing, especially the contrast and things like that. And when we're messing with these, we started looking at our models and we were, trying to figure out ways to, view them inside of ZBrush. And so we take something like this and sculpt it out. We can then go and add the, the thick skin clay on top of it. And then we will start doing some BPR renders with this. And one of the things we did with the BPR renders is we added a new BPR filter. So if you've been using the BPR filters, we ended up sculpting, some things that would look like they'd be in an art gallery, right? And when you're in art galleries, what do you have? You have usually a light that shines down on top of that model. So we've added a filter that mimics this, and it is the BPR filter here. So I'm just going to click BPR and render this really quick. And you can see this is the result now we can get using this filter. Now this filter is just accessed normally like you'd find the other filters inside of ZBrush. So if we go to the render palette here and just dock this to the side, if we go to render filters, you can see we now have a radial overlay filter. So if I turn this off, so this is what I have with just the normal BPR render. And if I enable it, this is with that radial overlay filter applied. Now, if you haven't used filters at all, the one thing that's really, really nice about them is that they're instantaneous because they're post-process effects. So you render with BPR, it gets your model, and then you can apply all these filters on top of it, and you're going to see the changes in real time. So if I don't like the radial filter, you can see I can just turn it off. If I want to go and modify this, there's a bunch of modifiers in here. I can change the radius of that. I can also change the fall off. I can change the positions of where this light goes to, and I can start getting these effects with this filter now inside of BPR. Now this will also stack with all the other filters that are in here. So if I say I want to add the sharpen filter here, I can add that. You can see we get a lot more details applied to that. And these all have their own modifiers as well as the radial overlay there. And then we go down and even do things like add some hue to this, and then change these things around and start getting that BPR render. So this is one of those things, if you watched any of the sculpt off, a lot of these effects with these filters can be applied to those models inside of ZBrush to get that final image, and you don't have to go anywhere else. You just do it right here. And the one thing nice about this is after you render with BPR once and then activate any of the filters over here, they'll do it automatically. And this is the big thing because you can make a really drastic changes on your model, and all you're doing is changing the modifiers here in the filter menu. So new filter there for you all, the radial overlay. Now, in addition to this, we found that, hey, that's really awesome when rendering, right? It looks great when rendering, but there's times when I'm just sculpting. And when I'm sculpting a model, I want, a little more enhancement. I want to be able to see where those cavities are I just created, where those details are on my model. So in addition to this, we've added a new option just for the preview inside of ZBrush here, and it is we now have a preview AO. So if we come over here and activate this, you're going to be able to start seeing that AO being applied to your model. Now this will work with any material inside of ZBrush. You can load it, activate that preview AO, and now you're going to have an AO pass overlaid on top of your material. So we can increase the radius here. We can also increase the intensity and even the amount of the quality here. And this is now going to give us that AO now on our mesh. So you can see now here, I have, those details are popping a little bit more in that preview render. Now, once again, this works with any of the materials. If I come over and switch to any of these, you're going to see that that AO is still going to come through on that model. So we found this was really cool when playing with these new features such as the thick skin and also that contrast that Paul was showing earlier. So as a quick example of this, I'm just going to isolate the Greyhound here. Just pull him out, and then I'm just going to split him off as its own subtool here and hide the rest. Now, one thing that's awesome with the contrast as well is you can take, as Paul was showing it, and enhancing, his details for his gremlin there for 3D printing, but you can also do it to enhance sculptural stuff too. So with this Greyhound here, if I simply just come down here to that deformation area, and then I go to this contrast slider and just increase this, you're going to see my Greyhound has now totally changed the appearance, right? So this is what I had before. And now with this contrast, I'm going through and I'm spiking that model geometry. And now I have a totally new sculptural look to this mesh. And it took, 2 seconds to get that done. So now my Greyhound just got all this extra detail. That AO is coming in and showing off all those details on the model. And now I'm getting this really, really awesome effect on the mesh. Now with the contrast brushes too, they work really differently if you have a model that's tessellated evenly across the surface, or if you have one that, say, has been decimated. So if you take a decimated model, that contrast is going to find those surfaces, and since you have those limited points, it's going to spike areas, and this gives another really cool effect. So you can use, if you're using the contrast, when you guys get this version, guys and gals get this version, go through and just try it on different types of geometry. So try it on Dynamesh models, try it on decimated models, try it on Sculptris Pro models, try it on ZBrush models, and you're gonna get different results. And a lot of the sculptures I've been doing just to enhance their initial shapes and stuff has all just been using this contrast and then that thick skin. So you can sculpt stuff really rough and then use those and then go back in and start seeing those forms and shapes and building them up. Now, in addition to this, not only have we done this with the contrast and those other options, but one thing I love about ZBrush is Sculptris Pro. And I pretty much, if I'm inside sculpting, I pretty much have Sculptris Pro active for the entire time. Now, if you've been using Sculptris Pro, as I usually do, you just activate it, and then I come across the model, and Sculptris Pro is going to allow you to apply model details, and it's going to tessellate it at the same time. So as I am sculpting, depending on the size of my draw size, it's going to add geometry to support that stroke. Now, if you've used Sculptris Pro in the past, you'll notice that if you're going to do it across your entire model, it may end up getting pretty dense. And so you may only be able to, take Sculptris Pro so far if you're doing an entire character. However, we have now added the ability to use Sculptris Pro with hidden geometry.
What?
So what this means is that I can now isolate part of a model, go in and start using Sculptris Pro on that part of the model. I don't have to have the entire model visible anymore. I can isolate a part, just go in and apply the details to that area. And then after I'm happy with those details in those certain areas, I can return entirely back to my model. I can then go in and isolate, say, another part and go in and use Sculptris Pro in this fashion. And this is huge. This is another one of those additions that we've added where I can't go back anymore. I'm done. We've been doing these tips and tricks in the latest version that you all have, and every time I go to use Sculptris Pro, it's just like, I just want to hide a part and just use Sculptris Pro.
Yeah, you're probably going to be more of this now than even using something like Dynamesh.
Yeah, and this is entirely what it is. And definitely just for adding details and different things, it's, for me, when you activate that Sculptris Pro, you're working with real clay almost at that point, because you're not restricted by the topology. As Paul said, with those smooth brushes that has now been added, you definitely can smooth that surface down and get rid of those little points. But if you're using Sculptris Pro, it's going to tessellate that model as you do it, and that stroke's going to remain constant all the way through. And you can also use, all the new things we had with that thick skin and everything else, and just start building up those shapes, return back to your model, find another area you want to modify. You can go like detail, detail, detail. So definitely, it's kind of like this mini, I don't know, it's almost like a mini HD when you say, Paul, where you can go in and just add the details where you need it, and now you're not going to have that whole model there visible, and you can come in and use that.
I think that's a good way to think about too, like how many times people, again, 3D printing, they need to add some detail, and now they want to pump even more detail. Bam, there you go. Show that section, go.
Yeah, so really, really amazing stuff. And then now with the ambient occlusion, you can see the difference too. Like, look at this in terms of what it was doing for the dog. And this is all, in that preview. So as I go through and sculpt on the dog here, you can see that AO is updating too. So I'm able to see, those details from that ambient occlusion for the sculpt as I'm making it. And this is another thing that's been a lot of fun to play with, because it just gives you a different effect when you're working on your model. So before, it would look, a little flat through there, right? So as you're sculpting this, you're not really seeing, all that stuff in there. And then you just throw that AO on top of it, and now it's going to find all those little crevices, all those little details that the brushes are generating, and just gives it more of this artistic and traditional look to it. So a lot of fun, a lot of fun, a lot of fun. All right, Paul, you got more, right?
Right. Yep. Guys, we're not done. We've got some more stuff to show you. Okay, I know my main man Shane Olson said it. You're right, Shane. All right, so I'm going to show you guys some other items, okay, that we have. So you were right, my Gremlin had that AO screen space, right? So you can see it off, what it's looking like off, and what it's looking like on, right? That's a big difference for sure when you're going to sculpt that way, right? So let's keep going. Let's keep working here, all right? So obviously, we've been having a navigation battle, right-click navigation, right, and all that. So, of course, now we've got our 3D mouse, right? 3D connection. So now as a user, I can start using this as a way to start navigating my model. So instead of using my pen like this, I can just start using my navigation here to start pulling on this. I can tilt. You guys are gonna be able to navigate and, in the sense, zoom and rotate at the same time. I can zoom in, zoom out. I can move it up and down. And right now, I'm barely touching this thing. So this is, I know there's a lot of people that have been using this mouse. So there you go. We are officially now supporting this mouse. There, happy little trees.
Yeah, the cool thing about this is you can zoom and rotate at the same time, which is a big thing you couldn't do in ZBrush without this device.
Yeah, look at that.
And then it's kind of like you're flying. You're in like Flight of the Navigator is what I feel like. You're in there and you're flying that ship right now.
That's so true. I get where you're going with that. I like it, right? So this is really nice. One other thing I like about this, right? Going back to my gremlin, right? For this, just to give you an idea, is like you guys are used to doing stuff like this. You guys are also going to be able to tell it to go to the bottom. Then I can tell it switch to the top, right? Then I can tell it, let me look at the right side. Let me look at, so I'm using now the buttons on this system, right? So instead of me even having to snapping, I can have a button that does all the turning for me, right? So there's another way for you guys to use this. So instead of just using the keyboard now and this, I have the ability to start using whatever I want here. Zoom in, zoom out, rotate around, start looking at my model, right? And then start going here and start adding some contrast and start rotating and looking at what I'm working on, right? Very cool. Very cool. Now, not everyone's going to have this mouse, okay, right out the gate. Some of you already have it, and some of you are winning it. We're giving away more today, okay? We've got more to give away. So there's other things that we've done here. So there's something that's, I think, really valuable and important for you all is when you're navigating, especially certain artists want to look at like a certain way when they're looking at something. Like I want that feeling like I'm holding it also in my hand and doing this kind of a thing or doing this kind of a thing maybe, right? So what we've done here, besides that, I'm going to close this up. Besides adding that 3D mouse to the way you guys can navigate now, we've added another menu here in our transform. We got now axis rotation. Okay, you guys are going to be able now to rotate by certain degrees and in only one axis. You're going to be able to lock that axis down in essence and rotate it. So right now you can see I've got 15 in there. So it's a 15-degree rotation. So I'm going back to this and you can see I hit a key on my keyboard that I've set, right? And now I'm going in 15 degrees rotation. And this is dependent upon how my model is looking at the screen right now. Right now I'm looking straight at him, right? So if I did something like this, right, and I just put them on an angle, then if I start now using these, you can see it's rotating around that. Now, here's the nice thing. Here we go, people. You can come over here, right? And you see these little buttons right here? I can restrict and say the Y, right? And then now it's only the Y. I'm only moving around the Y. So I don't know if any of those have maybe done toys or collectibles. This is sometimes how I want to look at my toys when I'm modeling them. I just want to quickly, I kind of want that old, listen, I think this version's really going back to the roots of just sculpting, period.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Like, I think you're right.
Like that's what you do. You're on a turntable, you're turning. We wanted to give you guys that same thing. Same thing with this 3D connection mouse, right? I can just rotate around one axis by just turning on my hand, right? I can just grab this and I just turn my hand. Boom. Boom. You're getting them tonight, people. You're getting lots of booms tonight. Okay, now, I want to be a little quicker than that personally, okay? So you can dial up whatever you want, right? I can say every 30 degrees if I want to, right? So now it's going to bounce. Now, here's the cool thing, okay? I'm going to come here and I'm going to add use pen. What? What's that? Here you go, people. I'm going to hold a shortcut, and I'm just moving my hand. I don't know why I laugh so much about new features. I just love it. I am restricting this by, even though, look at my cursor. Look, it's just flying all over the place. It's like my life. I'm everywhere. I can't stay in a straight line. But you see, I'm only rotating along that Y-axis. And of course, if I want to go along the Z, now it's only the Z-axis. And again, this is a navigational thing. How many times you guys wanted to do something where you wanted to get navigation, something snapping to exact point navigation and drawing it out, making a thing, boom, right? So there you go, right? There is that way to navigate as well. And let's not forget, there's also the use local what that's going to do is wherever I've sculpted last, so if I'm sculpting here, right? I'm sculpting right in here. When I now go to use this, see it's going around that arm, right? So here, I'm going to load something else real quick. I know we're getting there. So if I sculpt right here on the nose, well, it might help if I.
That was not a sculpt.
That was not a sculpt. You can see Rudolph going around the nose, right? It's using the nose now as its point. So that's what that local is going to be, okay? So again, more navigation things shown at you to get that feeling of sculpting. Like, again, I think this version is like going back to some major sculpting roots for sure. I really love it. Okay, guys, people, all right, everybody. You know what? We made some big changes to ZModeler. Look at this. Look at this. This reminds me, for those that have Gundam models, look what the AO's doing to my model right now. It's giving me those fill-in.
Yeah, you crank that AO up a little. Make it a little bit.
Crank it up. He wants me to get a little more. Look at that. Right? Quick, instantaneous, right? With it off here, I'll have to dock this here. I got it docked over here again, right? Off, on. Off, on. I know this is the exciting part, right? But you can see those that do Gundams, you know what I mean, right? You're painting in that dark part. Now, so for me, that edge extruding that we added was huge, right? We're not done, people. Let's go down a little bit of the ZModeler updating. That's right. We've added some more to ZModeler. So what I'm about to do, guys, this is another, okay, everyone get ready. Buckle up. Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs braces. Look up here, okay? Feature request, faces, slice, edges, slice, vertex point, slice. That's right, people. You can now slice across. So I can say, let me slice from there to there. Bam! Sliced. How do you like them apples? Right? Perfect. Bring in some of my more movie. Bam to bam. What? And notice what else is happening to the slice. It's immediately being creased. Right now, right? So you can see low polygon modeling now. We're going to be expanding this even more. Okay, let's go and take a look at something that we've been talking about. Let's do it on a model like this, right? So right now I have all three modes set up for slicing. What is going to be great about this is going, okay, I want to go from that point to that point, okay, and then I want to come up here. Then I'm going to come down here. Then I'm going to go up here. Then I go. You guys see what I'm doing here? I'm just going beep, 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 along the ways, right? And you can see, okay, now I want to come back over here, click here, and then go to there, right? So I'm getting a new surface, right, with a creased edge, right across this. So you notice that this is increased now, right? All of us would probably go down here and say, crease it, right? And then you're sitting here, bam, 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 clicking. Not anymore, Joseph Drutz. Not anymore. Hold the space bar, crease shortest path. Now I just click on a point. I click on the other point, right? Oh, I'm using my thing that I don't want to right now. Click on a point, bam, crease. So all you guys got to do now is just say, okay, I want to go from that point to that point. It's creased, right? And then you can say, oh, now I want to go that point to say that point. It's creased, right? So we're just creasing. Now, the other thing that's nice that we've also added, and Joseph's going to go into this more, so don't worry. If you guys didn't catch this, don't worry. He's going to be showing some more after this as well. Oh, this one's near and dear to my heart. This feature, we all know. We all know about it. We all understand the crease PG. Let's say it together. What is really crease PG, everyone? Crease what? Crease Paul Gabriel.
Paul Gabriel.
Thanks, Truss. Thank you for that one button. I can have it now. Right?
It's always been yours. It's always been yours.
Thanks. It's really crease polygroups. I just like to make jokes that are really bad. Okay, ready? Watch this. Everybody watch this. I already see the question coming through. Spacebar. Polygroups. Fill. Right? Stop at the creasing edges. Stop at even polygroups. Watch this. One click. Boom. Filled. Polygrouped it. Done. Done. I don't know what more guys, what more do we need to do? Here we go. Q-mesh it. Polygroup all. You guys asked? Done. Problem. Oh my God. What did we do to ZModeler? I tell you what we did. We expanded. I love ZModeler. It's something I use all the time in my hard surface. I want to now send it to Joseph Drutz because he's going to show you more about these features and some more stuff. We're not done, people. We're not done. All right, so we're going to throw it to Drutz now. Ready? And break. Go.
There we go. All right, so I'm bringing back the drone. It took a lot of time to make this drone. It was seen in a webinar a long time ago, and now finally it's back. You got to fly with the Space Mouse, and so the slice is so just amazing for this stuff. Amazing. Like, this is one of the things that we've gotten a lot of requests on, and I just want to just cover it one more time, just for everybody at home. Just say, like, hey, make sure you all understand what this is doing. So here's a little panel part here. And before, let's say I came through and turn off my dynamic there. Let's turn down that AO a little bit quickly. And AO will work on anything. So you just turn it on and it's going to go across every single thing you have in your scene, and it's all in that preview mode. You can also change the quality of it. So if you have a really high model and you want to spin around really fast with that preview AO, you can come through and you can dial that back a little bit, or you can crank it up to get that most accurate AO as possible. So as Paul he set up that brush really quick. Now, once again, if you are a ZModeler user, remember, you can store the brush, right? So you can save your own little slice brush here. So I have my own little ZModeler slice brush that I've created, and this one's already set up with those different options. So I got that slice for a point, slice for an edge, and slice for a face. Now, when you're doing this, you can start from any of those locations. So I can start from this edge, and I can come all the way down to here. Oh, my mouse is going crazy. Mouse is going crazy.
I had the same problem.
And so I can add that edge there. Let me get out of my polyframes there. And so you can see, and as it's created, you can start getting that crease. Now, if you don't want that crease, what you can do is, if you go back into the option here, you have the option to don't crease too. So if you don't want to add those creases and then do that really cool fill thing that Paul was doing, you're not required to do it if you don't want to. And this will also save with that brush. You could set up a slice brush with the ZModeler brush that will be creases, and then you have one that without, and then you go through and quickly switch through them. But this has been pretty amazing in terms of just getting different effects on your model. So now I've just come through and I've just made a quick little design. And then you can also just come through, if you want to do another quick way to do creases, you can just come across an edge that already exists and it'll apply that crease there as well. And now I have this little shape, and then I come through, I can hold down Alt and quickly grab that. And then just using the same brush, I can switch back to that Q mesh and do that polygroup all, and just come through and just expand it in and out. And so this has been amazing for adding little details to stuff, especially if you're doing any hard surface stuff with ZModeler. It's going to come out already creased. So if you apply that dynamic subdivision, you can add that creasing that's already going to be there. It's going to work perfectly. And just getting things like this, which you could have done with the Boolean, but you would have to generate the shape, move in position and place where you want it. Now you can just come through and just quickly cut through those different surfaces and get it exactly where you want it. So this has been awesome, awesome, awesome for many different parts. And it's one of those things that once you add it along with that edge extrude that's in the ZModeler, it just makes the ZModeler even more powerful than it already was. And so just been having a blast playing with this, doing retopology, adding these little insets, just slicing it up. Fun times. All right, so another thing that we added, or built in now rather, into ZBrush is, let me get out of solo here. Here I have a little ZModeler car here. So this is that same kind of principles. I did this one a little while ago too, and then if I would have had the option to do that slice back then, it would have made stuff a lot easier. Yeah. But this car, you can see here, I have this kind of toy car here, and then on top of it, I have this Christmas tree. Let me get out of this brush here. What's going on here?
Oh, Christmas tree. Oh,
I got the bold. I'm stuck in bold brush for some reason. Let's go ahead and reset my brush.
You got Z-Sketch.
Oh, very true. Thank you, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And so with this car here, and it has this tree on back of it, I wanted to add a rope effect, right? So we talked earlier in some of the tips and tricks how you could take a part and then apply it across a curve. You can drag that curve around, get it where you want to go. But sometimes it's a little bit tricky to get certain things out of that curve, because when you manipulate the curve, you can adjust your size of it and rotate around. You can turn on that elastic mode, which helps a lot. And then that'll allow you to kind of tailor it. But for getting knots and complex shapes, it's often kind of difficult to do it with just a curve. So we have this little plugin that Marcus created here at Pixelogic, and it was called the Curve Helper. And so what this would do is we could use Z-spheres to base where our curve is going to go, and then we can apply a curve from that Z-sphere location. So here I just have a set of Z-spheres here. And I've just manipulated these around using, move, scale, and rotate, just added different things, moved them around. You can see I can come through and adjust these really easy. So it's just basically doing that same thing we saw with some like Steve Lord with those quick shapes using Z-spheres and, people using mannequins and everything else. These are all these hierarchically linked little objects, and you can move them around. And this is very controllable. So I can get these down to exactly where I want them to be. I can fit them into areas. I can add loops around stuff. I can create knots out of these, and it's going to stay that way. And so if I want to add more, areas of knotting or something like that, I just add more Z-spheres, move them around, and get that result. So now we've added in the stroke palette here, the curves helper is now going to be built in to this menu here. And so in here, I can copy this chain. So if I come in here and copy Z-sphere chain, it's going to look at that Z-sphere chain that's there. And once again, this doesn't have to be just a single section of Z-spheres. If you have Z-spheres going off all over the place, that chain is going to follow wherever those Z-spheres are. So it's going to place a Z-sphere or a chain everywhere you have Z-spheres. So if you have like a dragon with wings and he's got the wing out and he's got a bunch of these dangling things, it's going to go all the way down.
Oh yeah, that's official. Dangly things. That's official.
Dangly things.
That's an official word.
So I'm going to kick the copy chain there, and then you can now come back up here, and there's an option where you can just append a new, and it'll just append a new Polymesh 3D star and apply that curve right to that scene. Or we can just select another tool that already has a piece of geometry in it. So I just have a cube that I just floated in the middle of the car here. And now if I go back to stroke and I do create curve, it's now going to create a curve exactly where that Z-sphere rope was. So if I turn on solo here, and let me get out of move there, you can see this is, let's get out of my solo here quick.
I can see it. I can see it.
My Z-sphere curve, right? So it just took the Z-spheres that I manipulated, made in those little knots and everything else, and now it's added a curve exactly where that Z-sphere was. Now I go over here and grab any IMF curve brush I want. So the one I usually use is that IMF curve strap. I can come over here and click this, and depending on what my draw size here is, oh, that was too much.
That's a little aggressive, Dress. That's a little
aggressive. It's going to populate along that curve. Now I actually have a better brush too. It's I have a rope. More appropriate if you're going to put a Christmas tree on your car, am I right? You're probably not going to do straps on straps on straps. You may have a whole bucket full of belts. That's where we're going with that one too, Paul. A bucket.
A bucket of belts.
A bucket of belts.
I like it.
And now you can see I have that rope going all the way there. And now if I turn back on my different parts here, come back through here and turn on my car.
Turn off.
And then we'll turn off the initial Z-sphere chain there. You can see now I've got my rope around the car. Now, once again, this is still an active curve. So if I want to come and manipulate this now, I can come through now and click and drag and manipulate this by the curve, right? So I can move this curve's still there, so I can even modify the rope there. So you can modify it at the Z-sphere stage, and then after you convert those Z-spheres to that curve and apply the IMM brush, you can then go in and manipulate it there as well. So a lot of flexibility, and this is one of the things, like if you've ever seen anything that I've done that has a lot of complex curves, I've probably used that plugin that was the Curve Helper. And this has been around for a little while, but just was never fully inside of ZBrush.
Yeah, you can get it now.
Yeah, but it's a good one. It's one of my favorites for doing.
We just wanted to make this a part of the ZBrush. It makes like perfect sense, man. Z-spheres are so easy to manipulate. So, yeah.
Well, there you go, Paul. That's all I got.
Well, that's all I got too. That, my friends, was the development update for you for 2021.5. Now, our goal is to get this out in 5 years, okay? So when I mean that, I'm just kidding, people. Just kidding. We're trying to get this out to you guys. The reason why we're showing to you guys tonight is we're trying to get this out to you as soon as we possibly can. So also, for those of those that do not already own ZBrush, you are also going to get this version as a free upgrade. So take advantage again of our show special that is going on. I know
we don't do these specials all the time, and it's over tonight.
Yeah,
just remember that.
Right. So, guys, I keep saying, I think this version, this update is coming, is totally going back to like a clay sculpting world feeling for sure. Right. And I'm excited to see what you all are going to do with this version. I know all the people at Pixelogic are very excited as well. But we got to move on to other segments and move on to another segment that you guys all love, which is free product and free prize. I know we're all fans of that, right? And especially now you guys see me using the actual 3D mouse, right?
you guys want to get one, so I need to give some of these away. Like, why don't we just start with one of those? Hold on.
Well, so I mean, they're asking when it's going to be released, and so we're going to release it for you for the holidays.
Merry Christmas. You'll be getting it soon. Okay, you'll be getting it soon. We like, guys, if you haven't noticed from our streams, we like to keep it mysterious. Mysterious. All right. So
Paul does. You do have that radon helmet, the metal bowl over there. Mysterious.
Mm-hmm. Where did it go? It's
I don't know. You lost your lightning power?
I don't know where it went.
You're not Paul, God of bowls.
Right?
Remember that.
So it'll be there for the holidays, wrapped in a bow under wherever you want to put it. Okay, so let's do some giveaways real quick. We're gonna take a little bit of break, and we're gonna get back to one of your guys' most favorite segments, which is the ZBrush top tips. Where we got more videos to show today, more stuff from inside of ZBrush. You never know, I might even jump into the beta a little bit more for you guys. Okay, I'm just saying right now, just throwing that out there. Throwing it out there. Just because this time's up doesn't mean now I can't show you more. Okay.
No, because we've shown the beta version we have now. We can use it for the top tips.
Yeah. We're just throwing it out there. All right, so let's do this. Let's do a giveaway. All right, we've got ourselves a space mouse, right? That I was just using. Let's draw our winner. And again, you got to update every day.
Well, today's the last day, Paul.
Today's the last day. Thanks, Joseph. I don't know what day it is anymore. Okay, Steve Sue. Steve was who we're looking for. Now you're awake, Steve. Now you are awake, Steve. We're looking for you, Steve Sue. Hopefully I am pronouncing that correct. I do apologize if I am not getting that correctly. You are now the winner of the Space Mouse. Congratulations. There you go. Let's do this. Let's do some more, right? Let's do some more. Let's keep going on this. Let's keep going.
Keep it going.
Let's see. Let's do one of these. Let's do one of these. Let's get big. Let's do this too. Let's do one of these. All right. How about a KeyShot Pro, people? How about you guys can get one too? Why not? Right? Let's draw our winner here. Draw our winner, picking it, and it's drawing. Let me scroll up. Hold on.
If you didn't register, go register now. We're doing giveaways tonight.
Do it right now.
We'll be going for a little while. You've seen the clock above Paul's head. We got time. Go sign up.
Right? Get up there. Get up there. Right? Draw winner. Drawing the winner. And here we go. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm clicking the right thing here, people. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm kicking the right. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
No, we don't want any misclicks.
Yeah, I don't want any misclicks. I'm trying to make sure I'm in the right part of my system. All right, we are looking for Dr. Jewelry Design. Dr. Jewelry Design. You are now the lucky winner of a KeyShot Pro with the bridge. There you look at it. Not only do you guys get an early ZBrush Christmas present, we're just throwing things. I feel like I'm Santa Claus right now. Feel like it. I feel like I am. All right, let's do another one. Right, Dress? How do you feel? Do another one.
Do another one.
All right, let's do.
Look at that little creature there. Look at that. That has some of that bare tooth quality to it. Look at that.
All right.
Look at that, Pablo.
Here we go. Here is our winner.
Look at that. True to life there, Pablo. Excellent work.
Here is our winner. I'm putting it in the chat right now. There's our winner, Rishab Harchi. Rishab, right? Again, I apologize. I am not the person that should be doing this. Definitely not. All right, there you go. There you go. Congratulations. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? I don't know how you're not here. You guys have probably been just itching at the bone for what we just showed you, right? All right. What do you think? Do another one? One more?
Let's do one more.
One more? Okay, let's do one more. One more. Let's see. Let's do one of these. Okay. Let's do an XMD. Let's do on-demand mega bundle. Mega. Guys, we still got more prizes. Don't worry. I got more prizes today than I did the other days, in all honesty. I'm just throwing that out there. Just giving it to you right now. Okay? So get in there. Make sure you are getting that sign up going. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, there it is.
I can't help you.
I'm grabbing the images. I'm losing my spot now. All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, gosh. This is great. This is great. This is a good one. The Home Brew Network. The Home Brew Network. The Home Brew Network. You've just won an XMD Academy. Congratulations. Are you here? Hopefully you were here to see this. I don't know why you wouldn't be again. So don't forget, people, we're not done. We're just getting warmed up right now. We're just getting warmed up. We've got the feature you guys have been waiting for, right? We've been going to come back to our ZBrush top tips next. Don't go anywhere. We're coming up, and now that we've shown the beta, you never know what Joseph and I will keep showing. You never know. Now that we can keep showing stuff. All right, we'll see you guys in a minute or two here. All right, let's take a quick minute break here for some restroom break. Restroom break, boss. Restroom break, boss.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artists behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit! Michael here again with more 2020 ZBrush highlights for you. This piece comes to us from ZBrush Central member Sudi39. It features Sagat, the memorable character from the Street Fighter series, in a realistic render which maintains the look and feel of the original 2D character sprite. This one was very popular this year.
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Right? We're starting to fall a little bit behind schedule. So I want to go right to a video, right? We're going to start off. We got more videos to show you guys. First video today. Let's do it. Let's get to that video. Let's get going on these tips, right? Play the video, sir. Let's go. Maybe not. I'll just stay. And that was just a joke. Okay.
Hello there, how's it going? Shane Olson here. Welcome, welcome. I'm so happy that we're able to do the ZBrush Summit again. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I wanted to show you this really cool tip that I figured out about how to make eyeballs using live Boolean. It's really cool because it makes it so your eyes can be editable. So it's non-destructive. It's a non-destructive workflow. It's really cool. I'm excited to show you. So let's get to it. I wanted to start out with the base anime head that ships with ZBrush. You can find it by pushing comma and going into Lightbox and just going to your projects, and it's this head right here. Okay, I just loaded that head up, and when you first load it, it's going to look something like this. Okay, and basically I just took a little bit of time and sculpted in some eyes like this, and I added some eyelashes and eyeballs. So it looks like this, so we have a place to start. Okay, now the next thing we do is we want to turn on live Boolean, and we're going to be using spheres to cut the iris, and a cylinder to cut out the pupil, and a disc to cut out another little ring around the iris. Really cool technique, and let's get to it. So basically what I've done is I filled this sphere with white, and we're using the skin shade material. And then I just made these eyelashes. What I want to do now is I want to cut some spheres out of these eyeballs. And how I do that is I'm going to select these eyeballs, and then I'm going to go to this Insert Multi-Mesh brush. Now this is my Insert Multi-Mesh brush, but you can use the one that comes with ZBrush, which is right here. You can use any of these spheres. It doesn't matter. The object doesn't matter what you're cutting out of what. That really doesn't matter. It just needs to be a sphere of some sort with the iris. So you can build it so it's kind of like a realistic eye, even though this is stylized. Okay, so we're going to come from the front here and click and drag and hold down Shift. Now you'll notice that when you insert a sphere, it's going to be whatever color that you insert. Okay, so since I was using the skin color to fill this head with, it's going to color this skin shaded. And we don't want our irises skin shaded. That'd be weird, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to color this any color that we want to have our eye, which is really cool. You can click on the skin shade and change it to, like, say a bright blue, maybe even brighter than that. Let's be obnoxious here. And we'll fill it with this blue color. And I want to go down to paintbrush, any kind of paintbrush. We just want to fill it with RGB color. And we'll hit fill object, and that will fill our spheres with this blue. Now nothing's going to happen yet until we make these spheres a separate subtool, because we're going to cut a subtool out of a subtool. Okay. Right now these are both part of the same subtool, but whenever you draw and insert multi-mesh, it will automatically mask out the object that you drew it on. So that's great because it allows us to split those two pieces into two separate subtools. And how you do that, so it's under subtool and then under split, and you can click on this split unmask points. If you click on that, now each of these objects are in different subtools, as you can see here. Now we have our eyeballs and we have our what's going to be our irises. Okay, now I'm going to click on the irises, and we're going to grab this gizmo. And another thing that's nice is when you insert a mesh, it will automatically put that gizmo at the point that you clicked on the surface of the object to insert it, if that makes sense. You can see it right here. Okay, so what I want to do, and you can change whichever side of the gizmo you want it on by hovering over that little orange dot. It will move the gizmo. Okay, so I want to grab this this rectangle and scale it down on Z, and then we're going to push it into the eyeball a bit. Okay, and now we want to subtract this away from the eyeball. So we're going to change this to subtract. So if you click on this little button right here, that means subtract. And now you can see how this is being subtracted from the eyeball, which is super cool. And it's also, since it's a sphere, it's giving us some nice shadow inside the iris and a nice highlight down on the bottom down here. Okay, but we can take it a little bit further. What I mean by it's dynamically adjustable, that just means I can grab this sphere now and I can move it around and it will adjust. Now you can see that it's actually subtracting itself out of the skin. And if you don't want it to do that, what you can do is go up to these eyeballs right here and click on, there's this little start arrow. If you can see the start arrow right here, I just clicked on that, and that just says start here. Okay, you can actually see the word pop up and say start. That just means it's not going to subtract this sphere out of the head. Okay, and I obviously didn't make my my eyeball socket deep enough. So, whoops, let me grab the right one. So I need to pull that forward just a little bit. And I can move it around, and I can make my eye cavity deeper, or I can make it so it's, you know, it doesn't matter if it cuts it away or not. And now if I want, I can do the same thing with the pupil. So with the pupil, I want it to be a cylinder rather than a sphere. So I'll go down here and I'll grab my cylinder here. And since I already know that whatever color I draw it as, it's going to be that color. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this down, not to 100% black, just about here. And then I can click and draw on this surface. I can turn live Boolean off for a second if I want to. Then I can actually see what I'm doing, because I'm going to draw it on the center of this sphere. It's going to look really weird. Okay, about that big. And again, I want to split it off. Okay, so I'm going to go down to subtool menu, split unmasked points. Okay, and that's going to split it off right here. And I can turn live Boolean back on. And now you won't see it. So if you hit Shift F to show your wireframes, you can actually see your object in a semi-transparent mode, which is nice. I'm going to show my gizmo, and if I push this cylinder down into the eye, it will start to cut it out. Okay, I have perspective on. There we go. Let me turn perspective off and kind of center this better. Now if I hit Shift F to turn that back off, you can see how it's starting to cut this out. Okay, but again, I don't have my my eye sockets deep enough. So let's go ahead and grab this head, and I'm going to pull the eye sockets into the head more so we don't have that occlusion and that weirdness. So I'm just going to go move the eye socket into the head a little bit more and fix that. Okay, so there we go, and now we don't have that issue any longer. And now we can go ahead and take our irises and make them larger. If you want to, you can center this gizmo by clicking on this little icon right here. It will center the gizmo in the middle of this iris. Now, what we can do is we can also hide the head and the lashes so we can see exactly what's happening. And this isn't a very good, it's not working very well. So let's turn this so it's actually sitting on the surface of the eye, and then kind of move it over here and center it in there better. Okay, and then over here, we can do the same thing. We can kind of turn it a little bit and get it looking better. Okay, turn off our, now we have our eyes looking much better. Now the last thing I can do, say I want a gradient inside of this iris. Well, if you've ever made eyes before, you might have realized, you might have thought, man, how am I going to put a gradient in there? You know, you'd have to have enough points in order to do your poly paint inside there. And it's easy to just turn off live Boolean for a second and then grab a color. So I'm going to grab I have this soft paintbrush down here, grab this color and maybe make it lighter, maybe like a lighter tealish color. Okay, and then I can come down here and just kind of paint the fade, the gradient in like this. Okay, and now if I turn live Boolean back on, you'll see that it actually takes on the color of whatever you're subtracting out of that eyeball. I can do it again with the shadow. So let's turn live Boolean back off so I can see the shape. I'll select this color, and this time I'll go darker with it. And I want to color in some dark shadow across the top here. And then if I turn live Boolean back on, you can see that shadow right there. And you can kind of paint it while it's hidden too. And it'll work like that. So you can do a nice gradient while it's being cut out. And that's what I'm talking about being non-destructive. Now, what if I wanted a very, very small outline around this iris? Okay, I'm going to duplicate the pupil. So duplicate the pupil. And then I want to subtract that as well, but I want to reset the, well, I have the gizmo right where I need it to be actually. So it's here, I want to move it out in space and then scale it up locally. So turn on local symmetry, scale it up. This will be tricky, but I want to align it the same direction as this sphere here. Okay? And if I turn on Live Boolean, you'll kind of start to see what I'm talking about. So if I scale this up, I want it to be just slightly larger than the sphere, the squish sphere that's cutting out the iris, okay? And then if I push that right against the eye like that, it's going to start to create this ring. See that ring? So now it's a little off center, so I just need to move it and just kind of make it so it's cutting that out like that. I can shrink it and move it. So now we have our pupils and the rings, and we can color this ring whatever we want. So if I didn't want it to be like stark black like that, I can grab this color, grab this hard paintbrush and just fill the object. And now it's like a darker blue instead of a black. Okay, and now we can show our head and we can show our lashes. And now we have eyeballs that we've created with Live Boolean that we can now edit. It's non-destructible. So I can go and change the size of those eyes however I want, or I can say I can get rid of those, the outline, okay? And I can just scale them up and down, scale the pupils up and down like this. And grab these irises and I can move them up and down in scale like that. It's almost like it's rigged and animated. It's super nice. Very, very nice to adjust those eyes. So anyway, thank you very, very much for watching. Again, I hope you're enjoying the summit and we will see you on Mondays. I stream Mondays live every Monday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So we'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye.
See, these are the tips that I really love. Like, that was awesome. Like, it's just taking like things that are there and then using them in those creative ways. Like, you're taking the Boolean and adding the color from the Boolean and you're manipulating it to get your different things. It's crazy. You're totally muted.
Cake. 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 It's like a cake, a layer cake. Right? I love it. It's like layering things. That's amazing, Shane, right? And that's the thing that we've been trying to say during all these things too, right? Is thinking about the features, thinking a little bit outside the box, and just think about the stuff we just showed you guys. Like, your minds must be blown. All right, I want to move on to the next video. Let's get to the next video. So we're going to play the next video for you. Mr. Thomas Whittlebach is going to be our next video.
Hello, I'm Tomas Wittelsbach, and I'm going to show you a technique I use to retain my obsessive detail into printing. And so, if you don't know me, I'm fairly well known for making stuff that has obsessive detail in jewelry. And before the last couple releases, it was really a task to try to retain the really, really, really tiny detail that I wanted to keep in certain areas, while still retaining a small model size so it can go out to print. Here is the model that I'm going to show you. This is a beetle head from a bracelet that I made. And as you'll notice, when I talk about detail, I'm talking about X, Y detail, not Z detail in the Z-axis detail in the printer. You can have a printer that's like 2 microns on the Z-axis, but if it's X, Y, 100 microns, that's a pretty big thing, and you're not going to get surface detail. When I talk about surface detail, I'm talking about this stuff. It's all this minute, like this area right here. Like a lot of this would go away because it doesn't have the resolution to retain this. So that's why some of the printers are a lot better. Most of the good printers are 25 microns, and this will be retained in a 25 micron print. So let's just take this area for example. I decimated this down to 150,000 polys. And you can see that, you know, from back here you'll get something, but it's not what I want. So the first thing I do is I decimate down to a very low number because we're going to be adding geometry back in where we want it. Next thing we do, we turn on Sculptress Pro and we turn on the history brush. Okay. It's very important. And this is, otherwise you're going to be like, oh, how do I get to my history state? I just want to make it very clear. We're at our 250,000 polys. We're going to come back to our main beetle head that's full resolution. I'm going to come in here and see our little orange square here. I'm going to hold down Control and I'm going to touch that square. See how that becomes a white block? So even if I move forward in our history, you can see, or in our undo history, you can see right there that there's the little white square. That white square marks your history state. No matter how many times you continue to work on this, that's always going to stay there until you can come back to it, hold down Control and tap it and turn it off. So you can see it's orange, turn it on, white block, turn it off. We want it on, boop. We're going to come back to this guy, come over here, turn on Sculptress Pro. I sit there and scrub on that all day with the history brush and it's not going to work. Turn on our history brush. And you can see that we start to sharpen this up. It's bringing back a little resolution. All right, let's turn this on, see it. Make our brush smaller. Oops. And it brings back more resolution. And then if we want it more, make it smaller. And you can see that it's going to assign those really nice, sharp, crispy detail. We can bring it right back and in. For those of you who are not familiar with Sculptress Pro, how I have mine set up is the size of the brush is the size of the mesh that it's going to tessellate. So as you can see, we're adding geometry back, and you can see how it sort of got smoother there, right? Now I believe this is the brush default, but let me show you where this is at just in case. If we come under our brush menu, come down to Sculptress Pro, see Enable and Use Global. I have this on this way. If we turn Use Global off, you can see Adaptive Size Combined. Now what that allows me to do, and then I'll hit Use Global. So with my settings as such, what this allows is that if, let's come back down to a lower resolution so it becomes very clear. When I come in, that adaptive makes the amount of tessellation that happens is based on the size of my brush, thus adaptive. It adapts to the size of my brush. Let's turn this on. Come in here. And you can see with Sculptress and History turned on, we're getting a little bit more detail. You can see we've added geometry. We're getting a little bit more detail by going over this way, but you can see it's not really great. I'm going to lower my brush size again, and you can see that it sharpens all that up dramatically. And let's go back and look at it here. You can see that we've added geometry. Let's make it smaller. And whoop. Boy, I'm just all over the place today, aren't I? And so you can see that it gets more and more detailed, and I'm going to make it just a little smaller here. So this stuff gets really crispy, sharp. And There you go. You can see that that's darker in there. And I don't know how much more resolution we actually can get out of this. Well, it seems like quite a bit more. And you can see how those edges are actually crisping up pretty dramatically. This is really close in, so it looks pretty rough, but it's not. We zoom out, you can see that that's pretty sharp there. So adaptive means that my brush size changes, or the tessellation amount changes with my brush size. And it's right there in Sculptris Pro. So those are my settings, and that allows me a lot of freedom in using Sculptris Pro with history. We shrink our brush down a little, and I come back in, and I add geometry where I need it. And here we're going to switch to this so you can actually see it happen. And I'm just going to, let's say this is the top of the ring, so I really want this area to be visible. Or this area is very visible, so I want it to be highly detailed. Okay, that's not bad. But I still want some crispness here. So I'm just going to lower my brush a little more and come back in. And I'm going to just crisp up these little areas that are just a little soft. And that's just by me adding extra geometry and using the history brush to reapply to the 21 or the 20 million poly model. So you can see, and we've jumped up to 267,000 polys. So you can see you can find those areas that you really want, like, you know, that are in direct eye view. And you can really tune those up just by using history and Sculptris at the same time. On a decimated model helps. Let's see. Let's say we really want this stuff, because this is, you're going to look at the eyes of things. We're trained to look at the eyes of things. So the things around the eyes need to look good. I'm going to bring this up a little more because this isn't super crisp detail. So you can see I'm just kind of sharpening up some of this stuff. And then as I sharpen it up, it's going to show me where I need finer detail. You know, if you have a 50 micron printer, you may not want to take it too far. But I do, because I'm crazy that way. And you can see that we just come back in, and what was muddy now crisps up. Make it smaller, and you can make it crisp up even more. So all you're doing is you're going in and you're dialing in the detail where you want it. And so you can leave certain areas not done, because you can't just redo the whole model or you wind up with a 20 million poly model. So this is just a very easy way to come in and crisp up the detail before you send it out. And I try to have my target model size about 1 million polys. I think most printers can take 1 million poly model. And I find that it's just a good universal rule. 1 million polys is okay. So you can see how very quickly we can bring detail back to the focal point and still retain a model that's under 1 million polys. Obviously, if you try to do the whole thing, you're going to fail. Or you're going to fail at hitting that 1 million poly model. You can get all the detail back. So that's the technique. Decimate, get Sculptris Pro, your history brush on, make your original model the history state here by holding control. You can see I turned it off and turned it back on. So now everything's going to reproject to this. And yeah, I think that's one of the best ways to retain high detail in the areas that are really going to be seen after decimation. All right, have a great summit.
Bam! Yes, yes. And then now, think about it, right? The version we just showed how much Thomas is going to be able to take that workflow to another level with all the Sculptris Pro, much more detail he's going to be able to get now. If he wants to throw some of that contrasting in now, like
guys, you got to think about this. That's not available to you yet, right? Okay. So I want to show something really quick. I want to add to this because I think what Thomas is showing is so important. I want you guys to think differently and change your workflows a little bit. I'm telling you right now, I'm sure all of you have done the point where you're working on, like me, right? I'm working on this gremlin. Guys, I'm working on a gremlin. Now I got to start cutting it up for printing. I can't stress this history recall that Thomas was talking about, how beautiful this is, but there's other things to do this, right? I'm sure all of you have done this where you've got subtools, right? And you got a version of the sculpted version, right? So in this case, I've got a sculpted version of the head here, right? It's all sculpted up. And then you guys are just trying to project that into this, right? So here's the thing, people. Right now, I've got a Z-Remesh version of my gremlin. And you see, I'm polygrouped out the ears on purpose for me for cutting. But if you look, this particular sculpt already had information. It already had the sculpt in it, right? I no longer do the duplicate thing anymore. I've never do that anymore, ever. Because I want to take advantage of what Thomas was just talking about. Guys, please pay attention to this. I don't do the duplicating subtools anymore. It makes my workflow so much cleaner. It opens up so more benefits. So just like Thomas, right? I've got now this head. I'm going to just divide it up a couple times, right? We'll go here. We'll even go to 1,000,000. So now, obviously, there's no sculpt because when you remeshed it, you lose your sculpt. So just like Thomas, I'm going to just go backwards in my do on history here until my sculpt comes back. There's my sculpt, right? But I still have all this undo history in front of me. So I'm going to hold down the control key and tap, just like he did, right? And now that, if I cycle through, you can see there's a marker there. Can you guys see that? So you can see that now there's a marker right there, and now I'm sitting here. The orange one is where I'm sitting. So I got 1111, and now it's sitting here. So what I mean by there is no need to duplicate your meshes anymore, because now, instead of doing the projection you guys have always done, forget that one. You just come down here and say project, and you say project history. You click that, and the only thing ZBrush is now going to project is where that gray point of interest is. So even when you guys are using things like Dynameshing and even Sculptris Pro, and you're destroying the topology, you can now, on the same mesh, retopologize it, divide it up, and then just go grab the sculpt when I was using Dynamesh and when I was using Sculptris Pro and put it back on my model. It's a no-brainer for me now. And guys, this is how I was doing the printing. When I first started this, I had no real major plans to print this guy out, and now I do. But it didn't destroy my work. I didn't just start doing all these duplicated subtools. I'm just using this technique now to get that to where I need it to be, right? And then that's it. That's all I have to do. And ZBrush is going, okay, I know where your point of interest is. I know where you want me to go, and I'm going to project that back into itself, right?
Now, remember too, with the approach Paul's talking about here, it's reliant on your undo histories. So if you're saving ZTLs and you go to open them back up, you're not going to have that undo history. So you need to work this process needs to work with the ZPR files or the project files. Just one thing there with that.
Yeah, and the key thing here is the topology is not going to matter anymore. It's not going to matter. That's it. It's not going to matter, right? So this, to me, saves my life so many times. It's so much easier. It's a cleaner workflow. And then we're off and running, right? There you go. There's my sculpt.
Boom.
Boom. There it is. I've got all the sculpt back, but I got it back on what? The retopologized version. And I didn't have to make another head everywhere and everything else like that. All right. I want to move it over to Joseph Trust now.
And I'm just going to play in the Summit version we have.
You're going to play in the special version?
Yeah. So speaking of Thomas's crazy details, this is another model that I worked on for a while, for a long time ago, for this armature. And you can definitely, like, with ZBrush being a digital software, you can go in and get as detailed as crazy as you want to go. So oftentimes if I build things, I want them to be like almost as precise as they are in the real world. So often we'll get reference from real world objects. So like this random flange I found at Lowe's, like I replicated it 100% in terms of what it is inside ZBrush. So you can definitely get, high fidelity details out of your stuff. And that's one thing that Thomas is amazing at with all his jewelry. And then so once again, going to hit on, since I can show the Summit version now, is the stuff that Thomas is going to be able to do afterwards as well. So as he was going through and using that history recall brush to get those things, he had to have that entire model in view. The next version you all get, which is becoming this holiday season here. If I come through and now I can isolate part of the mesh here, and now I can still use Sculptris Pro on that isolated part. Now, another thing too with Sculptris Pro is remember that we were looking at your brush size, right? So if you have it and you're drawing it out, you can see it's going to smooth that out and add that tessellation in there, but you're going to lose some of those details if you have this intensity on. So another thing that I like to do is just you can bump this intensity all the way down for your smoothing brush. If you hold shift and get that, and then come across the surface and smooth that out, it's not going to change the topology as much as it would as if you didn't have that smoothing on. And once again, the size of that brush, depending on what your settings are in your Sculptris Pro modifier here, is going to determine how much of that topology is going to be added. But you can see if I do a really small one, I'm going to go through and still be able to capture those crazy details I was getting on this model from that contrast brush that Paul was showing. So this was done with that. So I got those contrast details out of there. And then now going back in with Sculptris Pro, that really tiny brush, I have my smooth brush set with 0 intensity. And so what this is going to do is just adding that topology there. So another little thing there, this isn't using the history recall brush, but if you just need to add topology to an area, you can do this with smooth really easily, and it'll come through and add it there. And it's still going to try to keep those details on the surface there. So another little trick there.
Tessimate. Don't forget about Tessimate, people. Tessimate.
Yeah, and you also have Tessimate. Tessimate too.
Mask off, and Tessimate.
Yep. So if I want this, let's undo here. Let's go back to the model before I was managing those arms there. And we'll mask. Let's invert that quick. And now there also is Tessimate too, as Paul brings up. And this will go through and look at the polygons in that area. And if you change the slider here up or down, you're going to be able to add localized geometry to that part too. So as I keep going down here, it's going to add localized geometry. So you can use this as well with just masking and then add more geometry just to specific areas of your mesh. So another good thing there, just mask out a part and then use the Tessimate process here to just add resolution in those areas. And wherever you have masking or unmasked areas, when you apply that Tessimate, it's going to go through and add that geometry in there. So you can see that's what I had before and after. And if I come back to my mesh,
nice.
So there you go. That's all I got.
All right. There's so much stuff. I could literally talk about the history recall and all those workflows and extractors for literally an hour, easily.
But we got videos we got to get through.
Yes. So I want to say thank you also to Form Labs, who's sponsoring this segment right now. They're helping us, again, one of our proud sponsors, helping us with everything you guys are seeing here in the summit too, and proud to have them be a part of this. But like Joseph said, let's move on to the next video.
Hello guys, my name is Daniele Angelozzi, also known as Danko, and I've been using ZBrush for 14 years. And well, for me it really was a game changer for my creativity and profession. Today I would like to show you a nice technique that I use often in my workflow that takes advantage of the way that the layer brushes interact with the morph target feature. I use this approach anytime I have to create stuff like scales or hairs, spikes, all the details in which I don't want to have the effect of the alphas stamped one close to the other to create the sense of overlaps. Because one of the most common techniques to create details is just take brush, associate to it one alpha that you can have created or purchased, select the right type of stroke and the right intensity and start creating stamps of these alphas. So let me raise up the intensity, okay, like this. There is a problem, no matter how hard you try with setting maybe a radial fade to make the borders being more blurred and with the focus shift, you will always end up with some artifact. You will always have this sort of patchy look in which you can really spot even from the far that there are zones in which the intensity is higher and the intensity is lower, because this corresponds to the center of the brush and this is the outer part. The other thing is that no matter how hard you play with the placement and again the focus shift and the radial fade, whenever you have alphas that come one on top of the other, here you will always have the sense of overlapping taking place, so detail on top of another detail. So the scale here is not so clean. So there is a nice workaround that even though will always require you to put a minimum of effort to create nice detailing and to create some cleanup, because we always want to put some sort of creative thinking in our detailing, will make the need of this cleanup stage less extreme. And I came out with this idea once that to create details for a reptile skin. So let's start with some quick theory just to understand the logic of this technique. In order to do this, I want to start with a simple plane and make this a polymesh, because sometimes thinking in terms of flat surfaces helps getting the logic better. So I will subdivide, let's say, to 1 million polygon. So every type of brush in ZBrush has this logic. So I will raise for a second up the intensity and lower down the focus shift on my standard brush just to have a stronger stroke. Whenever I'm going, well, maybe this is way too low as focus shift, so let's make this less extreme. Whenever I'm going on top of a surface in ZBrush, basically I'm using a particular algorithm that is the brush base type, to deform the surface. So I'm pushing the points inside or outside based on the Z-add or Z-sub and the particular algorithm. The logic is that whenever I go on top of something that has already details, in which the surface is modified, it will keep adding detail on top of the details. The addition will be based on what lies underneath. And this is the logic behind the fact that if I have some alpha of a scale and I have another scale, those two scales will somewhat overlap together. There is a particular brush inside of ZBrush, or a base type, brush type, that is the single layer. I will select this layer brush. That works in kind of slightly different way. So I will make a high intensity and again put a low focus shift to have a super crisp detail. By default, this layer brush will act as any other type of brush. So let's say that the plane is a depth value of 0. So whenever I go with this brush, let's say that I'm adding something, and let's assume that this is 1. If I put another one, another stamp that will add 1, whenever I go on top of 0, it will become 1. But if I go on top of something that has already 1, this part will become 2, because you can see that it's kind of double the detail. And so if I keep adding, here I will have 2, and here I will have 3, and on and on and on. But I can, with this brush, store a morph target. Basically, storing a morph target will store the actual version of the tool and keep it in memory. And when I have a morph target stored, the amazing fact and the cool fact of the single layer brush type is that it will not add to the surface based on the actual tool, but it will always look at the morph target version to keep adding detail. What I mean is that now I have saved the stamp of my plane here, just to for you to remember that this is the morph target. So if now I add 1 and I will create another one, whenever I go here, it will not take into account that here there is 1, but we'll see that in the morph target it is 0. The consequence is that if I go over on this, it will not add. So 1, 1, and in the joining part will be 1. There is a cool consequence of this. There are a lot of cool consequences, but the main one is that if I have something that adds less than 1, it will look like it's going underneath, but just because here the detail is higher, so it will not keep adding. And here is higher, so it will add, but not carry with it the detail of the scale. Another cool consequence, because if you start to connect the point, is that if I have an alpha that kind of creates some sort of gradient, so let me get rid of the radial fade value. Okay, you can see that in the parts in which the detail is higher, they will go higher. So let me, okay, in which the detail becomes lower, it will become lower. So with this I can really create scales that are not overlapping, because now I can go and select this nice chameleon. Let's be sure that I have a layer selected. Okay, and I will find, okay, this is a scale alpha that I've created by myself. So basically, if I have a morph target stored, I can, okay, let's store a morph target. I can use this to create scales that don't overlap. Nowadays, whenever I have to create this sort of reptile skins, I use this approach. I first of all lay down a repeated pattern as surface noise. So basically, this tool has UVs, and I take advantage of the UV to go under the noise and associate the tileable alpha that will be driven by the UVs. So with this I can say okay, and now instead of applying the noise, I really don't want to apply the noise, because by applying the noise I will have some parts of the mesh being pulled inside and some pushed outside. For this particular technique I always want my detail to go kind of, for the most part, outside. So instead of applying, I will just mask by noise, invert the mask, and inflate on a positive value those scales. Okay, like this. Not too much, because I really want to create this sort of a realistic detail. Now, if I select any type of layer brush, and this is of course a single layer brush, I can create scales, and the logic is that if the intensity of the scale is higher, it will pop out from this sort of layer. Otherwise, if it's less, it will go under. So, I can really use any type of single layer brush, and if I expand my brush menu, I can see that I have those three: Kissel, Kissel 3D, and Kissel Creature, that in theory are single layer brushes. So I can take these and I can also create spikes. And those spikes, you can see that will come out here. They clean up also the scales, because there are parts that go inside in this brush, but you can see that I can really create those details without having this sense of overlap. There is a small issue, and I want to mention, because in the beginning it drove me kinda mad. There is this Kissel 3D that, even if in theory is a single layer type, will have some issues, because even if there is a morph target, you can see that the details will add on top of the other. So this is important to know, even if you want to create your own VDM, because if you start from this, you will carry with you this issue. So always start the creation of your VDM with the Kissel or the Kissel Creature, not this Kissel 3D. How to create our own alpha? Real quick, I will now select a plane, okay, make a polymesh, and again I will subdivide, let's say up to 200,000 polygons. And in order to create our VDM, the logic is that we want to have a perfect square plane. So when I subdivided, the borders were smoothed, but in order to fix this, I can go here under deformation and perform a morph to grid up to 100. So with this set, I will activate the symmetry, and real quick I will start to sculpt some scale detail. It will not look so amazing, because we are short of time, so I will just blur a bit. I have a shortcut associated with the blur mask, and I will mask in some shapes for this scale. Okay, like so. So let's move. I can also play with the lower subdivision like this, and I will deactivate the perspective. And I want to be sure with the move infinite depth that I have some sort of tapering, because remember that I want the scale from the root to the tip to kinda become higher, so it will allow me to create this sense of overlaps. I could also play with some sort of slight undercut. Just watch out that if you have extreme undercuts, sometimes you will want to activate the backface mask or the depth mask, because even if with the morph target it could create other type of artifacts. I'm not going really into this topic for this video, but just for you to know. Let's say that we want to create this sort of snake or dragon scale type. with those ridges on the border. Real quick, once I've done this, if I want to be sure that this is still a perfect square, if I fear that I have touched the borders, I can mask by feature, invert the mask. It will mask only the outer borders because I don't have polygroups or whatsoever, and only on this unmasked part I can reperform a morph by grid. Now I can take my Kisel creature and I have two options. I can go here under the brush and create a multi-alpha brush. It will totally replace this collection and take every subtool of this tool to create one element of the collection, or if I want to add this to the pre-existing collection, I can click this from mesh. Now I can go back here on my chameleon, and you can see that with this scale I can really perform this sort of black magic. And you can see that whenever with the drag rectangle I'm creating bigger scales, so whenever the scale is lower it will be down on the pattern, so below the pattern, but when it becomes bigger it will start to show out. And I have created this with this sort of from the tip to the root being always lower, because in this way I can make this part look like it's really coming out. I really can use any type of alpha like this, and I can use this technique for every type of stuff. Just to mention real quick, also for air it can be useful, because I can create let's say the basic shape for the air, and then with just a layer brush set with, let's say, kind of smooth alpha like this dots, I will lower down the lazy step just to be sure that it makes a nice continuous stroke like this. Now maybe I want something that is smoother. Usually I will create my alpha set as I want, and for this I always like to use the layer, not the Kisel, because the Kisel is kinda too strong. But let's pretend that this is the right one. I can store a morph target and I can start to create air, and with this air you can see that when I go over on another air it will not create the sense of this sort of step. And this is cool because I can also play with different intensity to create different layers of air. And also remember that, let's say that we want to add another layer, layer of air on top, so I could also lower down for a second the total intensity by performing a slight morph. So you can see I'm pushing the detail towards the original morph target, and then now I can still add other fibers that I know that will go over on the pre-existing ones. So I hope you enjoyed the video and this technique. Happy ZBrushing to everyone, stay safe and ciao.
Yeah, so Danko is amazing. And if you haven't seen the ZBrush Masters with him, it's incredible. He's got a doctorate in biotechnology, so it's Dr. Danko. If you ever see his name, it's because he does have a doctorate. It's crazy.
That's really good. And yeah, look, he's going to be able to, like, obviously with the new stuff, even expand that workflow more, right, with all the new features as well. So I want to show something really quick that you guys, I saw you guys going in there. So I want to show something that I said I was going to talk. For those that watch the Hasbro Razor Crest, I told you I'll show you some techniques of how I like to do that paneling, or what we call scribe lines in the hard surface world. So I want to show you one of them right now that goes along with what Danko was doing there, right? I use this a lot, okay? So I've got my cargo ship here, and I want to start putting some scribe lining through here, okay? So I'm going to go and do the same thing he did. I'm going to store a morph target, okay? And now that I have a morph target, I want to use this chisel brush right here. So this is the brush. That's the brush right here. The first time you hit B, then C, that's the brush you're going to get, okay? So what I like about this brush is you can grab any one of these here, these little things up here, right, which is pretty much a VDM, same thing that he was doing, right? And you can see you can start putting some scribe lines in there, right? So you can do whatever you want. Now, you can go crazy with this. You can do one like this and see it's got a double scribe lines. And then you got one that maybe is even doing something like that, right? There's variations here you guys are going to be able to do. The point of the morph target is this. If I go, let's go with this one. if I go like that, right? And then now I come across, you see the depth is identical. There's no difference in the depth, okay, at all. That's what the morph target's going to allow me to do with this brush. In essence, what he was doing was he's using that morph target to create a stable level to be able to brush across like this. Now, really quickly, the other thing I would add to this is, since I want that thing to be the same size every time I pick up my brush and put down my brush, pick up my brush, down my brush, just like how my vocals go really loud and then really low, like I blow your ears off, I'm never going to allow my hand go in and out at the same time. So I'm actually going to turn off pressure sensitivity. If you're in Joseph's world, he just starts using a mouse. I don't like using a mouse because then I got to go find it. So this is all I do. This is me turning off for this particular brush. I'm turning off now. So no matter how hard this is really light. This is really hard. See, there's no difference. There's no difference in the stroke. Okay. And then what I want to add is, now watch this. We'll just solo this out so you guys can look at only the wing. And in the stroke palette, this is using lazy mouse. Okay. And what I'm going to do to this is I'm going to drop the lazy radius. Like I'm going to drop it way down. It's at 100. So that red line that you guys are seeing when I'm drawing, that's what that red line is. So you can see that it's not as big now. Okay. Because what I want to be able to do is do this. And then now just come straight across and then go boom. Like, look at that. Yes. And then now I can come across and just go straight across. And then there you go. Right. And because I got a morph target, I'm getting the same depth right there. Right. You got to say depth like that. You got to be Sylvester. It's got to be done. The last thing I want to talk about with this is this slider here. These are features that we put in only like, this is only like what, 2 versions ago? This is 2019, I want to say.
I need the magnifier, Paul.
Oh my goodness, you need a magnifier? Okie dokie.
There you go. Lazy snap. There we go.
Lazy snap. All right, so I'm going to do this on something else just so because it's going to be easier for you guys to see. I'm just going to grab a sphere and do it on a sphere. You'll get a better understanding of where I'm going, and then we can put it on the model. So this is going to allow me that when you guys are sculpting like this, whee, right? And now you guys want to move the model around. And now what if I want to continue sculpting from here, right? Right? I want to be able to just keep going and going on this, right? So when I do this, right, I've gotten rid of my pressure sensitivity. If I store a morph target now on top of this, so I'm sculpting, right? And then now I'm moving my sphere around where I want it, okay? And then now I can come here and then just start continuing the stroke, right? And then I can go this way if I want to, and I can go this way if I want to. And you notice it's going to be really hard for you to even tell when I started and when I ended. Like, look at that. There's no way no one would know when I started and ended there, right? That's what this slider lazy snap is doing. It's remembering the last time the brush touched the surface, remembering that point of interest. So if I turn this way up, okay, you'll notice that now if I'm not even anywhere near it, and see where it started from. So let me do that again. So let me make a stroke from here to here, right? Moving the model around. And now I'm way out here in no man's land, right? Look where it started.
Yeah, and the key thing here too is how Paul has this set up without the pressure sensitivity. So if you're doing it with pressure sensitivity, you may end up getting a difference where that start and the end is, because the pressure is going to be different. You know, depending how, if you drew that stroke and then released your pen slightly, it could be off. So make sure you use that. And then the morph target is the other key to this process.
Yeah, you got to use the morph target. Like, look at this, people. I can do this, now turn it, then just go like, okay, now I want to continue going down the surface this way. Like scribe lines. What? They're easy. There you go. So I wanted to share that. That's one. If we have enough time, I'm going to show you guys another one tonight if we got enough time. Okay? Dress, you got another one, or we're moving on to the next video?
Moving on. Okay,
moving on to the next
try not
video.
to keep everyone here forever tonight like we did yesterday.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right, next video, people. Here we go.
Hey guys, I'm Nilo and welcome to another video of mine. So, you're excited about the new ZBrush tool of simulation and micromesh, right? Bet you can't wait to start using it. But what if I tell you that only simulation is not enough? There's a lot of more things that you should think about when you want to create some cool clothes. Don't get me wrong, anatomy is important. I love it, I study it, and you should too. But when was the last time you made a naked guy for a professional job? I know there's a lot of main characters badass in games that plays without a shirt. or even superheroes wearing colons. But if you think coldly, most of the characters are fully dressed, and no one talks about it. And that's why I'm here to bring you this video with tips and tricks to improve your clothing models. And here goes your first tip: study your model. Let's have a look at this model, for example. He's fully dressed, except by his arms and face. So, how do you make a model wearing so many overlapping clothes in a way that he doesn't look the same from head to toe? It's simple. Study your model. It is very common nowadays to take a 2D concept and simply transform it into a sculpture. But think with me, if you spend some time before to start to know better your character, where he's going to, where he comes from, who he is, then you have a lot more information that can help you in important decisions, like what kind of fabric to use, for example. This is Olaf from the great Ivan Amundsen. And in my imagination, he's kind of Scottish warrior, very rich and very important too. This simple thinking helped me in important decisions, like he may have a very good made weapon, or he lives in a cold place, or even his clothes would not be so dirty, neither spoiled. Cool! Now I have a north to follow in my compass. I'm ready to go to Pinterest and search some reference. Which takes us to the second tip. Try to not be obvious. If you look at Olaf's cape, you may see it's thick and heavy fabric, maybe wool, and you can show it by sculpting the folds downward because of the weight. Thus, thick wool also influences size and repetition of the folds, and it's way different of the other wool piece, which we'll be needing at the end, with an even trickier edge of braided. Both pieces are wool made, but they have different behaviors. The shirt is made of fine fabric and it is in contact with many other objects, so it makes sense that it is malleable and full of folds. His pants are also made of malleable fabric, and look at this, wrapped in tiny bands. As a medieval warrior, he has a lot of leather, and here's a new chance to not be obvious. If you compare the leather of the cape, which is rusty because of the fur, it's way different of the chest leather, which is straighted, malleable, and full of folds directed by the seams. Now, if you compare leather with other fabric, you see even more contrast between them. There are countless types of fabric, and each one has a specific shape of fold and trim. Just because you found out something that looks good in one piece, don't mean that you should repeat it in the whole model. Just try different fabric in the same model. Try different shapes in the same fabric. And this stuff don't need to be limited to clothes. You can try variations of seams, carving, wooden, fur, whatever your imagination takes you. If you're able to make that, you'll be able to represent any material in your model only with the sculpture, without any fine detail or color texture. Third tip, tell a story. You're ready to start the most wanted step in modeling, right? You can't wait to add detail in every single point that you have. Details are important, and you can tell a lot of your character with them. Let's have a quick view in Olaf's face. He has a couple of scars, don't he? When you see it, you probably think that he had one fight or two in his life. So why don't bring this same thought for the cloth? When you add ribbed or blood in a cape, for example, you're telling little stories for every single part of your model. And when you make that, your whole model gets richer. Let's try this in Olaf's cape. When I'm happy enough with the result of the sculpture, I'm ready to add some woven. So the first thing you need at this point, it's a clean mesh. And it's better if it have only one side, and open at UV. And yeah, here it goes. If you have only one side model and clean mesh, Unwrap UV is more than enough to work with. I'll just press this button. The UV is for the surface noise. Go to surface and turn on noise button. What I'll do now is just add some alpha to get an overview of how this works together with the rest of the model. Very simple and very fast. Adjust these parameters here, like strength or size. And voila, the cape is done. I'm joking, we're very far from the end yet. Once I'm happy with this alpha, I just leave it here like it is, and here is another good tip for you. I don't apply alpha or micro mesh at this point. If you keep noise turning it on without applying, you have a very nice preview with a very light model, and you should keep like this as much as you can. Now, I will repeat this process in all the other fabrics that should receive woven. After that, I got a very nice preview of how the model will look at the end. I finally finished this step, and I'm ready to subdivide my mesh like hell to add as much detail as I can. So at this point, what I do is another trick. I separate my subtool in a totally empty folder. I now can work in a much higher poly count in a lighter way. Now, I will subdivide my mesh 3 or 4 times and turn it on again, surface noise. Okay. It's a good idea to add a layer. You can have more control. But at this moment, the cape is still a little boring. This is totally obvious detail, and don't tell me any story but manufacturer added blanket. If we have a look at our wool cover reference, we can see some noise that appears even in the new ones, so we need to add them. I will turn off layer and create a new one layer to add damage. This may be not so perfect. Woolen yarn, or could be a simple imperfection in the time of making it. Now, a new layer for a very strong damage that could happen in a very simple walk in the battlefield. Nice, now we're having some fun. For the end, I will remove some very small pieces of woven. And if you work enough with these directors, you can have a result like this. And that's it, bros. Hope you have enjoyed yourselves, and até mais, galera.
It's another good one.
You got to wake everybody up after that one, right?
So that was another good one. So I think the main thing, for everyone, definitely, like, if you can bring in story into a character, it adds so much. And even if just the clothes, like the amount of detail that he was putting in to all those things. And did you see how many printers he had behind him too? That was the other thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, the music, I think, got some of the people, though. That's what I mean by waking them up. Wake it up, people! Look up here! Right? So that was awesome. Yeah, it was a great trip. I think it was even just simplistic way of working with cloth to get the end result that looks amazing, right? Just, again, thinking a little different, thinking outside the box. It does make it simpler, right? Break things down simpler, and you're going to be able to go a lot further with what you're trying to get to. Very cool workflow. Marcel is awesome. It was just an awesome workflow. Okay? Just making sure everyone's awake. Okay? I know it's early in the morning for some of you, right? Yeah. We're gonna get going though to the next video. We gotta stay on track here on the time. There's
no deviations today. Keep that ship sailing straight.
Yeah. Let's play this next video. Let's go for it. Next video.
Hello, my name is Ara, and in this segment we're going to be talking about a technique called scan bashing, which is like photo bashing, a technique that a lot of concept designers use to take different photographs and cut out parts of them and put them in a composition or a concept design. They do that because it's fast, and also it's an easy way to kind of grab a bunch of photos and then get parts of it that you want to create a new composition. So we're going to be doing the same kind of thing with 3D scans. So the term I'm coining right now is called scan bashing, which is basically taking scanned parts and then using them in a model. So here I've got a concept that I'm working on for a pilot for one of the mechs that I have, and I sculpted the helmet from scratch and used the dynamics capabilities of ZBrush 2021 to generate this scarf, and then use micromesh to add this kind of pattern to it. And then also I'm working on this bullet belt that I'm going to be making available on Gumroad soon. So, but I wanted to add a body to this, and I didn't really want to spend the time to sculpt one from scratch. So I basically use this technique to get this part here, and I'll be showing you the methodology that I use to get these parts. So let's go ahead and solo this out, and let's go and see exactly how or where this came from. So that jacket that I had came from this model right here. So you can see that I liked this jacket. I thought it would work. I didn't like the hood. I removed it, and I basically used the parts of it that I wanted to use, right? So here's kind of that jacket isolated out. And now I have this as a scan bash part that I can have in the library and use it in the future. So here, I'll go ahead and bring up this model right here, and we'll use this as an example to isolate or extract out a part. So let's say that I really like the scarf and I want to add that to the pilot as well. And instead of sculpting a scarf from scratch, I can basically use the one that's here. And to do that, there are different ways of doing it. Of course, I can always kind of mask it and isolate out the other parts or whatever, but there's also a much faster way, and that's going to be what this video is going to be about. So the good news is that a lot of these models that you get are done with photogrammetry. So in addition to the model itself, you do get a texture. So the texture is very photographic, very real. So this guy pretty much looks like he does in real life. It's like grabbing that character and putting him inside of ZBrush. So now I have this texture map, but I don't have the polygons themselves are not painted in those colors. The good news about this texture is that it does have good contrast, right? So the scarf is a very contrasted color from the sweater and his head. So I can go ahead and use that to my advantage. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this texture information and I'm going to paint the polygons with it. And I can do that just with a one button press. So here, let me turn the polyframe on. I'm going to turn the texture off for now. And here under polypaint, there is an option to polypaint from texture. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So polypaint from texture will basically go ahead and paint my model from that texture. So now if I turn polyframe off, you will see that the polygons have that same kind of colorization as that texture did. Now you can see that it's not as detailed, and that's fine because this is basically painting the polygons, and the polygons are small in certain areas and big in other areas. So you're going to get a little bit of variation in color, but it's still going to keep that contrast, which is what I want. Okay. So now what we're going to do, the next step is we're going to go ahead and group the polygons based on that polypaint. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to turn colorize off for a second, and I'm going to go to the polygroups menu, and these menus, by the way, are all in the tool menu. So these are submenus of the tool menu. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and group from polypaint. Now there's the P tolerance slider here, and the default is 0.1, which means the less it's going to create lesser groups. I can maybe bump this up to 0.2, and let's see what result that gives us. So if I click on the From Polypaint button, now I've got polygroups on here. And if I turn colorize off here, I'm just going to go ahead and turn off the color of, I guess it is off. Okay, so now you can see that I've got different polygroups, different one for the sweater, the hair, etc. Now the good news is that now that I've got these groups, I can isolate them. So if I hold Control Shift down and let's say click on this scarf, like so, it goes ahead and isolates the scarf. Now, since my P tolerance was pretty low, it created different polygroups, a lower number of polygroups. So now I've got one that has the scarf, the hair, and the pants and the sneakers. So, but in this case, I just want the scarf. So I don't really need the rest of that information. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the polygons that have that rest of that information. So under the geometry menu, and under modify topology, I will go ahead and click on delete hidden, and that will delete all the hidden parts. And now the next thing I need to do is get rid of the pants, the tennis shoes, and all these little polygons that somehow got grouped in with the scarf. So the only two things I can salvage from here are the hair. I can use that in a composition if I want to, so I can separate that out, and the scarf. So to do that, what I will do is hold Control Shift and just select a little bit of the scarf, right? So now I've got that scarf selected. And then if I click Control Shift and A, what that will do is it will select all of the parts that are actually connected together. So I notice here that the hair and the scarf are connected together, so it selected those, but it did not select all the other kind of floating bits and the pants. So with a kind of a one button click, I was able to isolate those out. I just clicked on double to kind of see the inside parts. And now again, I don't need those inside, those parts that I hid, so I'm going to go ahead and delete those, and now I'm just left with these two. And here, luckily, the separation between the hair and the scarf is pretty much a straight line, so I'm going to kind of line that up like this and just go ahead and isolate out the hair. And then now I don't want to delete the hidden parts. Actually, I can. Let me do that. But I can also split them. Let me do the splitting, actually. That might be an easier way to do it. Okay, so here's the hair, right? And then I just go to Subtool over here. And in the Subtool menu, there is Split Hidden. So what that will do is it will create a new subtool that's going to be the hidden parts, which is what I wanted, which is the scarf. So now I've got the hair as one piece and I've got the scarf as another piece. So here's the scarf, and what I want to do here is maybe get rid of some of these parts that are kind of floating. So one way to do it is, again, Control Shift, but this time once you select the part, if you hold Alt down, your rectangle turns into a red color, and that means it's going to be subtracting those parts. And I can just go ahead and do that little by little, and I'm also going to show you another technique to do that same thing. All right, so then once you're done, you basically will have this as a separate object. Now, the technique I'm going to show you, actually, I'm going to that I'm going to use next. I'm going to show you on another model, just to kind of make it more understandable. And that is that, let's say I've got this model here, and again, I want to extract the jacket like I did before. So one thing I'll do first is just select the parts that I want to keep. So I'll just do kind of a blanket selection here of his jacket, and then I'll still have part of his head and part of the pants, which I need to get rid of. So the first thing I'll do here is under geometry again, delete hidden parts. I don't need those. And now I want to kind of close up out the holes that it has at the bottom and the top here. And to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and Dynamesh this. So I'll go ahead and Dynamesh it, maybe a resolution of 1024, and no blurring, because I want to keep as much of my sculptural information that's in the scan as possible. And just click on Dynamesh. Oops, I think the 1024 didn't take. We'll do that one more time. 1024 Dynamesh, and then now I've got this, right? So now that I've got this, I can go ahead and start removing the parts that I want. So here I'm using the smooth brush. So if I hold shift down, it's starting to smooth out those parts, and this is going to take a very long time for me to do it this way. So I'm actually going to go ahead and use Sculptress Pro mode. So in Sculptress Pro mode, I can go ahead and start removing this, and if I choose a bigger brush, I can start removing bigger chunks of it, right? So let me turn polyframe on so you can see what's going on. So here I'm removing bigger parts of it, but I can maybe do this even faster if I have a bigger brush. Now, if I have a bigger brush, though, it's going to destroy a lot of the other parts that I don't want. So in order to kind of overcome this issue, what I will do is in Sculptress Pro mode, in the brush menu, in the Sculptress Pro sub menu of the brush menu, I can click off Use Global. That means that it's not going to depend on the brush size. And here I can set a brush size that I want, or a kind of a subdivide size, the triangle size that I want. So now I can choose whatever size brush I want, and it will give me kind of this size triangle. So I can easily go in here and start removing these parts that I don't need, like so. Right, so I'm just eating into that scan until I get to such a point where I have erased or removed the parts that I don't want. And Sculptress Pro mode is really nice for this. Here we go. So now I just basically have that neckline. I can also use this exact same technique with the clay tubes brush or the standard brush and just remove the parts that I don't want. So I've already done this before, so I'll just go ahead and show you the result, and you get something like this where I've basically gotten rid of the pants down here and gotten rid of the head, and now I just have this jacket that I can use over and over again in all sorts of compositions. Okay, so I'm going to use that same technique that I did with the scarf. So here I've got the scarf that we just separated out, right, and there it is. And what I want to do here is I want to start removing some of these frayed edges on the scarf that I don't need. So to do that, the first thing I'm going to do is go into the new capability in ZBrush 2021, which is adding thickness in dynamic subdivision. So I'm going to turn dynamic on. There's 2 orphaned unused vertices here, it says. So I think a good way to fix this, let's go ahead and make sure that all my hidden parts are deleted first. So let's go ahead and go into geometry and modify topology, and let's go ahead and delete hidden one more time, and let's see if this solved the problem. Yep, it did. So now that I have dynamic subdivision on, right, it adds some smoothness to it, which I don't want, but I do want to add some thickness. So now I'm just going to go ahead and add a little bit of thickness to this. There it is. And now I want to get this to be geometry, so I'm going to go ahead and go into ZRemesher, and I'm going to ZRemesh this, but I want to keep this polygroups, because with the thickness it adds a polygroup on the inside and a polygroup on the edging. So we'll keep the groups and we'll go ahead and ZRemesh this, and let's just use the defaults, and we get a result like this. Now I can see some of the detail that I had on the scarf is gone, but the general shape is still there, and it did get rid of some of those kind of frayed edges automatically for me anyway, right? So now I basically have clean geometry to do that with. And if I want to further remove, let's say, part of his neck that's here or whatever, I can use that same technique that I did before with the Sculptress Pro mode and just go in here and kind of erase away the edging that I don't want. So with just a little bit of work here, I can go ahead and have a scarf that I can use in future compositions and scan bash them into other models as needed. Okay, so hopefully this has been a useful technique for you to use, and thank you for watching, and happy ZBrushing.
And another one. All right.
Yeah, so the thing to remember too, like what Ara was showing there with scan data, just remember it's all 3D data. And you can always reuse 3D data. You can project 3D data, like Paul was showing earlier with projection recall and the history recall. Like if you can get data in, you can use it. And that's one of the cool things about, you know, the technologies with photogrammetry and other stuff. Like there's a lot of ways you can start building stuff and getting ideas and reference images. And then even split screen, Paul, that might be a good one to bring up. Yeah.
Ooh. Yes, that would be a good one. That's a good one.
I say what we do is we get through the videos here, and then if we have time, then we can go on tangents. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that'd be good. But before we go to the next video, I have one question. I'm trying to catch up on some things on chat. Someone's asking about retaining subdivision levels. I don't know what you're referring to that, but if you can throw that in the chat again, I think you were talking to Mr. Thomas Whittlebach about it. I want to see what you're doing because there might be things to do, and I'd like to see that. Maybe we can show it, like Joseph said. So we're going to move on to the next video, though, because then that way we can look and see where we're at. Ara, thank you so much for that video.
Yes, thank you.
Really good. It was an amazing video. But we're trying to stay on track tonight.
Because we got presenters. We can't dilly-dally tonight. We can't just go off on our own for 2 hours.
There's no Inception tangents tonight. We got presenters after this, right? We got Will Huff after this, and we got Ellie after this for more toy stuff, right? All right. So let's move on to the next video.
Hey guys, my name is Mike Thompson. I'm an illustrator and a sculptor, and I've been using ZBrush for 5 years. I started in 2015. Main reason I started using ZBrush was because I needed help with reference, and I found that being able to see figures that I was going to paint for box art for like G.I. Joe and Star Wars and things like that in 3D and have the light kind of wrap around them really helped me with my paintings. My tip for today is kind of making seams for your figure, for your superhero. And so I'll show you my technique. Full disclosure, it's not going to be good as anything that Mike Pavlovich would do. All right, that being said, let's get into it. As you can see on my screen here, it is the Omega Red that I've been working on in my ZBrush Lives. And if I were to isolate him, you can see that I kind of started figuring out the panels on this guy and the seams. And if I turn off let's turn off that rim light and kind of center up our light here and go into the tool. And I've isolated him. And let's turn off the color. Choose a color that you can see. So you can see that there's a good portion of it that's done already, right? Or anyway, I started it. So I will continue to do that. So let's turn on the color. I've used poly paint to indicate where my lines and everything should be. And if I go and I'm going to mask the area that I don't want to morph back to, because I've put in this work here, let's just mask that. And now I've stored a morph target earlier. If I go to morph target and hit, see what switch does. Yeah, switch undoes everything. All right, so let's grab my morph brush and let's go and see if I can get my poly paint back. Switch. Did I already switch it? Okay. All right. Well, let's do this then. I'm going to draw these lines back, and then I can I can show you what I did. So, just going to grab my standard brush, set it for black, and go redraw with my lazy mouse turned on. I will redraw the lines the way that we had them. For me, it's easier to go in and draw the thing with color, and then if I make a mistake, just go paint over it, than if I was to sculpt the detail and then try to fix it that way. All right, so that's kind of it for that side. Let's come over here. I think I just did a little bit of this, like that. Actually, okay. All right, so now I can go in and start to cut these lines, right? So what I'll do now is I'm going to switch to my slash brush, and I have both my subtract like normal, and I also turned on RGB, and I'm going to set this for white, right? And let's go in now. And I have my lazy mouse turned on, set to 30, and I turned down the intensity from 70 to 48. So what I can do is I can start to draw in scribes of where these lines are going to be. And Okay, make sure you change the angle. And another thing that kind of helps is I'm getting shadows cast from the rest of the sky, so it would help if I just kind of isolate the area that I want to work on. This. Get your camera angle the way you want. Get your light so you can see what you need, and maybe turn up the intensity so I can see. There you go, that helps. Just kind of start to scribe in these lines here. All right, so if I was to turn off my color, go back to the subtool and turn off my little paintbrush, also turn the light down because now it's too bright. You can see that now I have some lines there. I'm going to actually turn up the intensity on this. And let's undo these. Once I lock it in, then I don't have to worry about doing it again. And again, because there is, the form changes so much, it helps to change the angle of the camera. All right. I'm going to get this one here. And then I'm not going to worry about this part right here because what I did, if you turn off the light here, or the color rather, you can see that that part kind of recesses into the mesh while everything raises up that's around it. So what I can do now is I can switch to my inflate brush. Okay, lazy mouse also set to 30, and I turn the intensity to 16. And what I'm going to do now is just kind of go over these edges to get them to buckle up next to each other. Butt up next to each other like this, and it looks bladed. Looks like two pieces of material rather than one. So I'll go around this guy. That. What this also does is it kind of closes the gap between the what I've drawn in with the /3 brush. So it makes it feel like panels as opposed to just a piece that I've run this over here. All right. So now what I can do is I can switch to my damn standard, and I want to go in and just detail around it. So as you can see, I already kind of did that on the other side. So 2. And what that's going to do is it's going to fake the stitching. Let's take this deeper. All right. So once I have something that I like, what I can do now, let's get up here too. That. Right. And if I make any mistakes on here, it's okay because I can just switch to my morph brush. And I remember I stored a target earlier. I can kind of mask the area that I don't want to morph back to and just erase these areas back until I have what I want. So anywhere where there are any mistakes, It's really easy to clean them up. And then just do it again. All right. So once I get something that I like, let's do this panel in here that's inset also. Let me show you how I did that. Clean that up. All right, turn the color back on. And now what I can do is I can mask this area. I'm using my mask lasso tool. Okay. Turn off color and just make sure that it's clean, because I want this to not look too wobbly here. All right, that looks all right. Okay, and I got the back too, so I'm going to do that. And now I will polygroup that. So if I turn on my polygroup, you can see that it's its own group. And what I can do now is I can mask it just by kind of selecting it. And blur the mask a little bit. And go over to mask. So now what I can do is I can grab my move tool. And I can push this down a little bit. All the way around. Kind of tuck it under. Push it down. Mask that area too. Push it down. This. Kind of pulling it under the mask to get a sharp edge. Do a little blur. Do it again. Do a little blur. That. And then maybe invert the mask like that. And now what I can do is I can grab my inflate again and tap this edge with the inflate. This. All right. And then you can switch back to my damn standard and just kind of draw in this line here. I think that extends on the other side. It does. So let's turn on the color so I can see where it's supposed to go. It's right there. So now I can grab this, drag it around the side like that. Come over here and get this. And then now I can get this line here, like this. All right, let's get the color off. It's looking pretty good. Then go in now and inflate these edges here. And here. With Lazy Mask, I don't have to worry about having like a wobbly line here. It's pretty clean. All right. So now it's just going in and adding a little bit of wrinkles where those edges meet. So I can go and grab a brush and start to just, pull, not that much, pull a few wrinkles. It really sells the idea that this is fabric, right? So that is the technique. I think that's my time. If I undo here and turn my color back on, you can see that. But now I can paint those areas out, and that is it. All right. Thanks a lot. Happy ZBrushing, you guys.
Awesome. 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 All right. So I got one thing quick to add there, Paul, and then I'll give it to you. Does that sound good?
Okay, go ahead. You're up first. Whoa,
so this one's just a quick one from what Mike was showing. So one thing that I just want to show here. So he was using his like texture image as like a guide. So he painted it, and then he was using that as guide as where like the fabric panels needed to go together. So as he was doing this, he was going in and turning it on and off. One thing we added up here in the render palette is you have the ability to fade opacity. And this is just going to look at any of the poly paint that's basically applied to the model. And as you crank this, you're going to be able to fade it down temporarily. So you don't have to really disable the texture on the model, but you can fade it down enough where you can see, you know, those details still there. And then you can come in and add those back up. And then if you want to see the texture really quick, instead of turning it on and off, this will go through and do it across everything. And you can just fade it back in and out. So a little handy option there, the fade opacity.
And then
I use that quite a bit. So this, the fishy, he was definitely had those scales on there, and then I went back through and used that option to sculpt the details in.
Here, fishy,
all right, Paul,
fishy,
back to you.
Here, fishy, 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 fishy. All right. So let me show something. I want to share something that it actually goes a little bit to what he was saying. Number one, it's red wax. Okay, I know you guys were asking for it. There you go. You're welcome. So I want to now finish out the thing I talked about scribe lining for hard surface, but actually even some of this can be used with what he was doing as well. If you guys think, again, a little different. So I just got, I can't keep it on. I can't do it. I can't keep it on. I need this. It's just overbearing for me especially when I go to this mode, okay? So you guys can see this is just a simple shape. It's nothing crazy. It's not complex. It's just a shape, right? But notice that there's 3 polygroups. So I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's very important. It's got 3 polygroups. Okay, so okay, so now that you have this, okay, I want to make this an insert mesh brush, actually. Okay, so I'm just going to look at it this direction. You guys are going to see why I'm looking at it this way. Okay, in a second here, I'm going to say B, and then I'm going to say create insert mesh brush, and then I'm going to say new. Okay, don't forget, you guys could just go to the brush palette now and say from mesh. There's more than one way now to, in essence, make an insert mesh brush, right? So now that I've done this, I can draw this until my heart contents. Yay, it's so gorgeous. Yay. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do is now I want to apply this along a curve. Okay, so I know, Joseph, I'm going to beat you to the punch. Magnifier. Right, so there's your curve mode. You know what? Just because this is going to be probably one of my last tips tonight, let's go.
You better go all out. You better go all out.
Go less zoom, no curvature. Let's get rid of the shadow. Oh yeah, let's make the frame darker. Look at all these controls you guys have, especially those of you that are teachers. This is huge, man. I use this all the time. I'm a big fan of this. Right? What? Go ahead.
I'm just laughing because you went into the preferences for the magnify. That's it. That's
right.
You're just giving me a little chuckle back here. You're waking me up.
That's what I want. I'm trying to keep you awake, mister. So now I have this, right? And you can see what's happening here is we were repeating stuff. But notice the poly grouping. Notice I got the yellow one, and then that pink one, and the blue one's repeating. So remember, take note of that. You got a blue being repeated, but then there's the end, and that's the beginning, right? So we have a beginning and end. This is going to be very important because I want the beginning and the end to have a cap. In essence, I want it to be a complete watertight surface. Right now, it's not watertight because right now we're just repeating. And the one thing I need to tell ZBrush is, hey, this is a mesh that I'm repeating along a curve, right? So what I want to do now is tell ZBrush, let's weld all those points along the curve. So it's the mesh that I want to weld. And the mesh is the actual brush. This is why we call still our meshes tools. I'm using the mesh as my tool. Not just that Paul's a tool, but the meshes are tools too. So you're going to go to brush, okay? And you're going to open up modifiers. I've already got it open here. And you're going to turn on this weld points just because Just loves it so much. Weld points right here. That's going to tell it to weld the points. And then just like Joseph showed yesterday, I'm going to add a little bit of resolution curve to this. So now when I touch, oh, like butter, like butter. Okay, so now you might be thinking, great, yay, where are you going with this? Guys, watch this. This is the point where this is Lisa needs braces. Lisa needs, look at me, right? I can never get enough of it, right? So I'm just going to take, again, something just really simple so it'll be visually good to you guys. And I'm going to bring in 3 people kind of use this tip already. 4, I think, if I remember. Already the frames?
Are you talking about frame?
Yeah, you're darn right I'm talking about frame.
So I'm going to do a little bit of this. I'm going to do a little bit of a slice, right? So I'm going to go to slice curve. And I'm going to say, let's make one here, make one here, make one here, and make one there, right? So now I've got pop quiz for 5 million points, which means absolutely nothing. How many do I have, people? Go for it. 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many polygroups? I've got 8 there, right? Because every time I slice, I'm making a new polygroup. So what's going to happen here is when I draw this out, you can see this is sitting on the surface, right? See how this is sitting there? Yes, this is the Wacom arm. I'm using the Wacom arm to hold up mice and teeth. You don't need to, but this is what I'm using right now, right? And what I want to do is I want to tell ZBrush, hey, this profile was on purpose by me. You guys see that profile? I want to use that profile on purpose, okay? So what I'm going to tell ZBrush to do now is let's go to my depth over here in the brush, because again, we are messing with the mesh's depth brush, right? So the mesh is the brush. So I'm going to go to the brush palette, and you can see my embed here is, what is it? 96. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start knocking this down. I'm going to just put it at 50 for now, right? And then I'm going to draw it out, and then I'm going to see, and you see how it's sitting more into the surface now? So that's not what I want. I want it to be right around there. So now I'm just going to play a quick little guessing game. What do you think, Dress? 30? Or do you feel 30? And then click. Oh, 30's get.
Let's go 30.
No, I think you need to go lower. I want it a little bit lower. I'm going to go 20. Yeah, there. 20 is good. So you see now how some of that's sitting inside the surface, right? Everyone see that? Everyone's with me? Oh, everyone's following me down the ZBrush road. All right, so now, again, right? Don't make me say it. Everyone plug your ears. Look up here, right? So now I'm going to go to that old trick that everyone already showed you guys. I'm going to go to curve function, and I'm going to say frame this puppy, right? So everywhere I have a different polygroup right now, curve, 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 right? And now all I'm going to do is just tap on a curve, and what do I get? Nothing but that curve going around everywhere, right? On my sphere. This is not the cool part, people. This is, okay, that's cool, but this isn't the part that makes me go, oh, again, you guys know, I don't know why I laugh the way I do. All right, so down here now, I'll just tell it to split. I can either tell it to split by unmasked points or masked points. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's just saying, what meshes do you want to separate based upon masking points, okay? So I'm just going to click either one of them. It doesn't really matter to me. And now I've got all the curves are their own subtool, right? And the sphere its own subtool, okay? Now I'm going to move this below so that the curves, right, are the other subtool, okay? Wait, hold on. My icon's claw. You guys didn't even see that. So I've got the sphere and I've got the curves, right? Pretty simple. Right now, watch this. Live Boolean's on. Turn on subtract. Bam. Bam. And the beauty part
it's
about
like the Smash Brothers symbol.
Yeah. The beauty part is, remember Shane Olson's one, right? He was talking about non-destructive. This is a non-destructive workflow. These are curves. These are meshes, right? Look at that. That's gorgeous. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want. Looking deep, right? It's got a little bit of a little ridge right there. And then I made a profile like that. Like, come on. This is such a great way to get to this result, right? So you guys got to think, it's for days now. Now that I have this subtool, guys, I can just draw out and I'm cutting into the surface. I can do this all day now. Just boom, right? I'm cutting into the surface. It's whatever I wanted. Guys, this is one of my favorite things with live booleans. I'm telling you, live booleans is one of the most important features I think we've ever added. The things you can do with it, if you just get crazy like Joseph and myself, it opens up your worlds so much. Drink the Kool-Aid. Drink that ZBrush Kool-Aid. Don't hold back, right? That's the point why we wanted to do this segment. What, Dress? Go.
It's like a Tang. It's like space drink.
Yes, right? So
speaking of drinks, who do we have coming up next?
Oh my goodness. You're excited about the next one.
I am excited about this.
Let me show the one quick thing that somebody actually asked the question about what also he was doing. So Joseph's little fish, right? He had a texturing. Guys, don't forget, you can paint inside a ZBrush and you can turn your paint into a mask in essence, right? So that's what we were doing yesterday's with nachos, right? If you guys remember the polygroup it, polygroup it, polygroup it, polygroup it, polygroup it, that's kind of what we were doing. So I'm going to fill this with white, and then you guys can, I'm just going to switch to black and I paint, right? This is pure black paint, right? And so all I got to do now is go into my masking menu, since you were asking, and I tell it to mask by the color, the paint. So I'm going to go mask by color, and I'm going to say mask by intensity. And look, there's even the new, which no one's using, Drust. It upsets me. It's another upsetter for me. It's another one that upsets me, right? So if you look, see, I just masked based upon the black paint, right? See that? There you go. However, we added a couple versions ago for you guys to mask by any paint. You can click this and you can pick any color you want, right? So if I use another color like red, and then I use a blue, then Joseph, what color do you want me to use next?
I can't tell. I can't see any of them.
That's why I'm asking. I'm going to use Joseph's colorblind for those that don't know. All right. So mask by paint. And now you guys can just click. And there, I just masked by the green. There. And then I can add the red into it. Then I can add the blue into it. Then, you know, I got all these controls up here, right? I can hide the colors. Look at it. I can hide the mask. I can inverse the mask. So masking by paint? Yes. Totally possible. And that's not the only place we put something like that. There you go. Right? That's all I have for you. That's the end of that segment. That's the
you have a lot of people in the chat that's saying they use this a lot.
Oh, good. Because I've never seen anybody use it. I've never seen anybody use it personally. That's good. You guys do know there's another location for it, right? I hope. Right? All right. We got to do their favorite thing, Druss. We all got to do this. Prizes. Right? So let me see. Are you ready? Because we got to get on to the next.
Ready. We got to get moving.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Can you see my screen? There we go. All right. Ready for it? Space Mouse. You guys are asking. Here we go. Let me draw a winner here. Let me draw a winner. Jerry Mammy. That's who I'm looking for. Jerry, are you here? This is who I'm looking for. That is who I'm looking for. Jerry, tell me you're still here. I know it's late for people. Right? But there's your winner of a Space Mouse. Let's keep going. Keep going. We got more things to give away. I'm going to keep this rocking and rolling. Let's do this. Let's do one of these. To shout out to our Noman workshops, right? You guys can get a 1-year subscription to this. Let me draw the winner. Brendan Krause. You are the lucky winner of a 1-year subscription to Noman Workshop. Brendan Krause. Probably the first name I pronounced halfway correct.
the only name.
I pronounced it correct, but it's at least close enough, I think. Right? So, Brendan, there you go. I love Thomas. Thank you. The whoop whoop. I love it. The whoop whoop. All right. Let's confirm that winner and let's move on. Let's keep going. Like, I got a lot of stuff to give away here, people. Let's give another one. Let's give another one of these. Let's give this one away. Whoops. Wrong monitor. My bad. All right. Let's do one of these. One-on-one mentorship. A one-on-one mentorship from XMD. Let's draw that winner. Here we go. Here's who we're looking for.
Brendan was in the chat too, by the way.
In the chat. What?
Yeah. He was there. He's here.
There. You're welcome. I didn't do anything. I'm just pressing buttons over here. I'm just a robot right now pressing buttons. There's our next winner. Then where did it go? I've lost it, Drust. You see it? Where's the last restream?
Natalia Curry.
Oh, there it is. Natalia Curry. You are the winner of the one-on-one mentorship. I keep on the wrinkle. All right, let's give away one more thing here. One more. Guys, I have more tonight to give away than any other night. So let's do this. He's here, so let's do it. Thomas, you ready to press your button? Are you ready to press the button? You're here, so you need to press the button. What do you got here? Oh, man. Oh. All right, here we go. let's see who we got. Don't forget to register. Animation 3D. Animation 3D. I think they won yesterday, if I remember right.
Did they?
I think so. Pretty sure they did. I remember saying that name. Thomas,
man. It's incredible. We've had a few, even at the summit, we had a few winners that went like multiple days.
Trust, I want to let you know, this is the summit.
I mean, in the past summit.
Oh, they said in the summit. Guys, don't forget, I've got more stuff to give away, right? So get here to the giveaways. If you haven't filled out yet, here is the link, okay? That's what you're going to want to do. We are going to take a short little break here, and then we're going to come back with Will Huff. Guys, if you like robots, you like hard surface, you better stay awake. Someone drink your coffees. I don't know. Take a quick lap around. We're going to just take a couple-minute break here, all right, so that we can get going on our next segment. I really hope you guys, I know you all enjoyed the other segment. So we'll be back with our man Will Huff. All right, see you in a little bit.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit. Hi there, Michael again with more 2020 ZBrush highlights. This piece by Olivia Obiora is a 3D recreation of the painting The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse. It's always impressive when an artist takes a 2D reference and faithfully recreates it in 3D. So many things to consider, such as focal length, scaling, and much more. This one turned out great. Michael back with you again for another 2020 ZBrush highlight. This one is a 3D reinterpretation of Rembrandt's famous self-portrait. The artist Shenjing Tao shows us yet another example of faithfully reproducing a 2D painting in 3D. This one goes the extra mile by emulating the lighting, colors, and texture of the original painting. Very impressive.
Yes. All right. I've been waiting for this one too for a long time. 4 days now. I'm excited for that. I'm a like we said, I'm a large child. Okay. So, you know, seeing the Razor Crest stuff and the Star Wars stuff that we did yesterday. It was yesterday, right? Yes, yesterday. And I'm become a massive fan of Hard Surface. I really, really like.
I'm ready. Yeah, and Daisuke's putting in the chat. So Will, who's about to go on now, he has his own YouTube channel. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, he's doing videos all the time. So even after tonight, you really like what he's showing you guys and you really enjoy it. Besides rewatching this video 500 times, okay, you can go watch his videos too and join and subscribe to his channel as well because it's a no-brainer. Okay, it's almost 5 in the morning in the Netherlands right now, guys. Listen, I got to before we bring Will in. This is hats off to all of you. I seriously thought we would lose all of Europe by now. After Joseph and our show went for the new version, I thought for sure we would lose a lot of Europe. You guys are all, and I love that there's a snake conversation.
Yeah, there's a snake conversation going on.
Scott, is it Scott trying to catch a snake in his basement? Be careful. Be careful. Hopefully it's just Justin, just in case, which is another great name. You can always use them just in case. You know, we got people from guys. Seriously, I'm blown away. In all honesty, how many of you from different parts of the world where it's like early in the morning? That is why we do this. You guys, our community is so amazing. Honestly, this is one of the main things why we do the summit is to connect with you guys. Besides listening to my loud, obnoxious self, okay, I enjoy. Okay, keep it. You need to look at me to keep you awake, he says, Martin. Russ, can you do a look at me? Come on, can you do one?
No, my voice doesn't go that high.
Look at me, look at me. All right, enough talking. Let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend. Let's bring in Will Huff. Let's do this.
Well, hey guys.
Pressure, no pressure at all.
No pressure at all.
We've been hyping you.
There's any light in here. It's so late.
I love it. Yeah.
You guys hanging in there?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul's still on early time. I got the early time with Paul.
Oh yeah, Joseph, you're on East Coast time, right?
Yeah, East Coast. Yeah.
We're in the same time zone, me and Will, though. So
yes, we are. I'm in Oregon, and you're in LA.
Yeah, yeah. So, Will, have you been able to watch any of the summit at all?
Oh yeah, I watched every day except for earlier today. Amazing, some of the stuff, just absolutely amazing. I loved Andrew's stuff that he showed. Of course, that makes a lot of sense to me, being a makeup effects artist. So, 100%. That was great use of the technology. And what else did I like? Wayne Barlow sculpture.
Oh,
was
yeah,
amazing.
from Stephen Saunders.
I've loved all Wayne stuff for so many years, and that was an amazing sculpt. That was like a one-on-one sculpt. That was perfect.
Yep. Well, tell a little bit about yourself so people know where you're also coming from, because you've got like a house length worth of a resume in the film industry.
Yes, it's a big list for
it's
sure. That shows my age. I'm like, I just looked through the list today, and I was like, did I work on that? I don't remember. But yes, I'm a makeup effects artist. I've been in the film industry for almost 27 years now. I always say 25, but 2 more years go by. 27 years now. I've worked on a lot of films. Probably the most recent is been in the Marvel universe for the past 4 years, I'd say. And my responsibilities on that show are usually just Gamora. So Gamora is my gal. Yeah, which is great. Zoe is an amazing to sit through the crap I throw at her. Which is, it's not too bad. But when we were doing Curious Case of Benjamin Buttons, people will be sitting in our chairs for like 6 hours. So you really have to get along with the people that you're spending all those hours with. And so what I'm showing today has very little to do with it, other than the fact that, like you said, you're a fan. Everybody's a fan. Everybody in the industry is a fan. We got in the industry because we're fanboys, right? Mm-hmm. So absolutely, everything that you can imagine was always inspired by something that we saw at some point in our lives and went down that road. And that's what happened to me. I definitely saw a television show. I'm going to age myself again. I saw a television show when I was a kid called Lost in Space. It was from the 1960s.
Danger Will Robinson.
Yeah, exactly. Not the remake. This is back to 66.
The remake doesn't count, Will. The remake does not count.
No. And it was such a beautiful robot. What happened? I don't know. So that was my interest in robots for sure. That stayed with me for years and years and years. And then when I was in the film industry, I started finding lots of people, usually prop departments, and people who were like, "Hey, I got this piece from the Lost in Space robot." I'm like, "What?" So I started getting into collecting parts and actually reproducing that robot myself. So I don't know if I can bring this up. I'll show you. So this is the robot. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is it. Wow, right? So impressive. But it really stuck with me. It stuck with me for years, and that was my beginning on starting to get interested in robots. So but while I was building that, I was actually teaching myself robotics at the same time, because I didn't want mine just to sit static in the corner. I wanted it to be animatronic. So a lot of my background in makeup effects comes from animatronics. Back before CGI replaced everything, we had animatronic puppets in the 80s and 90s, and that's kind of my background when I first started in the industry in 93. So it was all about servos and making things move and doing all those kinds of things. So robotics was actually just one little step to the side. It was exactly the same techniques, the same ideas behind it. It's just the software that runs it is different. You'd have the RC remote controllers to get a puppet to move on set. And what I'm doing is actually taking software, injecting artificial intelligence into it, and taking everything that I'm building inside of ZBrush in 3D printing. So it was like several things happened at one time. It was 3D printing, ZBrush, robotics, and I squished them all together, which I'm really good at. That's like the one thing that I'm really good at, taking all these really weird things and kind of smush them together and to make something new. So that's kind of my background with the robots. But with a little background on ZBrush, when I was first building the Lost in Space robot, I was kind of hearing about this software called ZBrush, and I don't even know what version. I think it was 3.1.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was a way back. But as a makeup artist, I was like, finally, because I did some box modeling inside of Lightwave from years and years ago, and we're doing stuff, and it's like beep, 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 But to do something organic was impossible, right? So as a makeup artist, I grabbed a hold of that and knew that was going to be a tool.
Yeah.
I had lots of people who said that's not going to be a tool, but I kept teaching myself and watching as much as I could. I don't know if YouTube was that big then, but I don't think there's certainly nothing on the internet for that. So I played around with some stuff and did just some ideas for makeups and just little characters, little fun things, and that was great.
Those were in version 3.1 you were just showing?
No. So, some of those, probably the earliest one was none of these actually. That was not 3.1, but later as the software matured, I was able to do some of those things because there's fiber mesh in there, there's Dynamesh in there. Once Dynamesh came around, that changed everything for me. That changed everything. And I started working with Dynamesh when it was, 2K, when you guys first came out. And so my first robot, Alan, started out with just 2K. And I was like, if I want to build a robot, it's really important for subtractive materials. Like, how can I, when I'm doing something, traditional from clay, you got to build all these separate molds to get one thing to nest inside the other. So for me, it was kind of like, hey, can I take this face and subtract this skull from the back of it and start building up all these kind of layers into something that is functional? But the problem was, at that time, my idea was ahead of the curve there, because there was no affordable 3D printers at the time.
Oh, you're right.
So I kind of spent like a couple of years, maybe a year and a half, just kind of fiddling around with subtracting things. And let's see, we'll go to Alan, since he was the first robot that I did. This turned out after about a year and a half of fiddling around. And what Alan kind of showed me was that it was possible to be able to take ZBrush and do these kinds of things. And it was about, getting, this part. I knew I wanted to make it silicone, so it was going to be translucent, so you could see all the understructures underneath of it. So this had to be something that was moldable, but it also had to be something that nested perfectly on top of this shape. And so I knew all the mechanics were going to be inside here. So that was, again, same kind of thing, where I then have all of the mechanisms for the eyes and everything's inside there. So it did exactly what I thought it would do, which is just nesting all these parts inside of one another. So then a company called 3D Systems came out with the first prosumer 3D printer. It was called the ProJet, and it was $15,000. And I bought it. It was the first resin printer, actually. And these parts were big enough that I knew that I wanted to do them out of resin. So I actually bought that printer, and it cost $800 for 2 liters of resin in it. So
$800? Holy moly.
$800. I couldn't hardly afford to even start the machine up.
Oh my
God. I needed to make sure in my mind that all of these parts were just exactly as they needed to be, because to reprint them was going to cost me $1 zillion, right? So that's what I did. This is actually the first prototype. This is the first one that came out of the box. A lot of stuff that I learned was the parts warp a lot, at least with that resin. That resin was really gummy when it came out of the machine. Like, it was a big machine, but it took forever for the resin to actually cure. So while it was just sitting there, it would deform. So I started actually adding in these little bars to kind of keep it from misshaping a little bit, which helped a lot.
Can you zoom into that? Can you zoom into those?
Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I'm sliding over to the side, as I always do when I'm using ZBrush. Yeah, so I just added these little bars in here and here, and this helped the structure, because if you think of it, it's like a horseshoe. So that horseshoe shape wants to deform because there's nothing to hold support in there while it's curing. So the important thing was that I wanted this front shell and the back shell had to match up. And, I put a lot of magnets in stuff. So I had to build in these little holes to put the magnets in, because I don't like what I call space screws. I don't want I don't want to ever see a screw. So most of my sculptures, most of the things that I design, you don't see any external screws because everything's magnetic. So a lot of when I'm designing, I make sure that I got a lot of that inside there. So this was the first robot that I built. I'll go into a little bit more detail and show you the robot running towards the end of the show. But this proved that, first of all, the ZBrush was an amazing tool, not only for all the organic stuff I was fiddle-faddling with, but this proved that I could do hard surfaces and still organic stuff, right? So the face is organic. Good luck with trying to sculpt that in Lightwave Modeler. So it definitely proved my point that this could be kind of like a nesting object to be able to create these robots. And so after this robot, I formed a company in 2015 called Robomotics, and the company is kind of an R&D company. I'm based around like robots for artificial intelligence, like universities using them and so on and so forth. So I used this as my first prototype, and then I made other prototypes after that. And those prototypes utilized a lot of really hard machinery parts. Like the stuff you see in here, most of it I tried to use plastic just to see how well it would hold up. But I knew if I was going to go with something that was going to be in a museum or somewhere else, that a lot of these parts had to really be manufactured out of a much more solid material. And in this case, it's aluminum. So when I'm working, the first thing that I do is I kind of have to reverse build things. Sorry, my brain doesn't work this way. Okay, here we go. What I have to do is bring the real world into the computer. So all of these parts that you see here are actual physical parts that exist that I have to bring in order to build my robot around these existing parts. So I actually source all of my parts first before I actually go in to even design the robot. That way I know that these parts are going to be the right parts that are going to fit inside the robot. And I'm not going to have a problem with, say, with something not being able to fit because I didn't incorporate it into the design. So,
did you get these from the manufacturers? Did you build these?
Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. So, great question. So this servo here is an actual robot actuator. It's called Dynamixel, and it's made by a company called Robotis in Korea. This robot, this motor alone is $600. It's a very expensive robot motor actuator. This was an STEP, a step file that they had that I downloaded and was able to pull that. So I convert my step files over to STL and then just import them right in, and they're one-to-one because everything, lots of people way back when I was talking to people about hard surfaces, like, you can't do hard surface in ZBrush. It doesn't have any measurement system. And I'm like, yes, it does. It's millimeter to sub-millimeter. It's perfect. And I would sculpt a part, print a part, and show them it's one-on-one. This is no different than any CAD program. You just have to.
What are you using to convert your step files?
I was using 123.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's called 123D something from.
They went through 5 names. I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's gone now, but it's something else to supersede it from Autodesk. But there's lots of other converters out there that you can use. Probably even some free ones as well. And this is really helpful for getting all of these parts inside of ZBrush. And a great example is, I don't know if you guys ever heard McMaster Car before. When I was working in the industry, we would have a catalog that would be in the shop that would be about 3 inches thick, and every page was like onion skin. This company has everything that you can imagine. Every kind of bolt, every kind of washer, bearings, U-joints in this example. And every single thing online now is inside on their website that you can download. So I can go and say, hey, I want this U-joint. And all I have to do is go over here and find step file and hit save and download it. It comes in as a step. And I switch it over to STL. And this, they have, they have a lot of stuff. They have, zillions of things. So every single one of these parts is there for downloading. So if you want to if you want to bring something in that's going to be a mechanical part, you can download it, or you can each download it and send it out to be an actual
Do you want to put that link in our chat, and we'll share that with everybody, so at least they have that too?
Absolutely. And
yeah, I can get it.
Okay, all right. I
Yeah.
think that's getting it. You're getting
Great.
a lot of questions starting to pop up. Like,
okay, hit them at me, throw them at me. I know my path here, but I have a tendency to go a lot to the left and to the right. So bring me back with a question would be great.
So can you show us your measuring technique when you're converting from CAD to these pieces?
Yes, absolutely. Well, you don't have to convert as long as you stay with millimeters in ZBrush, then and don't change any of the units. Then all these models coming in are coming in exactly as millimeters. So this is the U joint that we just saw, and this is exactly that size. So if I go to move and I go back to our old fancy transpose tool, and draw that tool out, you can see that it has 85.75 up here.
They're not going to be able to see that, unfortunately. So on the top our things for the stream is covering it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. So up in the upper left-hand corner, there's the units measurement there. And dragging this out will tell you exactly what that size is. So another example is this bearing that I have here. And this bearing is in the physical world.
That one.
Don't worry about that. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, let me go back to.
We can go full screen on your webcam if you want. You want to go full screen on your webcam?
Yeah, real quick.
Okay. Go ahead. Go full screen. There you go.
Okay, wait a minute. Whoops. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
I can't see my.
We're full screen on your webcam right now, so we're not seeing your screen right now.
Okay, how do I get back so I can see my webcam?
You should be seeing it in the program.
I see.
So try your browser. Go to your browser. Maybe you're not on the browser because
okay, hang on.
happening in your browser.
There we go. Got it. Thank you. So sorry.
Yep.
Perfect example.
Okay,
this is it. This is that.
There you go.
There you go. So this is that bearing. This is the physical bearing, and then you're gonna want to have a fancy caliper, and you're going to be able to measure all of your measurements, and then I'm going to be able to reproduce that in ZBrush. So I just duplicate all this stuff. So I have servos. Let's see if I can get in.
Oh, fancy. Oh, there you go. It's fancy.
Yeah, there we go. So we got nice servos that we could put in. We have a standard servo here, and then we have a micro servo here. And basically all I'm doing is I'm taking literally just measurements off of everything and reproducing it in ZBrush. That's a close-up.
So you're recreating some of those pieces from scratch then. You're just using those measurements and recreating them.
That's absolutely right. And that is what I call sourcing. And I have to source those materials first because let's say if I want, for instance, on a robot, I want an arm to lift up and the arm has to, it's a shoulder joint. The shoulder joint has an enormous amount of weight to carry because as the arm is going up, there's a lot of weight there. So I need to find a motor that's going to be able to do that first before I design the robot, because if I can't find a motor that fits, then I have to find another motor. And if that motor isn't the exact same dimensions, then I have to, then I'm screwed because I've already started building the robot and it's not going to fit and I have to go back and redesign it. Sure. So that's the first thing I do. And when I'm done with that part, I end up with some parts. This will be like this is the beverage dispensing robot that I'm building for the YouTube channel. This robot is 6'3", and it's basically voice activated. You're going to ask for a Red Bull, or you're going to ask for a Jägermeister, or you're going to ask for wine or beer, whatever you want. Inside the robot will dispense this for you. So building, awesome. Yes. So building this robot, you have to start with a really solid structure, right? So all these parts, again, same kind of thing. All these parts are designed in ZBrush with all the measurements, all the holes are cut. These parts get saved out as DXFs. They export them out as OBJ, but then I have to convert these to DXF. And what DXF file will allow me to do is to get this water jetted out on these aluminum plates come back to me an eighth of an inch thick with all these holes that I have. This lines up with all of the parts that I need. So perfect example of the perfect example is
do you have your own water jet? You don't have your own one. Do you have your own?
No. These get sent out to a local place. Sent out to a local place. But here's that bearing that I was just showing you guys. So this bearing, because I took all my careful measurements when I designed it and built it in ZBrush, these holes matched up perfect when I got the water jetting back. So yeah, this gets done at a local in Portland. But then for Alan, the perfect example of Alan. So Alan had a lot. This was the next version of Alan where I needed to go with stronger parts. So these parts are actually milled aluminum. So if you can go back to my camera. So this is that part. Let me see if I can zoom in again. There we go. So this part is completely machined, CNC machined right out of aluminum. And this was designed in ZBrush, not in a CNC machine. This is ZBrush. And then this part goes inside there. And so again, this goes back to that nesting. There's some of this you could do in CAD, but a lot of this you can't do because of this beautiful nesting of getting parts going in. So these are CNC machines, so they're designed for, I have a robot that's in Kuwait in a museum that teaches visitors object recognition. So for that to run 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, nonstop without breaking down, which so far it's been in there for 3 years and it hasn't broken down, I had to go with some pretty serious parts. It's very heavy, but it's living, it's still surviving.
Do you have any suggestions for where to learn about animatronics and robotics besides, like, they're bringing up Stan Winston School? Do you have any other places that are good places to go learn about this?
No, let's see. That's hard, because robotics is kind of this, it's kind of just still on the horizon. I wish there was, but part of the problem is that a lot of robotics is expensive. I'll tell you right now, there's nothing cheap about it. Even just doing robotics for kids, it's like limited to Lego Mindstorm because it's just so expensive to get, parts and motors and things like that. So I'm hoping that part of my channel is doing that. I'm teaching people about what to buy and how to buy, and eventually Alan and his female counterpart Elena, both the robot heads, are going to be kits that people can download and print themselves and put the robots together, and then
that'd be awesome.
And I'll have the programming already done, so all in the cloud. So all they have to do is download the program, and their robots are up and talking to them, in a matter of days.
So you're having a lot of precision questions. A lot of people asking.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, you asked me that question before. Yes. Okay. Let me talk about precision in the way of my precision.
Right.
Good enough is my precision. I am okay. I'm not 0.001.
You were talking about, had the bearing. How did you get the right size and make sure that the right size hole for the cylinder to match the other parts that you were getting made somewhere else? What did you do?
For the holes to be cut? Yeah. Yes, that's Dynamesh.
Make sure when you're making it in ZBrush, like that bearing, you made it in ZBrush from scratch, right?
Absolutely.
So the holes in those bearing,
yes,
you're just using a cylinder, I'm assuming. So they're asking, how did you get the right size cylinder and get the positioning correct so it'd match up with all the other pieces they're going to stack?
Because I also built the other pieces, so I can move this part. Let's go back to the let's go back here. Yep. So if I measured this part, and then all the holes line up because these holes were here, and then on this side, I made some pegs with just some primitives.
Yep.
And those go in, because it's okay to have a little bit bigger hole, or even smaller holes are fine if I go back in and drill them out with a drill.
Sure.
So these holes were all lined up with this piece that I brought in first. So all these holes match up perfectly.
Dynamesh? Is this Dynamesh?
Yep, you bet. Everything's Dynamesh. I started using live Boolean, but I'm so freaked out when I get so many pieces that I try to limit it down to a couple of live booleans at a time. Like I'll do 2 or 3, bring it back in, 2 or 3 back in, but then I'm still always like one version away. Like I'm still like learning ZBrush, 2019, all the new things that are in it. So I'm just always like a year behind on learning what other cool things. But live boolean is a game changer, as you guys have said a million times on the show. It's like, it really is absolutely astounding. And I like the idea of being able to see what I'm going to get before I push the button. Like when you Dynamesh it, you sometimes have to go back, move something, Dynamesh forward, go back, move it, back, forth. With live boolean, you can go in and show exactly, I can see exactly what part that I'm going to get.
Yeah, I just want to add something to this, because talking to, like, Will's talking a lot of stuff too, like that we normally don't see inside of ZBrush, right? Like this is what Druss and I have been trying to say.
Right.
There's a lot of ways. By the way, there is a plugin, people, on our webpage that's, what did you call it, Druss? IMM, what is the name of it? I'm going blank right now.
Anyway, I got so many up there. I don't know.
Druss made an actual plugin. You guys could draw out insert mesh brushes with the exact size to millimeters.
Yeah, I think it's draw size something.
IMM draw size, I think is what it's called.
Now, see, that's what I have to have. That's perfect. So here's another example of this bolt right here. Another thing, you can also just do this. So this bolt right here is downloaded from McMaster Carr. It's 630 seconds. It's a 630 second bolt. So that bolt is 630 seconds. I know that when I go to put my bolt in it later, that's going to be a 630 second bolt, because so you can have whole libraries with everything stored just like you would in a CAD program, with all of your bolts, all of your bearings, all of your motors, all of your, every little single part can be built into a library that you can then go in and grab pieces and parts from to then start building the framework for your robot prior to going into working on the shells.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I do, like when I'm doing a toy, if it's going to be like a 2 millimeter pin, I just make it right out the gate a 2 millimeter pin and have it.
Exactly, absolutely right. And that's these little guys right here are when you want to recess a bolt in with the head. So let's say if I have a piece of aluminum or something, I can actually recess this larger cylinder into whatever. It could be plastic or whatever. But again, this would be if you have space bolts. I started talking about space bolts earlier. A space bolt is just a bolt that's visible that looks like a hex bolt or Phillips head or something like that. I hate that, but you can just recess, using this larger portion in dynameshing it into whatever part you're building, and you're always going to have that recess in. If you have it CNC'd, that CNC recess will be in there for you. If you're 3D printing it, you can 3D print it and have that recess in there for your bolt as well. So some of the other parts that I showed you then were, so here's a micro servo, here's a regular servo. Some of these stuff you can get off of Thingiverse. If you have the exact same model, even if it's not, you can still go in and adjust a little bit, save you a little bit of time. This is a gear motor that I have that uses the bartender robot uses for his shoulders. And I just took, again, just a basic idea of what the motor looked like. If you go back to...
what resolution are you using for those when you get back into ZBrush, your Dynamesh, when you get back in there?
It depends. I don't ever go all the way to the max. It depends on that volume, how big or small that volume is. It's never the same when I get in there. Sometimes I get something that's old, and I'll be way off on the Dynameshing, and I have to kind of go, and I'm scared to kind of change it because I'm scared my sizing's going to change. So that whole volume around my object with Dynamesh still makes me scratch my head a little bit. So sometimes things I need to go up higher, and some things I need to go like 80, and it Dynameshes. So it just depends on where that part is in the space. But anyway, same. So I just get a kind of a general sense of the size of this motor by using just primitives to give me this. And that way, as I said, I can stick that in the robot, and I'm going to know right away whether that's going to work or not. So that is kind of the process to get me to bringing the outside world inside.
Okay.
Then once I'm inside ZBrush and I'm happy and I've got my little frame, and my frame looks like it's going to be sturdy, then I go into a couple of things. I'll show you this is the final robot. Oh, it's chugging.
He's working on his YouTube channel, everyone, too. So if he doesn't show it tonight, are you going to show?
Oh yeah, I've got them all set up. I'm hoping to be done at least 10 minutes before my time's up, so I can show you those robots. They're all set up and ready to go.
Awesome.
So here, okay. So when I started with this whole idea, it was a sketch that I did 20 years ago of like a bartender robot. I was like, oh, that would be really cool to do for the YouTube channel. That's my first robot. 6'3". What was I thinking? It was like ridiculous to do this for my first robot. I'd never done arms, mechanical arms before, so that was a big, huge challenge to kind of figure out how to do all of that. But once I had sourced all of those parts, before I got to this final look, which is kind of like a K2SO robot.
Yeah, love them.
Which I love K2SO, and I kind of
awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was kind of the idea or concept behind it. But before I did that, I went in and just did lots of crazy, silly stuff. Like I go in and just kind of like really quickly, I give myself 10 to 15 minutes to just kind of Dynamesh and carve away different ideas and concepts for different things. Originally, this was kind of the original head I had in the sketch, but I decided it was too much like a helmet. So I decided, I don't want to do that. But again, I just kind of like kept coming back to this literally like 5-minute throw together that I did. I was kind of like, hey, I kind of like everything Star Warsy, and this was kind of Star Wars inspired, has this kind of outside shell, and then underneath you see all these mechanical parts just kind of like hanging down. So I kept going back to that because this just felt more Star Wars-y to me. And so that quickly became that became the kind of the theme for this robot. And I just kind of followed it through. A lot of this stuff is functional. So there's servos down inside the chest. Let's see if I can move this part out of the way. There we go. So there is a servo that fits in here and a servo on the other side that's connected to these neck rods. And these neck rods move the head left and right. And if you move them both at the same time, it makes the head go up and down. So this was a functional part that I kind of added into it. It's kind of going through this neck piece. And then I had a learning curve with the 3D printing. Let me talk a little bit about the 3D printing and challenges that you have when you're dealing with parts this big. I mean, they were big parts. So I bought a printer called the Creality CR10 Max. And it's big. I did all the parts in PETG. PETG doesn't warp as much as some of the, doesn't melt as much as like PLA does when it's in the sunshine. So I wanted to make it out of PETG, but it does warp a lot. So I had some challenges with that. But when I'm designing, I also have to think about how these parts are going to print, where I'm going to cut them, so that they fit on the printer, and then how I'm going to reassemble them later. So an example here, if I can get, let's just go so we don't kill the computer. Perfect example here is on this chest plate. I put these little, you could see how dirty they are. It doesn't, you would be amazed at how much is good enough. Look at all this, junk behind it. This is not CAD. This is not beautiful, flat, incredible surfaces like Paul and Joseph do. This is literally good enough. And so you can see where I Dynamesh, it's even got the little puffed up lip around it. It's just like, it's crap, but it works. I know exactly what works at 0.3 microns on a printer, and 0.3 microns is quite large. So it doesn't pick up a lot of detail. So what I do is I put a 2mm hole in these, and then I take some of the filament and put into the holes, and they're aligned on each side, so that after the print comes off, I can put the two pieces together, kind of like peg and groove. And those pieces go together perfectly. And I can do that with Dynamesh. I just put my little piece of filament in there, Dynamesh it out, and then I've got my holes. Those holes print in the print, and then I can assemble those two parts together. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Let's see. So as far as parts, I build a lot of stuff myself. I'm not going to lie. Definitely, if there are kit bash parts out there, I'm going to go get them. It reminds me of the old days when you were a model builder and you just built things. So I build up libraries of pieces and parts. Some of them, I try to do, very less than I would normally do on something that was going to be like, if somebody was doing something for a game or for a film, I don't want to do anything like that. But, it's great going to ArtStation and supporting artists that have parts on there. If there's something there that gives me a start for like a foundation, then I'm going to definitely go for it. It's about speed. ZBrush is 1/3 of my process. I have to design the parts, then I have to 3D print the parts, then I have to assemble the mechanics and program. So whatever I can go as fast as I can, then I'm going to part. So I'm building these chess pieces out, and then like this little piece here is like a piece that I got somewhere on ArtStation. And the reason I have these little parts kind of built into the robot is because the 3D printer doesn't print that high of a resolution, especially at 0.3 microns. So I want lots of little tiny parts that are high resolution that I can print on my resin printer. So I will pick these little places just so that if your eye's moving very quickly around the robot, you can see little pieces and parts here and there that give you a higher value with having detail versus the parts that are lower value that are printed on the FDM filament printers. So that's kind of what I do. I did the same thing on these little side pieces over here. They were all printed separate. There we go. And one of the other things, again, functioning here, the back part where the computer, so the computer goes in here. There's actually a touch screen that comes in the back, that's in the next episode coming up, episode 5, that goes in here. But to get to my bottles that are on the inside, I was like, oh crap, the computer's in the way. So I built this whole mechanism it's just hinged right here, and this pops up, and then this back door opens so that you can then pull the tray out and get to the bottles and change the wine bottles or whatever you have inside the robot. So if you go back to my camera, where am I? There we go. So this is that part, and it again, magnets, right? So this kind of tips up like that, and then it comes down and just clicks back into place with magnets. Again, one of the reasons why magnets are amazing. And look, no screws, which I hate. So that is that definitely is things that you have to think about when you're going into the design phase of this thing. And when it starts coming together, I really have to think of it in pieces. I have to think of it as modular pieces. If I think of it as a whole robot, my brain explodes. I have to think about the head as a single unit, the neck as a single unit, the chest, the back, the computer part, the arms. The arms alone, I started this whole robot and hadn't designed the arms. And I got myself into a pickle because it took me almost 2 months to design the arms because I screwed myself by making the arms so thin. So I wanted to do, like, if you look at Star Wars stuff, they have really gangly, really skinny arms. And I was like, that's what I want. But I hadn't sourced any parts yet for it. So it became very difficult to get the amount of motion. There's 6 degrees of motion on this arm. So getting everything to kind of work together was a bit of a challenge. But it in the end, I was very happy with the way the motion is. You'll see in a little bit. But same thing here. I've got lots of bearings that are in here.
Can you zoom up a little bit closer?
Yeah, you bet. Let me get situated here. Let me zoom in. Okay, so you can see there's a motor back here that moves the arm up, and then this has a servo that attaches to a rod that comes all the way down. We have a bearing that holds the weight, and then you can see right here is another piece of the puzzle. Again, these are all real parts. So this part is a real part. This is a pillow block that I got from a company called Octobotics. They also have all of their robot parts that you can download as STLs. So that is my pillow block. Then it comes down. Then we get into, again, just pieces. I think there's something like 500 pieces for this entire robot.
For the entire robot, it's 500 pieces?
500 pieces.
Man, I wanted to say, your wife is amazing, right? Your family's amazing. Like you said, this is not cheap, right? Too, right?
No, this is not cheap. And again, kicking myself in the butt for starting this robot as my first robot. It was just insane to tackle something on this scope. But I'm going to say it again. There's no way I could have designed anything like this on any other program. There's ZBrush. Look, I mean, all of these cavities, all this was all subtractive material. And I couldn't have done it without ZBrush and building these parts in. And anybody who says I could do that in CAD, we'll see you next year, because I built these arms like this and manufactured them, printed them, and put them together in 8 weeks. So it happens very quickly.
What's your magnets that you're using, and where do you get your magnets?
Oh, I will try to put a link. There's a really great 52. Their measurement of a magnet is in something newtons or something, but it's 52. They're super strong. I don't have these installed yet on the robot when I come to show you the robot. But you can see here these little round circles are for those magnets. So I also wanted these shells to come off for maintenance or to swap out a motor if a motor burns out, because you also have to think about how to maintain the robot once you have the robot built. You've got to get in there and fix something if something's broke. So without screws, again, I did everything with magnets. So everything, this outer shell will just clip right into this. Where each one of these little holes will magnetically connect together so that I can still access those by just simply pulling them off.
All right, I just wanted to give you a time check so you know you got 15 minutes.
Yes, 15. If I do another 5 here, and then I wanted to.
Yeah, there's one thing we're gonna all want you to do before you leave ZBrush, though.
Okay.
It might take a minute, but go on.
Okay.
That's the very last thing because someone's bringing it. I think it'd be cool to see. So.
Okay. Let's see. So then when all this is finished and everything's printing, I usually go in and do some poly painting. So this is a maquette version. I also printed up a maquette, so it's all decimated, and it's okay. I don't need it to be perfect. I just want to get an idea of where I want to throw some paint. So it's decimated, so I'm getting I'm missing all of my vertexes, so I'm not getting nice clean lines. But it's okay. Again, it's just about trying to get an idea of what I want to do, and then a lot of times I bring it into Photoshop. I'll photograph several of these. I think I have an image of that. Where is that picture? Oh, here it is.
You can go full screen on that if you want.
Okay. So I will take an image, a snapshot of the robot from different angles, and then I'll bring it into Photoshop, and I could then go through hue and saturation and change and just see if it's really amazing when you do change hue. It really changes different people's emotions. It's crazy. One thing I want to change about robotics is I really hate the black and white robots that exist everywhere. I'm like, there's a full color palette. Why the hell is everybody making black and white robots? I just don't understand it. And there's so much color and there's so much different things. And that's what I did with Alan and Elaine of the robot heads, is putting as much color into them as I want, because there's just like, it really does evoke emotions in different kinds of people. So if you take the hue slider in Photoshop and move it back and forth, you can literally change both colors, the blue and the yellowy orange. And then you could go in and just pick a single color and change just that color. And so you can go back and forth with it. But this is like my color comping. I do the color comping while the 3D printer's printing. This gives me an idea so that I can start ordering paint to be delivered when it comes time to do the paint job, or do tests. Sometimes I just do a test on the maquette as well, because I print up a maquette before I go to the full robot, so I can take a look at it from all angles and make sure there's nothing that I want to change.
What's your technique for the panels?
For
you think the chest panel as an example.
Oh, that's a funny story. This whole robot, because I wanted it to be full-size robot, I actually brought in a human, or it may have been something that was already in ZBrush, and literally like smoothed it down so it was completely smooth. So this way it gave me like, okay, the shoulder joints here, this is the angle of the chest, this is where the head would be on a 6-foot person. And I used that chest blank, and I don't know if I got it.
Yes, you're taking an existing humanoid figure.
Yes, and
down.
Yep, and I think you're right here. Oop, there we go. I go solo and frame. Yeah. So here we go. So this was it. I just smoothed this out, and I use this to make my panels on. I use a lot of different things. Sometimes I just will use an alpha, draw around, mask it off, and then
masking it, extrude it out, or pushing it.
Extrude it out. Thank you. The word extruding just lost my brain. So I did that, and then just would go in and start putting my panels line in. The new chisel tools our brushes are amazing. I love those things. You can do so much with them.
So that's the brush I just showed people that on the last one at the last.
Yes, that tool set, when you go into a higher Dynamesh, like since I'm doing everything in Dynamesh and going up really, really, really high, and then building all these lines in, those chisel tools are absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And that's what I did. You know, some of these, there we go. So this was very old school because this was 8 years ago. The Allen body, all this I did 8 years ago. So it's a little dated, and again, it was on 2K, which is why it's a little soft around the edges there. But a lot of this stuff was, some is alphas, some is parts, some are up here. I use B radius a lot.
Oh yeah.
I do use B radius a lot, even sometimes when I'm just concepting stuff to kind of put these neat little lines.
Clipping or the slicing? Which one, with clipping or slicing?
Clipping.
Clipping.
Yeah, I use that a lot just to kind of move lines around. I like working very quickly. If I get, a feeling that that's the right way to go in, then I'll definitely go in that general direction. And then
you got about 10 minutes, so you know.
Okay, how much?
10 minutes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so another example, my son came to me and saw a hexapod on TV, and he said, "Hey, make me one." So this was my idea for a hexapod. I made this about 2 years ago. 3D printed everything. Perfect example of a fail. It got big and it got heavy, and it just wouldn't walk. It moved, but it didn't walk. So on the YouTube channel, I'm going to revisit this again, and I've got bigger motors to go inside of it, and hopefully we'll get this to walk. But this is a perfect example of using kit bashing. I literally made all these parts in the body, and then all of this is literally like layering kit bash parts on top of one another in multiple layers to build up these parts. Like on this chest, these are literally just parts on top of parts on top of parts. Same thing with the head, lots of parts. I know there's some robot people from some forums watching tonight, and this is, I explained to them that even if you take a while to get the grasp or understanding of how to use ZBrush and make your own parts, you can still do something like this where you can utilize ArtStation parts and put things together. I mean, this is like 60-70% of parts. Put it together and then put your motors inside of it, and you've got yourself an original robot. So perfect example of being able to kit bash and do something very quickly. I built this in 2 days.
What?
2 days.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, it's insane. And so
you design it, or did you just do it all and then said,
"Here"? I didn't. I kind of designed a very something. I always sketch everything first. I start with paper and just kind of come up with real quick sketch ideas of what I wanted to do. I was just going to make a hexapod, and then he was like, "Well, what if we could put a man on top of it?" And then I was like, "Well, maybe I can incorporate like like a buggy type thing. And then he was like, what if his arm's a gun? So I just started kind of like building all these different concept parts, and then I have to figure out again how everything functions and then bring in the servos. So the thing that's missing here is there's no servos in those little slots where normally there'd be a servo there. But now I have to redo that because it didn't work out so well.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then sometimes I just go and do cuckoo crazy stuff like I don't know what this is.
Hold on, okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's just kind of like just kind of coming up with
got a mandible. Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of it's a gorilla bot. I don't know. It's just what
kind of got your own like mech skull thing happening there.
Yeah, and one of the things about my company Robomotics is that the idea is that the mechanisms, once you build the mechanisms, you could build anything. So here's a perfect example of Alan or Elena's shoulders and neck with the mechanism already built into it. And then you just snap off the head and snap another head on, and you don't have to rebuild the whole robot. You've got the mechanism there. You can just simply add a new head onto it.
Right. Yeah, they used to special effects and they would do that back in the 80s.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And so I use a lot of, and I know we don't have enough time to go into this, but I use a lot of pinch stuff, for going in with
yeah, you pinch it up.
Yeah, pinch it up a little bit for S curves. I really like doing stuff like that where you can get a really sharp line that it really works out fantastic after you dough it in. I literally go in sometimes and just like cut hard angles in and then go back in with the pinch tool and just kind of like design stuff in that way.
Nice.
Okay, so let me go. You guys want to see the robots?
Yeah, but hold on. Go back to your ZBrush. I want to do one thing.
Yeah.
Your bartender. I want to do one thing.
Coming up. People.
Heavy. I think he's 90 million, 91 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were asking. This might take a minute, though, people. This might not be something instant. Can you go to transform and hit expose?
Yes. Let's see. Where is the
you've moved it. You've took it off the UI. So go up into transform menu at the top.
Okay. Yep. Transform. Got it.
And then find the expose. It's right next.
Okay. Here we go.
I don't know how long this is going to take because it's pretty dense. So
it's pretty dense. Okay. Here we go. I don't know what's going to happen.
You're not going to play because this will show them the breadth of your parts.
Well.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you can do it in all 3 axes too. Right now, it's only doing it in 2 axes.
Oh, that's why. Okay, let me undo it, and then we'll do it again.
X, Y, Z in that. You see the little X, Y, Z above the slider. Above the slider.
Above the slider. Yep, got it.
There you go. And now, if you click expose, it'll do all 3 axes.
Okay, here we go. Are you ready?
Yeah. There you go.
How come the arms didn't explode? That's weird.
I don't know if I ever tried to explode anything that large. You get a lot of parts in that one.
Yeah. There's some parts up here. That's crazy. But everything, even the platform that holds the bottles, it slides in and out on sliders and comes out the back and the back. I mean, just every little teeny part was all done in ZBrush. I couldn't have done it.
It's really amazing.
If I would have done it in CAD, it would have taken me, it would have taken me forever. To go through and do each individual part, and then I wouldn't know whether they were even going to fit together. It just really is one of those amazing magical tools that just does everything. Because as an artist, I love being able to go into ZBrush and do something with some Jägermeister in my hand, and I'm doing some kind of organic doodle of some kind. So my brain go wherever it's going to go, and then for highly concentrated mechanical parts.
Is your exposed slider set to 100, Will?
What's that?
Is your exposed slider set to 100?
Let's check. No.
Is it? No, that's why.
Whoa! There's our problem.
There you go.
One more.
Hit frame again. Yeah.
One more. Not going to do it.
It's too much.
It's too much.
Look, I can see it all over there. You got the constellation right there. Yeah.
I'm zooming in. I'm zooming in.
Yeah, there you go, people.
Holy crap.
All these parts.
That makes me feel better for being tired.
There you go.
Oh my God.
All right, let's see these in action now.
Okay, let's go. All right. Hey, let's come. Okay, here we go. Coming over.
Is this camera currently being controlled by a robot too?
I'm working on that.
Background, and the one for his son sitting up there in the top left corner right now.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Congratulations on the Emmy.
Yep, there's an Emmy and a Georgie.
Here we go.
Oh, there's the robots there on the wall. Nice.
Look at all the printers. Oh boy.
Oh, boy's right.
Oh,
You sound like my wife.
Oh man, this is a great little.
This
is a great space.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. All right, everyone's challenge. Follow
Okay.
Will. Let's all make robots. Follow Will. Let's all make robots.
Hey Alexa, what's ZBrush?
According to Wikipedia,
Stop it.
one is 3D/2.5
Stop it.
texturing and painting.
You're using Alexa to send it to me.
Alexa, stop. Okay, so a couple technologies going on here. So,
Oh God, I have so many songs I want to put through that right now.
oh, I know, dude, it's insane. So Alexa is connected to my robot Elena, and then Alan has his own AI, but they're intermixable. You can take. I don't know if you guys know that Sam Jackson is now on Alexa in the United States. So I had Alan. There's actually one of my videos on my YouTube channel that has Alan channeling Sam Jackson, and of course, because I'm working in the film industry, I'm 1 degree away from Sam Jackson, right? So he saw it and sent a text that someone sent to me and said he just loved it and thought it was great. But so Alan has real AI technology being pumped into him right now. He has a camera in his forehead that you can see me. I'm holding my arm out. So he can do motion tracking. He can do all kinds of cuckoo crazy stuff like that. And he can tell if I'm my cognitive face, who I am. So he knows who I am. He can tell whether or not I'm happy or sad or neutral or disgust. And we can ask him a couple questions. He's different.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to turn off the pause button. There we go. Hello, Alan.
It's hard to hear him, but we see it.
Can you hear that?
It's very low. It's
okay, yeah, it's very hard without me being right next to the robot.
Yeah. No worries.
What's your favorite movie?
Are they exactly the same?
Yeah, he's not, so you can't hear him. Okay, so now we're going to move over because I know we're running out of time.
What is his favorite movie? What did you put? What's his favorite movie?
HAL 9000 from 2001: Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
He's hoping to be smart as HAL in 2001. He just said. He hoped one day. Okay, I'm going to pause him. So.
He's correcting you.
I know he's correcting me. What the hell? All right. Okay, so let me back out a little bit on this guy.
Yeah.
So here we're going to just turn him on. Give him a couple seconds to get up to speed. He's still product.
Are you controlling this, or is he?
No, it's all computer. It's all inside the computer. That's going to be inside him.
The next time I want to get something crazy and fun, I'm going to give my wife this video. Okay.
And everyone else who is watching, ZBrush is an amazing tool. Will was able to build this whole body for me in ZBrush.
I heard him say ZBrush is an amazing tool.
Yeah.
And Will was able to build this robot in ZBrush.
And Will was able to build this robot in ZBrush. That's awesome. Will, this is awesome. I'm a big dork. I love this stuff.
We all are. We're like I said, we are a bunch of fan boys that are loving this stuff, and hopefully we're building the future. That's kind of the way that I'm hoping I'm doing something. If anything, I'm getting people to start thinking about robotics differently.
Yeah.
So we get rid of the black and white robots. Artificial intelligence is going like this.
Dice Guy just put your YouTube channel. People, here you go. Like I said, if you are enjoying this, you can talk to Will. How often are you on your YouTube?
I try to do once every 2 weeks, but I've had a break because I've had multiple things happening in my life. But
yeah,
I like to try to do one every 2 weeks if I can get to it. So the next one will be that putting the computer inside the robot, so there doesn't have to be an external robot. It's going to be built into the back of the robot with the touch screen, so I can at least push the on button, and he'll say, "Are you ready for a shot of Jägermeister?" And I say, "Yes, sir."
and then Alan's over there judging you, probably just like looking at you.
Yeah, he's looking at me exactly like, "Well, Jägermeister."
I would probably do beer.
He's like, "That's too many. It's too many."
Beer. What's the beer thing you have usually in the cart? I'm going blank on it right now.
The big keg, or
but they have them. They call them something in particular. Like
yes. If you come up here, you have to learn it because in Portland, I forget what it's called too. It's not like a.
What the heck? I'm too far removed from college now. Kegerator.
That's it.
There we go. Kegerator.
Exactly. I mean,
that'd be a fun robot. Kegerator. Dude, we're all going to Will's house for a party. That's all.
Yeah.
We're all going to Will's house for a party.
My kids want the robot to do to hand out lemonade.
Oh my God, they would get so much. That's a brilliant idea.
So when this spring comes, because it's kind of cold up here in the winter, but when spring gets here, it's gonna be amazing. That video will be up on YouTube because that will be amazing. And then we always take the funds and give it to Children's Hospital or
that's awesome.
Jude's, which is great. We did it last year, made $400, but now we got the robot. Maybe we'll make 4,000. I don't know.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, it should be good fun. Absolutely.
God, that's amazing. Great.
Listen, I want to say to Joseph the same thing I said to Paul, which is like, I want you guys to know that Ask ZBrush and Paul's segment has been invaluable to me and everybody else. It's like you never find a software company that puts that kind of volume of material out. But every single episode that I've watched, I picked up something from both you guys, and I may forget it tomorrow, but then I can go back and watch it again. Right. But it's like, because my brain's starting to go, I can't hold anything else in here. But it's like they're really invaluable to me, and I think everybody else could agree with me that they're just invaluable, and I appreciate you guys doing it. And it's like sometimes you say something, I go, my God, that's going to shave hours off my life.
Well, thank you so much. Your stuff's amazing. Amazing.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you having me on. I've had a blast, and certainly stay tuned on the YouTube channel because there's lots more to come. I've got like a tote board filled with like 3 years of robots.
Subscribers now, baby. You got some subscribers here for sure.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Alan's over there talking.
Thank you, Will. Thank you so much for number one, open up your house, taking time away from your family, setting up all these. Like we know, there's a whole bunch of all that back end stuff that people don't know. All that work you put in just to make those all working and running for this. That's a lot. Thank you so much.
It is.
My pleasure, you guys. Absolutely, this has been a big, huge thrill for me. I've been a lurker for years, watching everybody do stuff and. Rick Baker. I know Rick Baker. He's doing stuff. But I never thought that if I ever made it to the summit, that this is what I was going to be showing. Because a couple years ago, I would have never said I wasn't going to be into robotics. It's crazy.
Man, that was awesome. Well, honestly, I would want to sit and talk to you now keep going
forever. Yeah.
We got one more segment still for tonight, and we got to get to that one. But I thank you again, and we got to do some giveaways. I know people want to get some giveaways as well.
Perfect.
So everyone, please give Will a round of applause wherever you are.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. I had an awesome time.
They want to know what you won the Emmy for.
I won an Emmy for a TV show called Black White. It was actually where we took a black family, made them white, and a white family and made them black, and then put them into it was a reality show, put them into interesting positions to kind of talk about race in society. So it was a challenging show, and then the Georgie over here was for the General's Daughter way back in the day. And
I remember that movie. Yeah, I
remember that. That was what
John Travolta,
long time ago.
Yeah. Remember it. Well, thank you again. We will all be subscribers now, and
thank you.
Let's continue this camaraderie, people. This is what the summit's all about, man.
I know. Like you said, this could have never happened where you could go to all these great shops in New Zealand and all over the place and see stuff. should do 2 summits. Do one in LA, and then later in the year do another one where we're doing it virtually like this. Because it's amazing to see people's shops and stuff all over the world. It's amazing.
Yep. This has been awesome, Will. I really
Thank you
appreciate
guys.
it.
Yes, thank you so
I
much.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
You guys have a great rest of the evening.
You too. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
I got nothing more to say. I'm done.
You love it.
Everything. Every single thing. It was just like I was like this close to the screen.
I was looking several times myself as well, but definitely we got to do some giveaways though, right? And then we're gonna get on. Guys, we're not done. We still have Ellie.
Still got Ellie.
We're going extreme. We're going from big stuff now to smaller stuff. This is going to be good stuff too, man. I'm excited to have Ellie. I've known him for years, and be able to bring him in too. Another artist showing you guys what he does with toys is going to be a lot of fun for me too. I'm excited about his as well. It's going to be great. Let me get going on our giveaways here. All right. Let me get my screen up. Let me make sure you guys are seeing my screen. All right. You're seeing my screen. Good. Got it. All right. Let's see today. This is it. Let's draw that winner. All right. Here we go. Rich Lugo. Rich Lugo. There's an S in there, though. That's who I'm looking for. That's who we're looking for. Rich Lugo. You are a lucky winner of a 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop. Congratulations, Rich. You have just won. Yes. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep giving some stuff away here.
Keep going.
Let's give this one away. Let's give this away. Let's give another one of these away. Ultimate ZBrush Guided Course 3D Concepts. Let's give another one of these away. Let me draw this winner out here. Oh, this one's Overseer. Let me see. Overseer Deb. Overseer Deb. That's who I'm looking for. You got to slow it down to really, and then look at it like, man, I don't even know. Overseer, there you go.
I know what you're talking about now.
You have won a course with Pablo. One of the good, man. One of the best, for sure. Very good artist. Great teacher. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's do this. All right, let's do one of these. Gnomon online class. Lobo. We're looking for Lobo Borilla. You are the winner of one free digital online class. Lobo, are you here? Talk to me. Yes, there you go. Thanks for being here. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll take a break and we're going to come back with Ellie. I'm very excited for this one too. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be good too.
I'm on a high right now with all this stuff we've been doing. Let's do this one. All right, let's do one of the illustrations from Pablo. Let's do one of these courses. He's got a great ZBrush for illustration course. Definitely let's do this. All right. Then our winner is, here we go. Uzaris 111. Uzaris 111. Are you here? Yes. All right. You're here. This is great. Everyone's still sticking around. You guys
look at this.
I'm having tears in my eyes. I'm having tears coming down my eyes right now. Just tears. Okay? Absolute tears. All right. So we're going to go to a break. And then when we come back, we're going to keep going here. We got Allie coming up from Jack's Toys. Don't go anywhere, people. This is going to be a lot of fun as well. So let's take our break, and then we're going to come back.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit! Michael here again with more 2020 ZBrush highlights for you. This piece comes to us from ZBrush Central member Sudi39. It features Sagat, the memorable character from the Street Fighter series, in a realistic render which maintains the look and feel of the original 2D character sprite. This one was very popular this year. Hello again, Michael here with another 2020 ZBrush highlight. This one features Jason Momoa as Aquaman by artist Marlon Nunes. Marlon said he wanted to work on two things specifically for this piece, realistic likeness as well as long messy hair. After numerous reiterations, the final piece looks fantastic.
Here we go, people. You're staying strong with us. Thank you for being with us. This is good. Joseph's doing a little stretching. I like that. I was doing some stretching.
Better get that blood flowing.
Get it going. Your blood's not flowing after all these fourth day. Hey, everyone, you have less than 3 hours. You have less than 3 hours to take advantage of the 20% off right now for perpetual license of ZBrush, perpetual license of ZBrush Core, or get 20% off your first payment of a 6-month subscription or 1-month subscription. Let's not forget, all you Core people that are watching right now, this is your time to upgrade. You usually get $100 off for upgrading. We're giving you $200 right now as a ZBrush Summit promo. So, guys, less than 3 hours. Again, 11:59 p.m. Those promotions are over.
Done.
Okay, so you got less than 3 hours to take advantage of those promotions. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm excited to have him here. This is going to be really another good one. Some more toy work, and again, some stuff talking about how people are using ZBrush just differently. You know, we went from that where we're making massive robots, and again, now we're going to something on a smaller scale. I'd like to also thank Keyshot for being a proud sponsor of this segment for us. You know, we've had a lot of great sponsors throughout our show, and thank you for Keyshot for being a part again of our show and being a sponsor of this segment. All right, I say let's get going. Let's bring Ellie in here. Let's bring him in the community. So let him show off what he's got for us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring in Ellie from Jack's Toys. There he is.
Hello.
What's going on, Ellie?
Just another day in paradise, right?
Just another day in paradise. I like it. Well, you got the benefit. You can roll right out of the chair into the bed right there, it looks like.
Yeah, it's my home office.
Listen, we all need. I've been there. I'm not kidding. When I was first learning ZBrush, I was standing at a desk. Like I would literally just turn my chair and roll in the bed. Like when I was done at night. I'm not kidding. I would literally do that. It was the best. Well, Ellie, I'm excited to have you here. Share a little bit about who you are so people know who you are and where you're coming from as a background as well as a ZBrush user.
All right. Well, hello. I'm Eleazar Kim Carmelli. I'm Direct Sources, Sculpting and 3D Design at Jack's Pacific Toys. I've been in the toy industry for about 15 years. Worked for a number of companies, Dr. Fresh, Mattel, now Jack's. Let's see, done so much stuff. It's kind of hard to pick one. One thing I want to talk about today is my workflow and how I utilize ZBrush. I have what I would call a very hybrid workflow where I see ZBrush as integral to that workflow. And how I use it with my other tools, by engineering tools, and back and forth between the two. I believe it's important that you use tools to achieve your goal. You don't make your goal to use tools. So every tool I can use, I will apply, and ZBrush is definitely one of those.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to have you here. You got a lot of great stuff to share tonight with everybody. So I want to get into it. You have your screen ready. Do you want to get into showing your ZBrush and your screen right now?
Yeah. Let me just jump to my screen.
Look at the guys in the booth. There you go.
All right.
Your the Jack's logo now. Your presentation.
Okay. Apex Legends. So this is one of our biggest recent releases that we just put out, and I worked on all of these. And one thing I really wanted to cover is working with licensor assets. In the toy industry, it is very common. You're going to work with licensor assets. That's where they have game data or movie data or whatever it is. They're going to hand it off to you, and you got to make that into a toy. It's not just opening and exporting. There is quite a bit of work involved on that. You know, show you an example. This is our 6-inch figure. And as you see on the left, that's the actual game data right there from the game. And when you go to take that into an actual action figure and shrink it down to 6 inches, things aren't exactly the same anymore. Reason for that is that toys are made on big giant machines like this. This is a CNC. It's a 5-axis CNC. It's going to carve a big block of steel. And you're going to have like these cavities that you're going to inject plastic into. So for that reason, when you go to make toys, the point of view that I have is that I want it as close and as ready to go for my engineers so that they don't have to make certain decisions. And then other things that get involved with it, things like, for instance, your tolerances, your wall thicknesses, your flow, all these things are important things to consider when making toys. So let me just pull up this one. This is Wraith. And this is the actual, I believe this is our stage 1 production. And you can already see when you look at it some of the changes. So if you look, for instance, the hair and part of the scarf, those thicknesses. And when you look at it up close, it's like, wow, that's pretty thick. On a 6-inch figure, that is bare minimum tolerances. Now, how do you figure these things out? So when I work in ZBrush, one of the first things I do is I set scale. Scale is very important. You know, utilizing tools like Scale Master or even the 3D print tool to export and run it through your other tools and bring it back in, whichever way you want to handle it. And I like to bring in a reference object, something that gives me an idea of my bare minimum tolerances and wall thicknesses, so I can at least check things and start to make decisions on how I want to adjust this to be manufacturable and also be functional as a toy. One thing I have right here, let me just go up to it. This is a 0.65 of an inch sphere. Pretty easy to do. Just make a sphere, either Scale Master it or a 3D print exporter as a 0.65. That's going to be your ideal minimum wall thickness. And what's great that once you have this tool, this that you could bring in, this reference sphere, is that you can then go through your model and you can check it in places and make certain that your minimum wall thicknesses are going to be at that thickness. Other things going to be detail. So your minimum detail on injecting plastic, really you're going to be looking between a 5/1000th to a 7/1000th of an inch, and that's going to be so thin that you might even need to etch that into the mold. So you really want around 10/1000ths and above. So export out a sphere at around 10/1000ths. That's what I have here. So this is my 10/1000ths reference sphere. Let's bring that on out. And as you can see, it's pretty small, but when I'm sculpting something, I need to check and make certain that whatever detail I'm putting in there is actually going to be manufacturable. That's important to have on there. Pull up the next model.
So that's just a couple spheres that you always use for yourself for your referencing point to make sure you're getting your right depths and right sizing.
It's going to take just a moment. Nope, here we go. And Bloodhound.
Wow.
Yeah, this guy's a lot of work. And let me point out a few things, areas where adjustments had to be made. If you look here on the hat, for instance, you look at some of these details, the dangles, some of these wall thicknesses. And let me jump back to this. So you can see the game data and you see the production. That's where adjustments have to be made. That's where the eye of the artist comes in, and you have to make decisions. And to me, it's very important that a sculptor makes those decisions before an engineer makes it. If you're going to leave it in the hands of the engineer, they're going to do everything they can to make it. But really, that's your job in the toy industry. Make this look beautiful, make it functional, and make it producible. And you see right here, here's my reference spheres so I could check things. As you see also on my subtool palette, do yourself a favor when you go to make articulated toys or you're doing toys in general, put things in folders, name those folders, because you're going to have instances where someone's going to come in and be like, I want to see this part. Can we have a quick look at just the arm or just the leg? You don't want to have to sit in there turning things on and off one by one for forever. Put them in folders. Let's see. Okay. So one of the things that I do a lot with ZBrush in my workflow is posing parts of figures after I've already got them all sculpted up. Going back and forth between my engineering programs and my sculpting application, ZBrush, there's going to be times where we change out parts, like for instance, the accessories, and making certain they fit and then posing them up. ZBrush is truly one of the greatest things for posing these models for myself. I find especially with odd topologies. Let me just show you right here. So this will give you an idea of what some of these topologies come through with some of these engineering programs, going back and forth between them. And ZBrush handles these type of ugly meshes so well. Show you an example. Quick tip: when you go to do these things, duplicate your tool. You always run into a situation where it's like, damn it, I wish I had the original one for one reason or another. Duplicate it. Don't do that where you're running out and having to go backtrack. So I'm going to pose up this finger real quick, and as you can see, I actually have it grouped. I'm just going to go ahead and undo that. I personally like using the lasso tool when I do my grouping. Especially when you do fingers, and here, let me do this real quick. Now I can see it. Make certain you check both sides of the fingers or legs or whatever it is. I see this sometimes where, and I've even done it myself, where you go through and you draw up part of it. You're like, that looks great. And you turn around the other side and it's like, damn it, that's terrible. Check both sides. And I missed that.
So you're doing this on the mesh you brought in. Is that right? That's what you're doing this on right now?
Yes, this was actually a mesh that was partially sculpted in ZBrush and ran through my engineering application. So that's where I want to show really one of the magic tools of ZBrush and how it handles dealing with meshes like this in this scenario. So I'm going to just go ahead and pose this this finger a little. Let me just go ahead and rotate it out. Turn on transparent so I can actually see where the finger's sitting. One little tip also with soft shore PVC, give it a little bit more squeeze than you think. It's going to have some give in production. And the last thing you want is a hand so loose it's dropping the accessories. Just give it a tiny bit of squeeze. Some degree you may have to play back and forth on it. That's part of toys is trial and error. So let me just go through and get that trigger finger, last proximal. Come on. There we go. All right. So as you can see, this is a little bit ugly in places. It's not terrifyingly bad, but it definitely has some stretched polys. Now I can go through and Dynamesh it, which isn't bad depending on your settings. But if I just want to clean up this little section here so that I can resculpt and fix it and make it look better, one thing I found that works for me, let me draw my size down. I use Sculptress. I turn on my smoothing, and then right here under Z intensity, I turn it way down because I don't really want to necessarily change the overall shape. I just want to change this topology. So just go ahead and so now that I've kind of fixed some of that topology, I got a little bit more going on there. It's more even, it's not so stretched. Now I can go through, turn this off, and then start sculpting away, cleaning up anything that just didn't come out right.
How fast are you having to do
these pieces? Like, what's your time frame that you're getting from like concept and then getting to the final piece?
Depending. I mean, that's some of that's kind of on more of an internal deadlines, but I'd say from start to finish, it's about a day and a half.
Okay, a day and a half from start to finish, the entire thing.
Usually for me, I'd say it's about a day and a half. Depending on what is the complexity of the model, how much detail. On average, a lot of these, that's usually how fast I zip through it. If I have to start doing a lot of articulation on more of the engineering side, yeah, maybe add another day, but it rarely takes for me more than 3 days.
And then when you're done this, do you worry about remeshing it or anything, or you just decimate it and then send it for print?
Depending on where I'm going with it, before I send this off to my engineers, it has to be a clean mesh. I'll tell you right now, looking at this right here where you have this intersection, engineering programs sometimes will not understand this intersection. So you should either remesh it via either Dynamesh or smooth it out, whichever way you want to handle it. You have to have a good, solid, closed manifold mesh when going to the engineering side. And that also affects for 3D printing as well. I'm certain people have experienced things where they do a 3D print and they don't know why they had some weird cavity or some sort of weird hole when you check your mesh and it says, hey, everything's good. It's because you have things like this where I know somewhere in the intersection. Here, let me see if I can actually show it. Turn on double. Yep, right there. That would be a problem for an engineering application or for a 3D print application. It's pretty small, so a 3D printer probably would pass it. But if you go to machine this, you go to tool it, it's not going to know which face is which on the outside. So that's where you'd want to actually do a Dynamesh, remesh it, make certain it's a perfect closed manifold object. Let me just undo that.
What do you think is the best way for someone to get in the toy industry if they really want to be in the toy industry as a ZBrush user?
I'm sorry, say again?
What do you think is the best way for someone to get into the toy industry that is a ZBrush user?
I think do a lot of trial and error. When I talk with someone that's coming up into toys and they use ZBrush, I want to know that they have sculpted a ton of things and they've printed stuff and they've seen the problems. They've seen where they failed and where they learned from those failures and moved on and learned how to fix those things. That's going to be the number one thing. When you work in toys, it's a physical object, and it's not just a physical object, it's a tiny physical object. So you have a lot of challenges in that sense.
How do you get the files as an engineer? So when you go to the engineering CAD programs, what are you converting them to? What are you giving them?
At that point, we're either going to be sharing STL or proprietary file format.
Okay.
We do always keep a copy of the ZBrush file in case we have to go back to it. But just because a lot of engineering applications are very specific on what they accept, we usually aim towards STL. OBJ, personally, I'm not a fan of, only because sometimes it has issues with applications. What I've noticed with OBJ is that depending on if it's a quad mesh or a triangulated mesh, sometimes a CAD application will have to triangulate it, and it gets kind of funny. Where if I send an STL, I know it's going to work. Let me go to the next one. Okay, so one thing that I get a lot, and in the toy industry, you just deal with a ton of this, and that is licensor assets, be it either game data or animation data, and you got to take this and shrink it down and scale it into something that is usable within a toy. One of the things that I try to always present to people is topology. what you output from this program is what's going to be machined. It's what's going to be tooled out and essentially show up in a toy. Meaning, if you give your engineer, for all the tooling guys, a file with these big heavy facets, that's what's going to show up. So you need to make certain that what you actually give is properly tessellated and smoothed out, and even more importantly, matches the actual intention of the licensor. ZBrush has some very amazing tools for automatically doing this. Now, I'll show you real quick. If I go and I just go through and divide this up, it'll smooth it out. But it also kind of loses some of these hard edges. Those, I really want to keep those sharp edges, especially if this was something that I knew was supposed to have, a nice hard sharp here. Let me just change this real quick. So
you're going to disappoint some people. They really love the red wax, some of them.
For me personally, I have a hard time seeing the red wax.
Yeah.
I don't know why. When I'm sculpting, my favorite thing to do is to use skin white, turn on polygroups, polyframe, and then turn off the draw, so that I see the colors.
Yeah.
I don't know why. For me, this is easier to see.
I've noticed that honestly for a lot of toy people. I've noticed a lot of toy artists will do that. Actually, they'll do that exact same thing too. They'll go to a bright material, turn on polyframe, and turn off the line.
I think it's because we're dealing with these very small tolerances, and we're trying to look for these type of edges and things. In this case, where I want to try to preserve these hard edges from this very low poly model, a great tool you have under polygroups, if you go to group by normal, there you go, automatically does that, and I can come through to geometry, to crease polygroups. Now if I go to smooth it, let's do the dynamic. That kept those nice crisp edges. So now if I go through and I go ahead and apply this, so let me go here and apply it. I usually like to take it up a little bit higher than this when I go to export it to my engineering, just because the engineering is going to do its own thing to it. So you might as well just go ahead and run it up a little bit higher. In this case, if it was just this part, I would actually go as high as 1,000,000, just because when it converts the engineering application, it does its own thing. So you might as well run it up if your computer can handle it. And then this would be ready to go out to there.
The question about the time, just to reiterate, is it start to finish? You said a day and a half from start to finish, or from like a licensing file? Like you've got a licensing file and now you're just making it into a toy, or no, from scratch it's taking you a day and a half to make.
On the licensing file, I'd say about a day and a half. On a ground up file, and this is going to vary for everyone, and this isn't specific to the toy industry, it's just how I work. I will do anywhere from 1 to 3 days. And that's really just the way I work. Everyone varies. Some people take a little bit more. Some people take a little bit less. I don't think they ever have something in the toy industry. I've never seen anyone demand it has to be done in a very specific amount of time. It's more of like they just schedule it out and, you get it done. The most important thing is that it looks good, it functions, and it's fun. We're making toys. They got to be fun.
Do you have to work with IGS files at all?
Yes. Yes, I do. CAD files quite a bit. And actually, that's something I'm going to show in just a moment of importing CAD files.
All right. Awesome.
So something that I get a lot, and I'll bring in one real quick. I'm going to go ahead and skip that. And by the way, I absolutely love it that you guys incorporated the STL import into the default import, so I don't have to go through the 3D Print Hub anymore.
Yep.
So this is essentially a CAD mesh.
Yeah.
And, it's not bad for a CAD mesh. You can see these ordered triangles. This is actually, decent. This type of stuff is a mess. But, you know, if it was just a CAD file, that's fine. But let's say you bring this into ZBrush and you need to do something with this. You need to, for instance, raise up some of these sections, and this can be difficult to work with. Now, what's great is that polygroups, that group by normal, this functions on here too. You know, already just by automatically, it already took up all these faces, and, you know, if I need to adjust it a little bit more, a little less, you can go through and adjust that slider. So I can start make adjustments on this. Or if I have to integrate this into any other application, you know, it's great to have that. Now, this is an instance where it's a fairly easy to understand mesh for the software, for the default setting to read. But let's have a look at something which I actually deal with a lot, where things have been bouncing around between different applications, and you get a damn ugly CAD mesh.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
This one is definitely not pretty.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
And this is something actually you see a lot in toys, where a CAD file gets bounced around between multiple different applications, and you get something like this back. And you got to do essentially what I just did. Well, if you go to use the default group by normal, it's probably not going to work. It's probably going to either miss something. Here, I'll just take a moment. Just got to think about it. And you can see it got a few things. It's kind of impressive, but it didn't really catch everything that I wanted to. But if you look right here on that tiny little ball and just click on that, switch it from volume to surface, and then hit it, it's going to use a different algorithm on there. And there we go. Now it's giving me all those polygroups on all the different faces that I had before. It's going to definitely do a few weird things here, but it's helping me get to where I want to go. And I can sit there and start messing with these individually as I want to go around. Normally when you're dealing with IGES files, I would tell you when you're dealing with CAD files in general, IGES is a surface format, and it's actually a surface format based on curves and points. And depending on how the person writes it, it can be a hot mess. If you have the option, ask for STP. If you got to tessellate a step, you're going to have way better results than an IGES 90% of the time.
Can you do me a favor? Can you hit Shift M as in magnify Shift M? It's my new favorite, right? Yeah, there you go. They want to see that. So that's what he's using to assign the new polygroups, and that's the little circle he's talking about right there. You want to show that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing I'll definitely say. You guys have a lot of tiny little icons, which, you know, thank God for good vision.
Yeah, it's another algorithm. There's two algorithms for that, actually. What are you using then to get out of ZBrush and changing, converting into an IGS?
So I use Rhino when I'm dealing with surface files. Occasionally I will go into Pro Engineer. I've seen there's a number of different applications, even free applications you can get for converting them. I definitely would suggest, you know, understand your scale, and then when you go to tessellate a CAD file, try to set it to a resolution that is appropriate. If you can set it to 001 or 0001, it might be a bit heavy, but you're probably going to get a more decent mesh than if you just go with whatever the default is that it's thinking. And also that's in inches. Yes, Pro Engineer is Creo now. That gives you an idea how long I've been using Pro Engineer or Creo. Let's go up to this new one. Oop. That is a joint. There we go. All right. Bam.
There you go. Done. Ship it.
Yeah, this is one of our newest toy lines. It's honestly one of my favorites. This was actually drawn up by one of our artists in-house, Cheeto Arleno. He's the artist behind Shark Bunny. He's an amazing artist, and I had so much fun sculpting this one. Let me just quickly jump real quick to my PDF here. All right, toy style. So when you're working with forms and rhythms and trying to create what I would call a toy style, it's great to understand anatomy and understanding, all the biometrics and how shapes work and everything. And, this gives you an example of things. But something equally as important, especially in toys, is rhythm. Understanding how these shapes create a rhythm amongst each other, so that even if you don't have accurate anatomy, the overall shape and forms of it can represent that in a way that's recognizable and looks good. One of the things also that a very good friend of mine had said, every sculpt he does, he tries to put a little bit of arabesque into. This is an arabesque. It's a ballet pose. You want that contrapposto, that beautiful like exchange of shapes, of straights and curves. It gives you like a full meal in a sculpture that really helps sells it. Just open up the actual design file real quick. So this was actually when I was sculpting this guy. Always sculpt them up in pieces, in big solid chunks, and then chop it up later. We actually went through a lot of revisions to try to get this arm to properly articulate just right. That's kind of a big deal for us. And as you see what I'm talking about, as far as these curves, these straight edges of getting a rhythm.
Can you show someone wanted to see if it's possible for you to show the joints so they can see what you're doing with the joints?
Oh, let me go back to that one. Oops.
What toy line is this again?
This is BAM, B-A-M. If you're to look at it, you can find it on Amazon stuff. It's B.A.M.
I'll put it in there. There you go. Bam! Wasn't just saying bam because it was there. That's the toy line.
Oops. Let's.
I'll see if I can find a link to it as well. There you go. Let's see.
I think even if I go to this one, was this? Yep, that was on that. And I think actually we did revise some of these joints afterwards because we actually made them double jointed. So that way they can, fully, close up and actually grab their face kind of thing.
So I'm just seeing, is that, I think that's pretty people are asking about that. So that should give that a result. So you're looking at seeing lollipops or no? You got some hinges in there. So how do you guys decide your articulation? Is it just right from the ground up, or that's an evolving thing for you?
It's actually a bit evolving depending on what it is we're trying to do. On some things, depending on the thicknesses of the arms and the scale, we'll have to decide, like, do we want to make it a little bit bigger and try to give it a double joint? Is it big enough that it can handle that errati, or is it a situation where it's going to impede the overall look of the model that it's better to have a single joint? It really kind of varies, on what it is and also the type of model it is. On these ones, I think we started off with single joints, and then we quickly decided we wanted to do them in a double joints, and that's why it was switched off afterwards. Let me just show. So this is when I'm constructing an arm here, and when I'm talking about, looking at rhythms and shapes. Always start off as basic shapes. I personally like to have separate parts for each and one of them, and actually just, name them bit by bit. Let's see. I love your guys' Move Infinite.
Move Infinite, yeah.
I keep thinking of it as the Infinity Move.
Yeah, it's one of Joseph's little babies right there.
Man, a lot of requests for that one.
Yeah,
that was pure genius, man. That
was a big one. Yeah, that one's actually a big one.
We had a lot of people that were asking for it because we had it in the Z Modeler brush for a while, but never had it its own separate brush.
And you can use it on any brush too. It's not just for Move. It can be used for anything. So that's how you're using. This is pretty much your go-to brush now for when you're looking at your forms, your silhouettes.
I always just look at it from every angle. Don't make one thing I used to see a lot of, like in art school, you see a lot of people do is they would start a sculpt and they would do the whole thing from one angle, and then they turn it around and it's like, oh shoot, what did I do?
Yep.
Constantly move. You should be constantly flipping around every which way.
Yeah.
So let me get to this.
I'm gonna put
this part right here, and I want to show creating a hard edge in places. So very common, especially nowadays, the current aesthetic of toys. You see this sort of soft, smooth, hard edges going on. When you go to put like a hard edge in something, and let me go ahead and use my pinch tool. And I just have the lazy brush on. Let me go ahead and turn that on so you can see it. And I say right here is where I want to have like a hard edge, for instance. But I didn't quite get it hard enough. Now I can sit here and try to go back and try to match that exact same place. And yeah, you can do your whole masking tricks and all that. Or you can have the lazy brush on and undo it and redo it kind of thing. Or let me just do it once. ZBrush has a repeat function that is truly underrated. Once you use something, press 1 and it will repeat it. And that is honestly one of my favorite tricks for doing these types of shapes inside of ZBrush.
You're making Paul really happy right now. Really happy.
Do you know how many times? And then don't get me going on inventory. Don't get me going on inventory right now that nobody uses. Drives me bonkers.
Another thing is that almost all tools have an opposite effect, and some people don't always notice that. For instance, the pinch tool, by default, when you go to use the pinch, it's going to pinch into the positive, but you can also pinch into the negative. So if I want to kind of drop that in, so holding down the alternate key, and then always start as a low poly, build yourself up to a high poly, never jump in too fast. I usually like to get it roughed out first in this low poly before I start jumping into Dynamesh and starting to do other things. Okay, so starting a sculpt for a toy from an action figure. I know for a lot of people that can be kind of daunting. It's like, well, I'm going to do this whole thing. Where do you begin? What's the number one thing you do? For me, the number one thing I do is set the scale. It's quite common in the toy industry. They're going to tell you, this is a toy for so-and-so place. It's going to be X amount of size, where our package can only support a X by size, X by size, X by size. So set a reference. Create a polymesh cube. Use Scale Master, and then set the scale. As you see right here, this has already been set to I believe it's a 3 by 6 by 12. That was actually the original size for that. And if you look out over here in the back, this is actually the artwork that I had received for that model. Come over to the Draw tool. I'm sorry, Draw tab. And under front back, that's where I imported that. If you want a quick trick to getting that centered in the right place and fit out into the whole scene, make certain that your reference image is a square. Then it'll just automatically, if it's centered, it'll automatically just fill in right where you want it. And then duplicate that. Do not start sculpting on top of this. You will always come back and need that size reference. Duplicate it and work on the other part and hold on to that as your reference tool. From that point on, that's where you can build it in whichever way you feel appropriate. I definitely do like using, starting off from a sphere.
So that's your number one. That's what you're starting off pretty much a lot of time for your base. It's just a sphere, straight up sphere.
Either a sphere or a cube.
Yeah.
It's just my go-to. I think maybe because just coming from the Dynamesh days, it's just my way I like to do things. One thing I've recently become incredibly dependent on is the deformers. These are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so he's using a lattice deformer and he's masking off the white points. In essence, the lattice points, for those that know it, that he doesn't want to move. It's a big one.
Oops.
So you always use the floor grid a lot of times for your referencing? This is your
I
go-to?
do. I sometimes, and that's if I have a drawing like this, where the artist Cheeto actually went through and did a very good illustration for me to work off of. A lot of times I will get a 3/4 shot or just a reference shot of just part of what it is. At that point, I'll sometimes either bring it in as a on the grid, or sometimes I'll go through under texture, image plane, and just load up an image in the background. Just depends on what the reference is. And you can already kind of tell just from how fast I'm working on this. Easily, a day you can get something sculpted up, ready to go from there and actually do, 3D prints, test it out, see how it works. I will tell you right now, what you can 3D print, you cannot necessarily always manufacture, and vice versa. I really encourage anyone who's looking into toys, understand what those differences are. Run prints, compare it to actual toys, get some toys, look at them, see what comes out of a mold, see what actually comes out of a 3D printer, and understand what those limitations are.
Do you have any 3D printers that you like to recommend to people that want to get?
I would definitely recommend Formlabs actually, as far as easily accessible. Especially the Form 3 is hands down one of the best prosumer industrial level 3D printers I've ever used. I'd say maybe 99% successful. If you follow what the software says, it's gonna 90% of the time it's gonna print. 95% of the time it's gonna print. You're not gonna have a problem. Other printers, that number kind of goes down. You got to really make certain you look through everything and make certain it's absolutely functional. Other printers, when you get to more of a higher level, a little bit more industrial, one of the best color 3D printers I've ever used, and actually we did color 3D print this model, is probably the Mamaki color 3D printer. If you guys have never seen that, that just blows me away. And I've used actually almost every other color 3D printer in the industry, and that one just to me is one of the best. Its material and its color accuracy, and even the price is just perfect.
Yeah, we had them at last year's summit. They were here. They had a booth here. So, and then they added some really big, huge prints. That's done a really good job.
So before I get too worried about, getting into all the little details and shapes, I do like to try to get some basic shapes laid out for everything. You can go through and undulate and detail things out for forever, but you want to make certain everything's to proportion to each other and everything is just functional. So, even if you're just putting in basic shapes as placeholders, get things laid out, get things, built out through the whole model.
What motivated you to get started in the toy industry?
I think it's for my background and my training was just kind of a given. I come from a very traditional artistic training. The school I went to, actually, we didn't even have any computers in there. You had to learn how to sculpt in clay and marble and wax. And most of my professors, who were quite elderly, actually, they also were toy sculptors. Because for them, the past century, the 20th century, was what they called the forgotten century. They couldn't get into a gallery, but they could do toys, and they could do movies, and they could do tombstones. So it was just kind of understood from the get-go that, oh, you want to be a sculptor, you should learn to do toys. It's going to just be common.
Okay.
One thing I gotta say I really absolutely love about this lattice cage is that it follows the direction of the gizmo. That's that's actually super nice, especially when you want to do certain types of deformations.
Yeah, I think that's a miss thing that people miss on. I love that about it too. I use it a lot like you too. This way, you got 360 degrees of symmetry now.
And just to show you what that means, so I'm gonna just go ahead and turn that off from where it was, and then turn it on, and now you see this lattice cage. It matches up with these axes, whichever way I turn it. So if you need to do a deformation in a weird angle away from default, go back to the gizmo, rotate that out to whatever angle it is. Oops. There, now it's lining up to it. One thing also, a little quick note that when I teach ZBrush in my office, I always tell everyone, and I know, Paul, you've been a big pusher of this, learn to use the right mouse button.
Yes, the army is growing.
Yeah, that's one that when I learned that years ago, I'm like, oh my God, that saves me so much hassle.
That's right, Drust. That's right, Drust. He's still the original alt navigator. We We have a war going.
Yeah, I still like the alt.
I think because a lot of times when I'm shaping things out, I don't even use a Wacom when I'm just getting these shapes figured out. I'm just going to use a mouse and just kind of move things around and get the general shapes around. It's partially just because I'm a little bit more from that traditional school where you sculpt with your arm and not necessarily with your hand. So I'm used to moving my whole arm when I'm working.
You got a couple followers with you, Dross. Oh, we got to.
I just don't like the placement of the pen. I never get those where it is. Just never. I don't know. It doesn't feel.
You never have the button in the right spot. You're saying
no.
I wish they'd make more pens without buttons. Actually, I know it's probably a bad thing to say about on Wacom. I sometimes just rip the buttons off.
They used to sell the sleeves that you could get without that buttonhole in it. I had a few back in the day that had no buttons.
How do you move around your joints within your toys inside of ZBrush when you do have joints? Is there any particular way you do that?
How do I maneuver the joints within ZBrush?
Yeah.
You want to make certain that when you go to move your objects that you have your gizmo aligned up to the same axis. So in some cases, let me see if I can maybe snap to one here. So if I go ahead and hold down the Alt key and click, it's gonna snap to a flat. When you make a joint, especially for toys, you're gonna have a flat. There's gonna be a flat part there. That is great. So now that I snapped onto it, I know if I want to rotate this along this axis, I can grab that, and as long as it's centered on to where it needs to be, see it's rotating on the axis, so hit that flat part, center it on there, and you can rotate it around. I know some people, they'll put reference objects to actually figure out those axis parts on. A lot of times, just because of, I handle things a little bit more on the manufacturing side as well, I will do some of my joints specifically in my engineering applications. And that's a little bit more on, the more technical engineering side, less on the artistic side. And I know people who do a lot of their joints in ZBrush too. There's no wrong way on there. It's whatever you feel comfortable with.
Just want to give you a time update. You got about 5 minutes.
Oh, wow, that was fast.
So you know where you're at. Well, you can go a little bit longer. No one's going to say no. It's more about you.
So one of my favorite tools you guys got in here, especially for early shaping things out, is the clip curve. And this is, just really a wonderful tool for kind of shaping things. You have a lot of options you can do here with this, besides just obviously cutting. If I want to actually stop the cut, it respects your maskings. Definitely, utilize these tools. Keep the shapes basic. Don't get too much detail too fast. You can always run more. If you run into an issue like that, that's because my topology's all over the place. Now I can start dynameshing it and start to, really get into the nitty-gritty of the shape. But try to keep things basic always. I think that was one of the hardest things for me to learn when I first started learning ZBrush years ago. Was I kept running the resolution up and making my life difficult until I, stepped back. It's like, all right, keep things simple, keep low poly, get the general shape of it. This tool right here, the silhouette, is honestly one of my favorite things you guys added into here. Look at the silhouette from many different angles, before you really start getting crazy on stuff.
Yeah, you can even add an image to that too if people want. Do you have anywhere your work up anywhere? YouTube, ArtStation, anything like that?
I don't actually. I think it's for no other reason than just for the past 15 years, I've just had my nose down, trying to just do the work. I just never really bothered to make one of those.
Well, are you always, as a toy designer, you're always perspective off? Do you ever turn perspective on?
I actually usually leave it off when I'm matching to a drawing or any type of reference. I will turn it on sometimes if I need to really kind of get an idea of how things look. I will tell you, because the toys are pretty small, it can be rather deceiving when you have perspective on. I honestly think this is maybe just something with toy sculptors. A lot of the toy sculptors I know, we almost always work in orthographic.
Mm-hmm. So this is pretty much what you do for all your toys. You just keep adding primitive shapes, and then you're refining and shaping them with the features that you've been highlighting.
Yep, just bit by bit, just like just like doing it in clay.
Yeah. Sometimes the simplest way is the best way.
Mm-hmm.
Just always refer back to the way things used to be done. My partner, he's an illustrator, and he likes to say that just because it's old doesn't mean it's primitive.
It's true.
And the next shape.
You don't worry about making the other side. You do a mirror and weld, or
I do a mirror.
You do a mirror.
Just because this thing is for the most part symmetrical until I get into these fine details. And in toys, you do see a lot of symmetry in a lot of places. But as much as possible, I'll try to do one side, flip it over there as soon as I have it shaped out.
We don't want to keep you all night. Just to let you know, we're at the 10 o'clock spot.
Oh, wow, that was fast.
Something else to cover too.
All right. Well, if you guys got any additional questions, this is essentially my workflow. I love how quick and fast you can build up your shapes and get your fine details and everything really just sculpted so naturally within ZBrush. So that when I have to go into manufacturing then to take this into my engineering programs or even come back and forth, the nonlinear nature of ZBrush makes that so easy and seamless.
Yeah. And again, he's having perspective off because he's dealing with a toy that's smaller, and perspective has got a distortion on it. And you're not going to have that distortion in real life the way a perspective camera might have it. So obviously our eyes have a perspective. You would have to find that right one. So I, even myself, when I'm doing anything for 3D printing, I don't turn perspective on either. I keep it off. Straightforward, right? Straightforward workflow.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any design considerations when making toys that are specific to designing toys? For example, 3D printing, always need to worry about supports, angles, and layer prints. Is there something similar when designing toys?
So when you're designing toys, it's really your number one worry is going to undercuts, and it's moldability. Molds come in multiple shapes and sizes. You're going to have what's called like an AB mold. That's a front and the back piece. You can have what's called slides. That's where you'll have a front, a back, a left, a right. Multiple different angles, and they can only come in certain angles off that part. So that will affect your detail. That's where, if you look at toys, you'll see draft fills that look like these weird flats in places, or where they fill in details. And here, let me pull up real quick. That's a great question. Let me pull up on the Bloodhound, so you can see where I had to make some of those decisions.
While you're pulling that up, what do you usually yourself end at polygon counts? Do you there's not real there's no number because you're going to decimate it down anyway. Right?
Well, I'll tell you, when I go to 3D printing versus what you go to manufacturing, you do not want to do a high decimation. And in fact, I try not to decimate my files when I send it off to my engineer unless it's extremely large. A lot of times when it's going to go into my engineering application, they have the ways of dealing with the mesh that it doesn't matter. So, I'll shoot it over there literally in the millions because I'm not worried about that. When it comes to 3D printing, if you go below, really, I wouldn't go below half the micron resolution. So really what that means is each individual part, like for instance, an arm, I really don't think I wanted to go below 250,000. If you were able to set a tolerance with some decimating applications, you can. Say you're printing something at like 30 micron or 50 micron, set your resolution, your decimation resolution, to roughly 25 micron. That way you're not wasting polys, but you're not breaking your computer either. Let me see if I can find a few sections here. I remember specifically
For the drafting. Yeah.
Yep, here we go. So this is something that I had to think about, and this is where I had to make a decision about the original IP, about the importance of how that looks, to retain that look, but also make something that is manufacturable. So you can't have these little floaters here because these things are so thin, the plastic won't be able to flow into that. It'll break right off, and it might not even be toolable or castable. A lot of times molds like these for shapes like this, they're not necessarily CNC tooled. They're actually what's called a beryllium copper mold. It's a bit of a casting process, just like if you're making a plaster mold. But you really got to consider, is this going to break off? Is this going to fill? So you can see right here where I filled things in. And that's where I just insert a cube, shear it back, try to make it fill in, and then merge it all together and remesh it.
Nice. What's the time frame for you to get before the toy hits the shelf? When you're
So that's varies dramatically from brand to brand, from licensed brands to other things. So that's gonna be all over the map. You can have as little as 3 months and as much as a year. It's hard to say. It really depends on what it is. That's where you go beyond what you're actually sculpting and making, and more into the sales, the marketing, and mine's smarter than mine to figure out that kind of stuff.
Right. Well, Ali, I don't want to keep you all night, so we went extra. So I thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Tonight, that was awesome.
Thank you guys. This has been such an honor. ZBrush has been part of my life every night, every day of the week for years.
And now we've seen the home office that you're doing it all in too.
Yeah. Look at me now.
I think you gave a lot of really good toy information that people, those that are, especially people are asking, how do you get into toy? This is one you should go rewatch. He gave you a lot of valuable little things that are important for toy making and toy designing. 100%. Huge stuff in there. So thank you. I really appreciate you taking time out of your evening, being with us. It's been awesome to have you. I don't know if you want to end on anything, Ellie, or anything extra you want to throw in there.
Just my one major tenet. I always believe you use tools to achieve your goal. You don't make your goal to use tools.
Nice. That's a good one. I like that one. That's awesome. Well, Ellie, I can't thank you again. And
yes,
Jeff,
thank you
too, for letting you also show all these lines that you guys have been working on. It's really awesome to see everything. We still got stuff to give away, and I can't help myself. I got to show something that Joseph made me, just got me going again. I got to show one more thing too after this. I just got to. I got to help myself. All right, Ellie, thank you so much. Again, it's been awesome having you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So glad we're finally able to get you in the summit. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I got to do it. I'm sorry.
Go on.
It's not going to take long, okay? You're fine. It's 1 a.m. You're good now. You've got your 12 bowls of cereal. You'll be okay. No, everyone's there. Show my screen, please, boys in the booth. It's not going to be long. I know everyone's tired. Okay, so Ellie was talking about specifically the replay last. This is
your favorite. This is one of your favorites.
Oh, God, I have to show this, right? So this is what he's doing, right? I'm using the pinch right now, and then you're just hitting the 1 key, right? And you see it redoes it, and it redoes it. Don't go crazy and don't be like me. Just do once, let it go. Do once, let it go. And where that's found is in the stroke, okay? And you're going to be able to, I'm going to show you some. Here's replay last, right? Okay? So very important. But by the way, people, I'm going to switch to a different brush, and we're going to come back to this and show something. When you guys do this, right, and you're getting a 1 key, like, how many people know you can even do this? I'm replaying the same stroke somewhere else on the model, right? I haven't moved the model. I'm just replaying it somewhere else on the model. So that's a replay last relative. That's very different. So instead of just playing in the same spot like this with the 1 key, so if I did something like here, we'll make it like this, and then I come down here. If you guys do shift 1, it's a replay last relative. In essence, relative to where your brush is, right? So all I'm doing is I'm using the shortcut, which is the button right now. I know, guys, opening the UI, it's scary sometimes. I get it. It's just like opening documentation. I don't know why we bother. Marcus, if you're listening, I don't know why we bother. All that work, no one listens to. Okay, it doesn't end there. It does not. And this is where my blood starts going. This is where Drust knows. Oh, God. All right. So you all guys, buckle up. I'm sorry. This is what I'm talking about right now. You can do more than 1 stroke, right? Obviously, right? So what I can actually tell ZBrush to do is replay all those strokes. Not just 1, but as many as you want. So forget replay last. How about what I just did? I just replayed multiple, not just 1, right? Here, I'm going to go up because I want to go to the back of the head, right? What is really nice about this, people, is watch this. Okay, watch. Last one's for the summit, right? I'm sculpting a whole bunch here, right? And doing these strokes, left and right, right? So I'm going to switch brushes and even do the same strokes. I literally switched brushes. Are you what? And then I'm going to go do a different brush. Let's go to a different brush. All right, let's go to a different brush. Boom. I now went from clay buildup to Damien Standard to inflate. And that strokes are happening over and 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 over again. It doesn't end there. Oh, God, it doesn't end there. Right? Wait for it. Watch. I'm going to do wee, wee, wee. And you gotta have these, you gotta have this, right? Sound effects.
Sound effects, yeah.
Here, if you're still here. Watch this. I'm gonna move the model now. Move it completely somewhere else. I'm gonna say, that looks good. I just redid them again somewhere else. Going home. Are you this in crazy? No one uses this. It's so crazy that every time I show those people like what just happened there, this is an old feature. This is not new. This is so
This has been around for a while,
Dude,
long time.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's been about 18 years. I'm not even kidding. It's even longer than that. I think it's 20 years old, what I just did. It's insane old. Okay. What I just did was inventory. That's what I just did right there. Okay. So when I said inventory, people are like, what's inventory? What's inventory? What's inventory? I don't know what inventory is. Okay. I do know what it is. So in the stroke palette, guys, if you'll, right? UI, it's awesome. Sometimes you open it up, you say, let it breathe. Do you ever notice that there's an inventory menu right there? Hello, right? Look how many strokes, 7. That's what it recorded. So what I do is I hit record. See, it says 0, right? And then now I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And now when I go to stroke, look, 5. And when I'm done, I turn off record, and you can see, look, there's a replay last all. So I've been using the shortcut to try and get my wow moment with you. So the 2 key is replaying all the same strokes, and the shift 2 key allows you to move the brush somewhere out, move the model somewhere else, and then replay all those strokes again. Guys, the key word here is strokes, not brush. That's why I was able to switch to even other brushes. The strokes are recorded where they're sitting in UI. So you can't do something like this. You can't do this until 3, because then this is what it would do. It'd rotate the model. You got to keep the model at least somewhat relative in the scene, right? Because that's how you're going to then move your brush where you want to go. And that's it, right? That's what you want to go do. Oh, by the way, people. Oh, I'm going to fix this geometry. Here we go. Smooth it out, smooth it out, smooth it out. I've lost it, right? I've lost my sculpt. I like to use this one. Joseph likes to use maybe another one. I'm going to re-project my higher subdivision. And even when you guys are doing this, when you're replaying stuff over and over and over again, in some cases, you're really messing up the topology. There you go. Did I not get my stroke back? Yes, I did. And wait for it.
Smooth it out. Mm-hmm.
Russ, you got to close up shop. You got to close up shop. I'm going to go all night. You got to close up shop. That's it. I got no more tips for you all. I'm ending on that tip because we got to do some giveaways now, Dave.
Yeah, people want the giveaways, Paul.
You know what? Oh, they don't want the tips? Then fine, I'm done.
You just gave away the tips too. That's
exactly.
Right.
That was part of it right there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's one of the giveaways. You're all winners on that one.
I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place tonight. All right, let's do some prizes. Let's do some giveaways. People, what time is it? You got less than 2 hours also to take advantage of the 20% off right now. I'm just saying right now, take advantage of that 20% off, right? That summit special on the Perpetual, the ZBrush Core, and also don't forget about subscription. And for those who are in ZBrush Core, this is the time to upgrade to ZBrush. You're getting $200 off. Okay, I'll go to that screen here in a second, but let's do some giveaways. I know some people were asking. All right, here we go. We're going to start with Mr. Shane Olson. We're going to start with the last one of him, Lifetime Access. Lifetime Access. Oh, this is so perfect. This name is perfect, Russ. This is perfect. Midnight Spirit. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? That is the best. I just want to end right now. That was perfect. Midnight Spirit. Are you kidding me right now? That's the best name to be pulling up right now because it's midnight for some of you. It's 1 a.m. for Joseph Drust right now, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one for sure. Hold on, I just enlarged the wrong screen. There we go. Hold on, I've lost my chitter chat. There we go. All right, so let's go. Let's keep giving some stuff away here, people. We got more. Let's see what we got. Let's do this. Another KeyShot Pro. Here we go. Okay. Don't get too excited, everybody. Okay. Calm down. I can hear your breathing. Okay. I can hear it. Here we go. Chad. Here we go. T-E-H Chad. T-E-H Chad. You are now the winner of a KeyShot Pro full version with the bridge. Are you here? We're looking for you. Hey, there you go. You're here. Thanks for staying with us. Look at that.
Still awake.
You won. That's a great prize.
That is a good prize.
That's a very good prize. Okay. Let's see what else I got. Oh, Here we go. Thomas, good luck. If you're still here.
He was still here. He was trying to steal the one I was showing.
He was?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. This is a big one. I know some of you have been asking for this mouse, but Eddie Munez, you are the winner. Eddie, big winner chicken dinner. You have just won a space mouse from 3D Connections. Eddie, you are the winner. Chicken dinner. I keep pressing this. Keep pressing.
Stop pressing it.
Because I'm on the other monitor and I'm trying to. Okay? I'm just one man trying to make. All right, guys. That's it.
That's it.
Prizes. That's it. That's all of them. I gave everything away. We gave it all away. Right? There we go.
The timer is done. It went to 0 today, Paul.
All right, people. So let me recap here. What do we got to remind you of? Right? So we got to get you, if you're not using ZBrush, again, this summit should get you motivated to want to get in, right? And get you going. So again, one last time, I'm going to plead with you. Take that ZBrush special, right? And take the summit special here and get
free upgrades. Free upgrades.
Yourself free upgrades. That's right. We've been giving free upgrades for years on our Perpetual license. Here's the website again. All right. Let me give you guys the coupon codes for those that want to do the subscription. If you're looking to get them in the first payment, have a discount on your subscription, have a special on your description, there is the monthly one. And here is your 6th month one. In fact, boys, can you throw up my screen again real quick, please? I'm sorry. I got to show this to everybody again. So here's the page I just showed you guys. Thanks, guys, in the booth, right? So take advantage. Again, we're down to like barely an hour and a half left here for you guys to take advantage of the show specials. Again, don't forget about you core users that want to upgrade ZBrush, okay? Now is the time. Now, the other thing is, obviously, all of you guys have watched the last 4 days is going to be available on our YouTube. And we're going to do something special. There's even more tips and tricks videos from the ZBrush top tips that we just didn't have time to show them all. From some artists made more than one video. So we're going to put those up as well for you guys and make a nice playlist. Give us time, people. We need a little recovery. Okay. And for all of you that won stuff, we will be reaching out to you, but at least give us some time to get the communication with the sponsors and with you to get you your prizes. And I can't thank everybody, too, that stayed up late with us. Okay, you can go back to double webcam now, too, if you guys want. I can't thank enough for you all being with us. I know, like Joseph, it's past 1 a.m. for him.
Well, it's even earlier in other places.
Some people stayed up all night. Man, hats off to you. I don't know how you did it. I don't know. That was amazing. Guys, that's it. That's your 2020 ZBrush Summit. First time ever, all virtual. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself, right? I had a blast. Druss, how about you?
Blast, as always, Paul. Anytime I get to work with you, it's a fun time.
Blast off. We're just wild and crazy people. We're just trying to have fun. I really hope you all took away something amazing from these last 4 days. It went by like that, right? So this is why we do it. We want you guys to be able to also connect with us and also connect with each other, right? And just share tips and tricks and ideas of how you can do things inside of ZBrush. So that's it for me. This is Paul Gabry. We've got
Joseph Drust.
Joseph Drust over here.
I want to thank Kyle and Kingsley behind the scenes, pressing buttons, flipping switches.
Melissa. How about Daisuke, people?
Daisuke, he's around the clock. I don't think he didn't even go to bed for the last 3 days.
Yes. And let's not forget the web team, too, and the team that was building all these websites, Vincent and Melissa. So many people are involved in this, people. Even though me and Joseph are on the camera right now, guys, there's so many people involved trying to make this happen.
You got a whole team just feeding sugar into Paul's veins underneath the desk.
You just didn't know it. You just didn't know it. That's what I'm saying. I'll tell you what. Whenever you guys, you know what to get Joseph for Christmas now. Cereal.
You should just make an Amazon list. People just send you cereal.
Just all cereal.
Just cereal. That'll make your wife so happy. I love it. Really, honestly, for those of the Pixelogic staff watching, thank you so much. We can't do this unless this whole team comes together, making all this happen. It's a lot of work going on. Ernest and Fareed, and there's so many people involved in this. It's just crazy how many people are involved in this. Okay. Thank you all for watching. Again, I'm Paul Gabry.
Joseph Drust. 3D Mouse.
Have a good night. We're out.
Take care.
Awesome. Awesome.
Hello everyone, this is Michael from Pixelogic's social media and marketing team. I want to introduce to you a small fun segment we'll be showing you throughout the ZBrush Summit this year called 2020 ZBrush Highlights. Throughout the day, we'll be showing you some of the most popular ZBrush creations from throughout the year from ZBrush Central, our Instagram, Facebook, and more, while telling you a little bit about the piece, the artist behind it, and where you can see more of that artist's work. Be sure to check out the link in each 2020 ZBrush highlight video to visit our exclusive ZBrush Central thread cataloging all of this year's highlights. Enjoy the summit!
Form 3 has helped bring people's wildest dreams to reality. But sometimes you need to dream bigger. We designed the Form 3L to bring the biggest dreams to life, so we wanted to put it to the ultimate test. Could we use the 3L to print our flagship 3D printer? Introducing Form 3L, so you can print a dream within a dream maker.